Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Oskar Quentin Show, where I take calls from the general public on TikTok Live. Very soon, a phone number. I know it has been weeks of me saying next week, but I promise there's super cool stuff happening in the background, and one of them is that thing. It's going to happen soon. If you're watching this after the fact on YouTube, not live, you can find a pinned comment at the top of the comments that'll tell you when the first call starts, as well as some more comprehensive timestamps in the description that will be written by Raven, who's also producer today. We have had a little bit of a switch up in terms of how we do the work here. We're having whoever's in the producer chair do the timestamps, so whoever isn't can get more editing done because we're behind on clips, stuff like that. We got stuff going on. I do have a buy me a coffee to thank. Max sent a message about how, let's see, he says he's overseas and, his lives are 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. So if he goes long, he can catch him in the morning sometimes. He just has great work this week and wanted to reach out and thank Canadian Vicky, who had some airtime yesterday. They talked about some stuff that's going on up in Canada. Got a word in edgewise on some healthcare issues because we had somebody trashing other countries that have free healthcare for people, which is just silly. But anyway, Canadian Vicky got some good airtime yesterday. I appreciate that. Max wanted to send their thanks for $25 on Buy Me a Coffee. If you want to be one of the people who supports the show and gets their message read on the air, you can do that by going to the link tree in the bio or in the description below if you're watching this on YouTube. And you'll find in there all the places that you can follow me for free. All that helps out the show immensely. I should get the backup account in the corner of the screen so that people on TikTok can follow the backup account. Caught the first ban I had caught in months last week due to somebody committing a sex crime on the show. Jokes on them. Inadvisable flashing nude images to 1,000 people. That's a lot of... That's not cool. Don't do that. But anyway, I was only banned for like 25 minutes and I got it sorted out. So in general, that sort of thing's not too big an issue. TikTok support is on my side. But if we have an issue like that, or maybe if it doesn't get sorted out all that quickly, do make sure you're following Oskar Quentin too. And if you're not watching this live at the moment, you can still find that in the link tree in the bio, as well as the link to the Discord if you want to get in there and help me keep up with the news and yell things at me while I'm live and see if whoever's sitting in the producer chair can notice them for me, because my attention is often very much on the caller. But Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon to support the show. The donations don't just go to me. You're donating for 3 because we have 2 employees here at the Oskar Quentin Show. On with the calls, because we already have somebody in the multi-guest request queue. grtlooksee. We'll have a look-see and see if he knows a thing or two about American politics. Hello, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Why is that?
I'm Republican.
Do you think that somebody should support Trump just because they're a Republican?
Yes, he won the Republican primary.
But I mean, do you think that like for example, I don't really consider myself a Democrat. I generally... You are, man. Gonna be like that, is it?
Well, I mean, you are. No, let's not be like that. Let's not get hostile, but okay, sure.
You already did. You already told me. I told you that.
Well, I'm trying to... let's go back.
True or false? True or false? Okay, true or false? Let's try again. True or false? I consider myself definitely a Democrat.
I don't know.
Okay, because I just told you that I don't really consider myself a Democrat. Remember that 30 seconds ago when you kind of snapped at me?
And remember when I said we can go back, but you want to be hostile for some reason? I said we can go back.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of the time when you're hostile to the world, you can't undo the way the world then treats you after that. So let's try again. We can try again.
So you're just a bad debater then?
I think I'm doing a great job. This is probably a good way to start the show. Anyway, why were you so hostile to me when I told you that I don't really consider myself like a Democrat and maybe that sort of like absolutist, like really excited about it way?
How old are you?
How old do you think I am?
Probably in your 20s, 25, but how old are you?
31.
No, not close, but so you've been over 18 for 13 years. So who did you vote for the last 3 election terms?
I voted blue.
All?
Yeah.
And who is someone that only votes blue?
I don't think that makes you a Democrat, if that's where you're going.
I think you're pro-Democrat.
I think I am more in favor of the Democrats than the Republicans. I think I'm highly critical of the Democrats and how they've performed in American politics during my voting age.
Okay, sure. But what was your original point?
That you a bitch.
You're a faggot.
Oh, slur and run. So the reason I called him a bitch is because you're like you're a bitch for the Republican Party. They can present you a rapist, and you say, because I'm such a bitchy little subservient, subordinate Republican, I'm going to vote for anybody they tell me to vote for. Call back in the show another time. I'd like to continue the conversation, but you are not allowed to slur on TikTok. I would allow it. I can take the heat. I don't mind, but TikTok TOS minds. Big Q, we're going to talk to Jacebta. Have we spoken to Jace? Is he a friendly? I feel like I know Jace. I'm actually going to skip Jace because I want to see who the new people are. I want to see the new names in the queue tend to not stick around very long, so I try to get to them quickly. Hello, how old are you?
We are Jeffrey Epstein.
We're going to talk to Orville Champenbacher. Hello, how old are you? Hello? All right, we're going to talk to Brixton Bully and see if we deal with another bully today.
Hello?
Hello, how old are you?
Oscar, you are a faggot. You need dental.
We're going to talk to grtlooksee. We already talked to him. Yeah, he already slurred and ran. We're going to talk to Dildo. That's all they've got. They've only got slurs. And I am going to get that dental work. I've got a trip planned for California. Got a dentist who's going to give me free. We're going to get my tooth fixed for free. Because as much as I joke about getting a new set of teeth, it is just the one tooth that's broken. My teeth aren't actually all that bad. Anyway, we're going to talk to YLNX. Let's see. No, and then we got grtlooksee. Was grtlooksee the guy who called me the F word?
Yeah.
Let's see if he can be patient. We got the clock at the bottom of the screen, Raven. He can be allowed back in after we get to 15 minutes, because that'll be definitely 10 minutes elapsed. 10 minutes elapsed since he's gone. I'll let him try again if he wants to control himself.
See if he can be a good boy.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't have to be nice to me, but he does have to behave in a way that doesn't cause me to be forced to deplatform him. You may be mean to me. That is allowed. I think you're a bitch. I was pretty clear on that. We can discuss that, but you just have to use words that are allowed on the platform. Otherwise, I have to kick you. Demonstrate that you can control yourself. That'll help you out. I know he ran. We're going to talk to Jace. Well, I just think I've spoken to Jace before, but I could be wrong. I don't know.
Hey, yo.
Hello, how old are you?
I am 28.
28. Do you support Trump?
I do not.
Oh, do I? Have you called him before? Do I recognize?
Yes.
Remind me who you are.
I'm dealing with the Spokane fires right now.
Oh yeah, give us the quick update before. Yeah, while we're having people flood in. What's going on?
Great news for bipartisanism. We have 2,000 more firemen coming from 20 different states, all coming to our aid. We're finally getting the aid. The fires are being contained.
Oh, your teacup. You get muted when you leave the app.
Sorry. I just had to double check a thing. Yeah, regrettably, it seemed like $15 million of aid was delayed due to a DEI dispute. Our scheduled aid for these kind of fire relief, our state is very much aware of our environment around us. Like, we put a lot of money towards research into St. Helens, making sure that when disasters happen that we're on the spot, and we were delayed that aid. And only now are we receiving the aid that we would have expected.
That was actually kind of my prediction, is that the Trump's administration and the federal government under him has a problem delivering aid on time over bullshit, right? So yeah, we're gonna not give aid for a situation like this because of concerns over DEI, which is just
genuinely, yeah. Like, this has never been an issue. I think that to the first gentleman who was just saying that, well, because I'm a Republican, I think that part of just whether you're Republican or Democrat is that you can agree on bipartisan issues like natural disasters, and that if your team is failing to deliver that, then why support it? Well,
and I think that fires in particular are so obvious, right? They're so visually scary. Like, people tend to respond to fires in cooperative, helpful ways, whereas maybe if the threat is invisible, like an airborne pathogen, where the rules that you have to follow to stay safe from it are not as obvious to a person who doesn't understand something like epidemiology or virology or something like that, then people become far less cooperative. But with fires, we tend to see more cooperation. So I'm glad you guys are getting aid from the other states.
We are finally getting the aid. It's finally in your face. I mean, of course, it's not something that can be like swept under the rug, but I just mean, even now, again, like I was the guy who had the coworkers that are very in your face Trump, and like how I'm like kind of like running through like all these iterations of examples of like, all right, let's see if you can take it from this example or from your position. Now presently with the fires, I'm like, okay, nonpartisan things, fires bad.
You'd think it'd be that straightforward, but I mean, as I've said, Trump denies like FEMA aid to states that he doesn't like. So I appreciate the update. And I think I'll clear the line to try to get into more updates.
No, yeah, just wanted to share the update.
Thank you so much. I love that sort of stuff, especially for somebody on the ground when we have something bigger like that happening. There was a real anti-Trump supporter in the queue, Mr. Voice. He says, "I support Trump," and he says, "Vote Republican in November." Yeah, and that's. I'd like to talk to him or anybody else who thinks that Trump is doing a good job or wants to know what the prompt is about today, because prompt is just kind of in that vein of like what we were talking about on the show yesterday or maybe the day before, which is about how I just think that like if push comes to shove in terms of things going south for this country, if we have the sort of economic instability that I expect would happen if they successfully deported all these illegal immigrants that grow our fucking food, or if there continues to be a rise in the presence of armed federal agents given broad authority or perhaps immunity to fuck around in people's communities at the whim of the president, like that's going to create some really serious civil conflict. And I think that when civil conflict comes, if it comes, which I sure hope it doesn't, I just think the Republicans are fucking hosed because they have no community and they're a bunch of cowards. And it's community and bravery that matter in times like that. So when I say it doesn't know it's coming, like they're cheering on our suffering. I'm not cheering on their suffering. I'm worried about all of us, and I don't think they realize how fucked they're going to be when there's nobody who's been like, against all this the whole time. Like, we're kind of mad at you for being excited about our suffering, so we're not going to help you as much maybe when the time comes. That's kind of what the prompt is about. So anyway, am I a center right liberal? No. Benjamin Botticini is our next caller. Hello, how old are you?
30.
Are you a Trump supporter?
I would say I'm more bisexual in my political views, but for sake of the conversation.
Bisexual? What do you mean? Is that like a joke about you being kind of in the middle, or are you just being like annoying on the show? Is that I don't know if this is
No, I'm saying that. No, I'm saying like my political views are bisexual, so I kind of dabble in both.
Okay. Do you think that Trump's a good president?
I would say I am agnostic to it, but yeah.
I don't think that you should be. He's not following the Constitution, and his character is pretty reprehensible.
Give some examples.
He raped E. Jean Carroll.
Okay. All right. Yep. You're fair enough. All right. Thanks for having me up, man.
What? Okay. Some kind of troll. I'm going to talk to Charles A. Today, maybe we'll solve the mystery. Are there any serious Trump supporters who aren't bigots? I don't know. Hello, Charles. How old are you?
44.
Are you a Trump supporter?
No.
I'll give you 10 seconds if you've got a question or a topic, but I'm just looking for Trump supporters at this point in the show.
I am going to say that I am a Republican progressive.
I don't know what that means.
So I find myself sharing more of the, I guess, current policies with the goals of the DSA versus where my Republican Party went.
Yeah, the issue I have is that the Republican Party's gone regressive. Like, they're not even conservative anymore. So if you've gone the other way and you're a progressive Republican, I regret to inform you that just means you're an establishment Democrat.
No. Like, for instance, I also support like Medicare for all, but for a different reason.
What's that?
It's cheaper than what we pay now.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I support it.
Because then, not only does everybody get the support they wanted or get the healthcare they need, but it actually saves us money. Well,
because for the audience, we could pay the doctors and the hospitals and all the other healthcare staff the same, not pay the insurance companies anything, because instead of having them as a middleman where they're concerned with making profits, we could just have the government as the middleman, where it's like, okay, if it's negative year over year every now and then, that's how the post office works. And then we'd still be paying for it because we actually just pay for the post office. Post office is self-sustaining, but it operates in such a way where if they like lose money for a year, they just owe that money back to the government and they smooth it out over a few years instead of letting themselves go bankrupt, which would be better because insurance companies being concerned about going bankrupt is what causes them to deny claims to protect their profits, which is literally just killing people for money, which you'd think would be illegal, but it's not in 2026. So yeah, like that's one of the angles that we can talk about the value of some sort of government public option for healthcare. So it's a very strong argument for it.
And similar, like I grew up, well, like I'm older, so like I grew up when like Republicans were about like super small government and stuff like that. So absolutely, abortion should be legal because the government should never have a place between me and my doctor, regardless of what I want to do.
Yeah, the more I hear it, I think you just got to realize that the current conservative party is the establishment Democrats. The actual Republicans are fucking regressive. They're like trying to go backwards. They want to take away people's civil rights.
Yeah, no, like I said, the actual like group, the Republican name for me, like it just died. But like even the Democrats don't have or the centrist Democrats don't have a financial restraint to themselves either. And I'm like, nobody's fixing a problem.
Well, a lot of the things I used to complain about conservatives about are now just things I can complain about Democrats as like the current conservatives, which by the way, isn't my quip. That comes from a user, Paradoxical Tolerance. No, he changed his username. His username is Bloomberger now. Bloomberg or something like that. He might show up in the chat. He's a fan of the show. He's a friend of the show. But yeah, I agree with his analysis that like we have these people who are now kind of realizing that they should be calling themselves Democrats because if you don't hate people, if you think that gay people should get married, if you think women should have access to abortion, but like maybe you're like a little more excited about capitalism or like you kind of want to preserve some of that stuff. You have some conservative values when it comes to fiscal policy or that sort of thing, or maybe some foreign policy. Like that is just what an establishment Democrat is these days. I don't necessarily like the label that I get when I shoehorn myself into American politics. It makes me a democratic socialist, which is fucking wrong because Bernie Sanders chose the wrong philosophical label to call himself, given what his platform is. A philosopher would call, or like a political scientist would call him a social democrat, not a democratic socialist, which is technically different. So there's all these like issues of terminology, but I'm not attached to them. I can look at the spectrum and say whichever of these is closest to my platform, whichever one of these labels presents me candidates that I'm willing to vote for, that's what I am, whether I like it or not, which is why strictly within the context of American politics, I'm a democratic socialist, even though I don't really identify all that strongly with the label in terms of my philosophical ideals for what I want for politics for America in the 21st century. But I think you're in that situation where I think if you took the quiz, it would tell you that you're a Democrat.
Right, but I also don't think the like Republican progressive is even on that list anymore.
But
it used to be.
But I feel like because the Republicans to me have become quite like regressive, and then conservative sits somewhere between regressive and progressive. The idea of being both regressive and progressive maybe suggests to me a little cognitive dissonance, or just that you're very misaligned on certain issues or something like that. But to hear you talk about it just now, you just sound like a Democrat, dude.
No, I don't know.
Immigration. That's what the chat wants to know. That's the litmus test. How do you feel about those illegal immigrants?
Like they're fine, perfectly fine.
Democrat, dude. I'm sorry. I hate to break your heart, but
no, hear me out.
I'm trying.
Hear me out. Okay.
Okay.
So like, okay. Yes, there needs to be an easier way to get here. Absolutely. 100%.
What about the ones who are currently here? There's 12 million not properly.
The 12 million that are currently here, right? Overnight. I don't care anymore. This whole thing was handled terribly. Obama did not need to have stormtroopers in the goddamn streets playing fake camo cops to just round up less people.
I'm hearing some very boilerplate establishment Democrat talking points from you, which is fine. Like I'm that's better than being a conservative. I still would consider you in a lot of ways opposition, because people farther left than me think that people who are like more center Democrats, more establishment Democrats are like literal Nazis. I think that's a step too. Well, maybe some of the elected ones, sure, but like the people who vote for him, I think do just like have progressive values and maybe don't realize how broken the system they're participating in is. They need to have their class consciousnness elevated a little bit. I agree with the leftists on all that. I think I'm a little farther left of those establishment Democrats for that reason. But it really does sound to me like you recognize you definitely belong in one of these establishment categories for probably respecting the system, which it seems to me you do. You can correct me if I'm wrong there.
Yeah. No,
but you're pushing the policies of Team Blue across the board, it would seem.
At this point, probably yes.
So here's but this is interesting because we had the first caller today who slurring ran because I called him a bitch and he couldn't handle it, which I think makes him a bitch personally. But that aside, like he had this whole thing about how he supports Trump because he's a Republican, and that to me is cowardly. That's why I called him a bitch in the first place. Like the idea that you're just going to go with whatever the party label says you should go for. But like talking to you, like, are you able to accept the fact that in terms of like, if somebody were to just listen to this conversation with all the political party labels bleeped out and just listen to what you want for the country, they'd be like, yeah, this is an establishment Democrat.
I mean, that's probably where I would land. If that's where I get put, that's where I get put.
I have another caller, Iowa golfer, whom I'm just naming him because the audience knows him, and he's bending over backwards to call himself a Bill Maher Democrat or this or that, and he's kind of in the same boat of like the Republican Party has become so fucked up and insane that it has left behind some more reasonable people like yourself and like Iowa golfer, where maybe we still misalign on some things. Me and that other caller, we do.
And Bill Maher is so bad.
Yeah, he's because basically Bill Maher's like a socially progressive person who is otherwise like kind of a conservative asshole. He just like doesn't hate gay people or anything like that. And I think that like the other caller I'm talking about is kind of in that camp of like there, maybe that used to fit the label of a Republican. Like maybe it used to be compatible with the Republican label to be a little bit more socially liberal, a little bit more progressive in terms of certain government policies, certain welfare policies, that welfare programs, that sort of thing. But we're just in a situation right now where we're like, there's not a word you're telling me that suggests to me you're at all a Republican. Maybe you'd be a Republican 20 years ago, but that's just not what the Republican Party is right now. And we need to have that.
I think that's closer to it. Yeah, because like when I grew up, like, politics wasn't taboo in my house. Like we discussed everything. I was taught at like an early age that it's like super important and that it's not about who the person is, it's what they want to accomplish.
Yeah.
That's how you judge somebody.
Well, right. And the labels just aren't important. Like the labels are a descriptive circle that we draw around a group of people that like work together to accomplish some stuff in the government. And I'm perfectly happy to point out that like in the past they've changed, right? Like JFK really flipped the party labels in such an extreme way that we have to remind people who maybe didn't have as good a public school education as I did that it's the Republicans that ended slavery. Abraham Lincoln was a Republican. He wasn't a conservative, though. It just so happens that in the 1800s, the Republicans were the liberal party in terms of the like actual like political social leanings of the party. Not to mention the fact that through a modern lens, all of the parties in the 1800s were regressive, conservative, fucked up, backwards, racist parties because it was the fucking 1800s. Everybody was fucked up and racist for the most part. I don't think that
it was the social norm then at that point. You can't look at yesterday through today's glasses.
Right. Yeah. So I think I'll wrap the conversation there because I want to get onto some oppositional callers. But I do urge you to detach your feelings from the labels and just really think about who you support. Because I doubt it's Republicans in November. That I'll ask you before I let you go. Who are you voting for?
In November, my state's not up for grabs. So
okay. So that's fair, but I mean, can you recognize that somebody who lives in a state where it matters or has some Senate seats up, like we should be voting for blue people at least in November, just to keep control away from the Trump administration?
I think even right now it depends on the blue person. So like,
I mean, it does, but my question, I just can't think of an example where I think that
if Fetterman's up, I don't think you're voting for Fetterman.
Well, who's the alternative?
I have no idea.
Well, then that matters. Right, like if it's a Trump loyalist, like that's what I'm most concerned about. I don't think the Democrats are going to save us from the system being broken. They're not going to fix the issues with capitalism. They're not going to fix the way that the United States on the global stage is quite fascistic and treats the.
I also sadly, like, I don't think the math works out that blue takes back both House and Senate. I don't think it's there.
The House probably.
I don't think we got I don't think there are 7 seats to take.
I think I'm a little more optimistic for November than a lot of people. I think what's going on is truly unprecedented. I think that, like, honestly, I look at Dean Withers' numbers and the fact that he's growing as fast as he is. I think that there's a big public sentiment shift that's happening. A lot more people are exposed to straightforward content about what's going on right now. And I think that that's going to make a difference in November that the pollsters are having a hard time measuring. And I've kind of announced repeatedly, I'm not even interested in looking at polls until after the primaries, when people really have their sights set on this person versus that person and can start weighing that dilemma. Because it's easy for somebody to say, oh, I'm excited about this candidate, but they don't know what the playing field actually looks like, especially those middle of the road voters who might actually be on the might actually be on the fence between a red and a blue candidate. So I'm excited by the end of the month, by the beginning of September, to really start looking at polling data and start looking at the landscape for November. But I think it's foolish to expect that the sort of things that we can predict about November based on how past elections have gone, we need to weigh that consideration a lot less than we have in the past because of how unprecedented the situation that we're in is.
I don't know. I'm just around a lot of very diehard MAGA people.
Yeah, but there's 350 million people in the country.
Right? No.
Your window to what the landscape for the electorate.
Oh no, I get it, but there's just such this hive mind of everybody gave up their. It doesn't matter how much they suffer as long as somebody else is suffering too, and that's so disheartening. Looking at people who in my own age grew up in the same thing that I went through or that I was in, Yeah. And I'm like, this is not how we were raised. What are we doing?
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the shift I'm talking about. So interesting conversation. Definitely feel free to pop back in if you have, different topics you want to cover, but I'm going to move on to looking for a more oppositional call for right now.
Do you mind if I get a quick comment in?
Sure thing. Go ahead, Raven.
Charles, this is the producer, Raven. I would argue that if your PFP is a GI robot, and I would urge you to consider that GI robot would probably have its programming be engaged for this whole entire administration, and that we vehemently need to oppose that.
I'm not saying I support almost anybody in this administration, but I also
the problem is so large that we have to fight strongly in opposition to it.
Right, but I'm not saying obviously there were Republicans in World War II as well.
Well, that was prior to the party switch, but I think the thing is that the values there are not aligned. Because I think it's the truest patriots among the Republicans who have resigned the name as it's become the Regressive Party, because I think that what the establishment Republicans are doing right now is quite unpatriotic, and it disappoints me to see so many people who support the military or support the oath of the military or support the Constitution, go along with this thing because they're told it's what's important to go along with. Sounds to me like you see some of that writing on the wall, which is why you don't as wholeheartedly identify with your establishment party anymore. But I do just think it's a little deeper than that right now.
Yeah, it's just I still stick with the fiscal conservative and the things like that. Those are still core principal goals for an ideal government. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And working backwards from that kind of stuff. So that's still what I lean on. I haven't I'm not this. If I could vote this time, there's nobody I would vote for in my own state anyway. Everybody's blowing up shit everywhere. So.
But my problem is that we can't address the fact that our system keeps electing people who keep blowing shit up unless we elect some people who aren't going to imprison the people who are talking about that. That is an issue, which I just think that the Republicans want to. So I'll leave it on that to get to the next caller. But interesting call. Like I said, do feel free to pop back in from time to time. Hello? Okay, I'm going to disconnect him. I wanted to give him a chance to say goodbye, but I think maybe he thought I'd already hung up on him. Thank you very much, David, for the $5 on Venmo. David said, a progressive Republican who wants universal health care, which politician are you even able to support on the Republican side with that? Well, that's just the thing. When it comes to if you want those things, yes, the Democrats are bad. They're all bad. We admit that all the time on the show. But if you want those things, the Republicans offer no path to it. The Democrats offer some path to it. Come on. Lucky Phil sent $5 on Buy Me a Coffee to say, nice prompt for scaring the shit out of insecure beta MAGA chuds, and being bisexual is kind of gay. I guess being bisexual is kind of gay. Don't say the last bit will get you in TikTok jail. Nah, I said it. Fuck it. I don't care. I don't know. I feel like my TikTok account is popular. I've gotten to be a little bit looser with certain things, which is why I really urge people to say murder instead of schmurder, and Hitler instead of Schmittler, and rape instead of grape, because I think it's fucking childish that we have to say such things when those are like real important issues to what's going on in America right now. Wish they weren't, but the fact that it's hard to even talk about them on this very popular platform is very upsetting. Cordova Labs sent $2 on YouTube Super Chat to say, to the caller, welcome to the resistance, brother. Yeah, tough shit, buddy. It sounds like you might be on the right side of history. Welcome to the team. Anna Kaniak has been a member for a month over on YouTube Super Chat, so they use their monthly member message to say, apparently I have a free Super Chat, so please listen to Fall by Sensing Agony and the rest of their library, please. You should go listen to the library of Sensing Agony. They just released an EP, and the lead singer of that band is the producer of this show, Jessie. So if you like Jessie's work, if you like the show, you can go support Jessie. There's links in the description under the YouTube video if you're watching this live or after the fact. I let the staff get some links down in the description, and Jessie chose to put band links. So we are going to talk to Steve. He's got no profile picture. We'll see if this is a meaningful call. Oh, we got the husband cop 89, but he's going to have to wait. Steve, how old are you?
56. We talked yesterday, Oscar, right before you had to go to a date.
Oh, that's right. Remind me. It was pretty adversarial, wasn't it?
Well, no, we didn't. I mean, I called in to talk about something specifically, but right before I called in, the lady made a donation that was dying from cancer, and I'm like, that's kind of weird that you accepted that. But anyways,
it was $1, and you were like, you thought it was so fucked up that a person who was like dying of cancer decided to spend $1 on getting their message out, and you were like an asshole about it. I remember. Yeah.
Okay. So, anyways, that's not why I called in, though, to be honest with you.
Okay. What are we talking about today?
Not my concern, how you make your money. So I just wanted, I'm sure you're very well aware of, in the primaries, there's 4 swing states, right? And you need to sweep all 4 of them to get control of the House and the Senate. You know that, right?
Yeah, I've got a spreadsheet up with the things.
So realistically, mathematically, do you really think that you're going to sweep all 4 states?
I'm sorry, dude. Is it impossible for all the swing states to be won in an election? Does that not happen?
Not for you guys. I'm sorry. Well, the thing is, it's the states you're talking about.
Why do you say not for you guys?
Texas, you have no shot. I'm sorry.
You don't think Tellerico has a shot at winning?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm telling you, watch. When the time comes, he'll lose by 8 to 10 points.
I don't think that's a good prediction.
Okay. Well,
I don't have so confident a prediction, but
mark the tape, and I'll call back in November.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying what I said to the previous callers. I think that people who have really firm predictions about what's going to happen in this election aren't considering the unprecedented nature of public sentiment right now. There are some things about public sentiment that have been changed.
Not in Texas, buddy. Not in Texas.
I'm sorry. James Tellerico's polling figures suggest a rapidly changing public sentiment in Texas, and if we extrapolate that far enough into November, I could actually make the prediction that he's going to win.
Right,
I just choose not to because the whole thing is too volatile for me to be assertive like that.
First of all, he's only up 0.5 point, and second of all, in Texas, they've known because they're so far gone conclusion that they win it, they always come in late, always.
Okay, you can say always, but what I'm saying is that we're like facing some unprecedented times, and it's probably irresponsible to suggest that you know what's coming so well that you can make these sort of predictions confidently. I'm not. You say mark the tape as though I'm going to be wrong if Tellerico loses. I'm not sitting here asserting that he's going to win. I'm just saying it's more up in the air than you might suggest. And you've made the clear prediction that he's going to lose by 8 to 10 percentage points. Like you're picking.
Actually, to be honest,
I'm saying red or black, and you're telling me the number on the roulette wheel it's going to land on, dude. Like,
I think you're going to lose all 4.
Which of us is more likely to be right?
Me. You're going to lose all 4. But anyways, I think you'll lose 3.
I don't think you understood what I was pointing out about me just saying that I think it's possible for him to win at all. And for you to make a specific... You're not listening. I'm saying that you're making a specific prediction, 8 to 10 percentage points, and I'm saying that he might win. Which of us stands to look more wrong regardless of the outcome of the election?
Well, I mean, if I say 8 to 10 points and he wins by 3, then yes, I'm still wrong.
Yeah. Right. So you could, so your side could win and you could still be wrong. And because I've said that, and because it's a toss up and I think it's going to be close, I'd still be right if that happened. So I'm just being more careful about my predictions.
And FYI, as usual, Democrats are hurting themselves because that whole Dearborn, Michigan thing, trust me, it's going to start hurting their polls.
Okay.
Because that whole parade and Islam thing, and it does not look good.
Yeah, we could sit here and talk about predictions, and at the end of the day, I'm going to have the same answer to all of them, which is that I think that there's a tide of public sentiment that it's very difficult to measure because the pollsters don't, there are people changing their minds about who they're going to vote for, red or blue, that have never changed their minds about that, and that's very fucking hard for the pollsters to measure because the pollsters are pretty good at measuring the volatility that normally exists in the middle of the political spectrum. But when we have so many people who've been steadfast voters who maybe don't participate in polls, don't answer the phone when a pollster calls them, don't take the survey online or whatever it is, we have a different group of people whose votes are going to affect the actual outcome of the election, who in the past we've been able to expect that those people would just vote by their party lines. And because that's not the case anymore, it just becomes really, really difficult to assess. Also, according to the chat, Tallarico's 5 points ahead as of today, which would suggest that I'm right, that his support is growing.
Okay. Well, we'll agree to disagree and we'll see what happens in November. But my point is to that is let's assume, because it's a strong possibility, let's assume that you don't gain control of the Senate and the House, okay? So then what that means is you obviously won't be able to impeach Trump, okay? Which, of course, that's the whole agenda of the left right now is to impeach Trump and get him out of there.
I'm sorry, that's not the whole agenda of the left. I don't think you watch my show enough. Here's the current polling data as reported by the Texas Tribune, which does show that we have Tallarico ahead by a couple of points.
Right, not 5 points.
2.7.
I said that is it true that the chat reported 5? Let's see. Let's see what happened on the show. This guy Mark was spamming that Tallarico's ahead by 5. I said that the chat said that Tallarico's ahead by 5, and I Googled it, pulled up the Texas Tribune, which is local reporting, which I tend to trust on this sort of thing. And then they showed me a poll out of 1,500 people surveyed, which actually isn't all that many for a survey of this size in Texas.
That's my point.
Right. That's your point is that you want to poke holes in the way that I'm talking about and representing this data when I'm just being utterly transparent and honest about it, and you're making up shit. So you can say, oh, it's not 5, it's 2 points. Oh, it's not 5, it's 2 points. Oh, the polling size. Oscar even pointed out that 1,500 people surveyed isn't that many. But you said that he's 8 or 10 behind, or that he's going to be 8 or 10 behind. So
I said he's going to win by 8 or 10.
Going to be.
Yeah, hey, Husband Cop 89, I need you to be a good little boy and sit and wait your fucking turn. You haven't been on my show in a long time, and I'd love to have you up, but you need to wait your fucking turn or I will disconnect you. It's not how the show works, and you know that. Behave yourself. Anyway, Steve, I think that what you're upset about is like the fact that I can sit here and
what
just...
makes you think I'm upset?
I don't think that you're like emotionally upset. I don't think you're getting elevated. I think that you don't dislike the way that I talk about these polling statistics because I'm just willing to be honest and straightforward about what I think is reasonable. And you're sitting here acting as though this number that he's ahead, according to this particular poll, being 2 instead of 5, is like some sort of dig. When you're sitting here confidently saying that he's going to lose, when the first thing that you said about the first thing that you told me about the factual claims that I made about James Tallarico is I said that he is gaining support. According to the graph on the screen, true or false, is James Tallarico gaining support in Texas?
1,500 people. Oh my God. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Right.
I wish that was a larger polling data. If you want to go find some better polling, are you unwilling to answer the question because the answer makes you look bad?
What's the question? You never asked the question, Oscar.
I said, according to this graph, is James Tallarico gaining or losing support?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
You feel better?
No. Why would I feel better?
I don't know. You wanted an answer so bad to that. I guess.
No, you don't have the capacity to make me feel better. This is not a special call. Okay, you're just another chud who's like kind of obstinate and rude about this stuff that you clearly don't have a good grasp on, even though you live there.
Lock it in. I don't live in Texas. I live in California.
Oh, I thought you said you live in Texas. I must have misheard you. My bad.
Oscar, so when you can't impeach Trump, and he's going to finish out his term.
I don't think it's possible. I mean, we might get an impeachment trial. I don't think it's at all likely that he's going to be convicted and removed. I don't think that.
Well, of course not, because he hasn't done anything wrong. But anyway,
fuck you. No, don't say of course, because you know very well that that's not why I think that. I think it's like not mathematically possible in the Senate, but it's really disingenuous for you to like do this false little, oh yes, I'm glad that we agree that he did nothing wrong. Super disingenuous. It makes you look like a fucking child.
I'm the child. Look who's
Pope
crashing
chuckle.
out.
No, dude, I'm just calling it out. Like, you can call it crashing out. Like, I have to be assertive and speak over you, but I think I'm in pretty good control of the conversation. And if you call that crashing out, I call it projection. I don't think that you like the way that I'm able to handle this conversation with you.
You're projecting, is that what you're saying?
I think so.
Oh,
I think if you tell me I'm crashing out, it's projection. Like, I have to raise my voice sometimes to cut through because you're kind of difficult to talk to. But I'm like, in terms of how my day is going, I'm cool as a cucumber. I do this shit every day, buddy.
Raise my voice at all?
I didn't say that you did. I said that I used raising my voice as a tool to control the conversation because you're doing some disingenuous shit that I don't like in the conversation. So yes, I have to cut through a little bit. But that's not crashing out because it's not emotionally driven. It's just the tool that I'm using in the conversation.
So my question to you is, when you can't impeach Trump and he's going to finish...
Well, I think we'll be able to impeach him. I just don't think we'll be able to convict him.
Right.
If we're going to be careful and technical about our language, Mr. Caring about the percentage points in these polls.
Okay, Oscar, lock it in here, buddy. Let me get to my question. In 2028, don't you think, rather than be worried about us supporting Trump or not supporting Trump as Republicans, you should be more worried about changing Republicans to want to vote for in 2028 for a Democrat, because you're going to be in the same boat when Rubio and Vance come up.
I think that the Trump problem extends beyond him, and I think that if we were to able to get an impeachment, that would be some degree to which we'd have to hold him account. That would show Vance that he's going to get an impeachment trial, at least if he fucks up in the ways that Trump has. As far as what I can do for my country by 2028, what I'm really hoping to do is shift public sentiment in some of the ways that I was describing. I'm not actually all that interested in offering political endorsements. I do, because people ask me and I give my honest answers. People are interested in what my political endorsements are, but I'm not sitting here trying to promote any particular candidate. I'm just trying to teach people empathy, and that people like yourself have to believe a bunch of hateful nonsense to support what the Republicans are doing. For you to sit here and tell me that Trump has done nothing wrong means that you're either an absolute imbecile or a total piece of shit. And I suspect from talking to you that it's a combination of the two. I'd kind of like to find out, but in general, I try to teach people to not be that way.
I'm going to be honest with you. There's a lot of things, especially, I mean, he is not politically correct at all. I mean, we all know he's very brash, and I mean, he says stupid shit. His posting and his social media, I agree 100%. But legally, there's nothing you guys or anybody are going to be able to do.
I think that's completely wrong. I think that he's thoroughly violated the emoluments clause. I think that he regularly files executive orders that are, according to the plain text of the Constitution, completely illegal, which I would consider a high crime and misdemeanor. Unfortunately, in the way that our system works, impeachment is open to interpretation for members of Congress. So they can just decide whether they feel like what he's doing was legal or not legal and just make the determination themselves, in the same way that somebody on the Supreme Court can make a ruling. And if they get the majority, that is what the Constitution says. We have to accept that that's what the interpretation is according to our legal system. So yeah, exactly. So you are agreeing that the Republicans in Congress are loyal. Well, I'm saying that the Republicans in Congress are loyal to Trump instead of the Constitution. So they are lying through their teeth.
They're loyal to the law.
Let me finish my fucking sentence if you want to respond to it. You're not going to look good responding to my argument if you don't listen to it. Let me finish. Will you let me finish? Yes or no?
I'll let you finish. I already know what you're going to say, but I'll let you finish.
Oh, then tell me what I'm going to say.
You already said it, Oscar. You just want to finish.
If you know what I'm going to say, then please show my audience that you have clairvoyance, that you understand my perspective very well. Exactly what was I about to say?
Well, I can't tell you exactly what you're going to say because you probably don't even know.
How about approximately? How about paraphrase what I was about to say if you so confidently know exactly what I was about to say?
That the fucking House and Congress are going to support Trump, and they're not going to hold him liable or have him found guilty of any crimes done. So, but that's my point. My point is that, right, legally, he's done nothing wrong because the Congress and the House are going to say he did nothing wrong. Okay. So legally,
whether we can, like, I can accept your semantic argument that we can say he's done nothing wrong, because he could shoot a child in the face in broad daylight.
Oh
and we're doing a hypothetical track. Listen, he could listen. Show my audience that you have enough fucking brain cells to follow a hypothetical. I'm so sick of people just not being able. I'm trying. I will absolutely be condescending to you if you can't track a hypothetical. If you continue to demonstrate that you're unwilling to or unable to engage intellectually in a political conversation, I will be condescending with you about it. So if you don't want me to be condescending, I need you to try harder in this conversation. If Donald Trump shot a child in the face, announced that he did it as part of his presidential duties. There'd be precedent on the books for him not being able to be charged in a criminal court for executing his office of the president. And if the Republicans in Congress just said, you know what, I don't consider that a high crime or misdemeanor, we shouldn't impeach him for that, you're technically right that according to our legal system, he would have done nothing wrong. But that is one of the things that I think is quite broken about our legal system, is that the president can do something so obviously illegal as that, and the Republicans can just say, nope, I don't think so. Now, he didn't shoot a baby in the face, but he did try to overturn an election, and he did warrant a call for a fucking insurrection on the Capitol, not stop it while it was happening, and then tell the people who did it that they should be on standby. And then when they did get charged for committing that crime, he fucking pardoned them, which is why assholes like Jake Lang come to my fucking city and assault us. I've been assaulted because of somebody that he fucking pardoned. So yeah, I think that he's done some very obviously illegal things. And if you're going to fold your arms and announce that you're in the right because they so cleverly figured out a way in which our system is susceptible to that type of bullshit, congratulations, you're a proud fascist. And we like to shed light on those sorts of people on this show.
So all that came up in the last year and a half. Trump invented that whole legal system. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying he abused some loopholes that the Republicans have spent decades creating precedent and eroding away the rights of the people while bolstering the rights of the billionaire by increasing their ability to influence politics with their money and increasing the rights of the corporation for them to do the same. So there's a long system that's existed since before Trump's political career that is using him as the charismatic center of this fascistic process. But it's all described very clearly in Project 2025. Like, none of this is all that surprising.
Oh, kind of like when Bill Clinton was tried to be impeached and his House and Senate didn't find him guilty of anything.
True or false? Donald Trump is obviously guilty of.
I love how you can cut me off on everything, but I can't fucking.
You brought up a whataboutism. You brought up Bill Clinton. True or false?
Let me finish the whataboutism. And you want me to cut you off? How about you don't fucking... I just let you fucking rant for fucking 2 minutes.
It's my show, and one of the things I do is keep us on topic. So go ahead and tell me in what way you think that Bill Clinton...
We're talking about the fucking system, right? So it's not okay when I bring up the system when Clinton was president?
You have the floor. You are wasting your time.
Okay, so tell me, why is it okay you don't say shit about when Clinton should have been impeached, and you have no problem with that?
I was 4. What? Is why I didn't. What? I was 4 years old.
Okay, but still, it was part of your history. You like to bring up history.
Should I have been out there protesting?
Would you have?
I don't know, dude. I was just excited about the Phantom Menace at the time.
No. If it's the same, if a fucking Democratic president right now did the same thing Clinton did, would you support him?
No, I would. No, I would support the impeachment effort.
You're a liar. But anyways, okay.
Dude, like, you just call me a liar because you want the answer to be something other than it is. I'm perfectly willing.
You're disingenuous.
You don't know, dude. I'm critical. Chat, am I often critical of Democrats? Have I criticized Biden? Have I criticized Obama? Have I criticized Bill Clinton? Let me know in the chat if you think I'm honest about, like, being, like, reasonably
fucking... What did you say bad about Obama?
Like, dude, you're... that he fucking used drones to murder people.
Okay.
I was really critical of Biden for running again. He promised during his first campaign that he wouldn't, that he'd be a one-term president because of his age. That clearly blew up in his fucking face because he felt that the value of having an incumbent candidate for president in 2024 was more valuable than getting somebody younger in there, and he was clearly fucking wrong. Like, yeah, I'm reasonable, dude.
So is your stance that Republicans
Plattner, in Maine, I called for him to step down before he did, and I'm glad that he did, because he had sex allegations against him of the sort that Bill Clinton had.
Oscar.
True or false? You were wrong about me just now.
I don't know, to be honest with you.
No, I need you to be a man if you think that that's an important label. I know it's misogynistic language, but I suspect you're the type of person who cares what a real man is. I need you to man the fuck up and admit you were wrong about me just now. Because if you don't, you're being disingenuous.
I think
no. You said some things about you said some things about me that were obviously false because you just generalized me based on some opinions you have about the left.
If I hooked you up to a lie detector right now and asked you the same question about Bill Clinton, you would fail that test. Yes.
Why? You're just accusing me of lying, even though I'm sitting here disparaging more recent and more politically relevant Democrats than Bill Clinton.
Because your liberal bias would not allow you to.
Then why am I sitting here saying how angry I am at Biden for running again? Why am I sitting here saying how angry I am for Obama? Okay, so how can we have a conversation if I say anything that suggests to you that I'm not a piece of shit that you're just going to call me
you think that about me, don't you?
I'm just going by the things you've said.
Answer my question. Do you think I'm a piece of shit, right?
Yeah, because of things that you've said. You think I'm a piece of shit.
5 minutes.
Yeah, but you think I'm a piece of shit for something that doesn't apply to me. I demonstrated that it doesn't apply to me by disparaging the Democrats in a way that you told me I wouldn't disparage the Democrats in that way. You told me that I wouldn't disparage the Democrats in that way, and then I did it to all of them. Bill Clinton, Obama, and Biden. All of the Democratic presidents in my living memory.
I don't like the things that Trump does.
Yeah, but you don't think he did anything illegal, which makes you a shitty person.
Is he in jail?
I'm sorry. Has everybody who's ever done something illegal in jail for it?
Has he been accused of anything?
Yes.
What?
No, I'm not interested in your sea lining and your gish galloping and moving on to these other questions. Answer my question because you asked me.
I did.
Nope. We are not. You did not answer my question. We will not move on. True or false? True or false? You know that a person didn't do something wrong just because they're not in jail.
Yes, I do know that.
That's wrong. Do you think that every murder has been solved? Do you think every rape has been solved? Do you think every robbery has been solved? So there are people who've done things illegal that aren't in trouble for it.
Correct. Has he been accused of anything?
Stop. We're not moving on. You moved on to that question to run away from the question about him being in jail. We are not moving on from that topic until I'm satisfied as host of the show that you understand that it was a bad argument. If it is the case that knowing that a person isn't in jail isn't enough to say that they didn't do something wrong, why did you ask me that question when I asserted that Trump has done something wrong?
No, you say illegal.
Illegal.
Has he done something
yes,
illegal?
He's done illegal things that I don't think he's in jail for, that he should be in jail for. Why did you tell me that he's not in jail?
What do you believe he's done that's illegal?
You're not answering my question. I'm going to force you to be willing.
Specifically, what are you talking about?
Listen, I said that I think that Trump has done illegal things. You said, well, he's not in jail. And then about 30 seconds later, I got you to admit that somebody not being in jail isn't good enough evidence of them not having done something illegal, because there's lots of people who've done horribly awful illegal things. There are serial killers who aren't in jail for what they did. So true or false, you made a bad argument against the claim.
Can we move on?
Yes, now we can move on. What's your next question?
Has he ever been accused of a crime?
Many.
Name me one.
Well, I will just point out that he's a convicted felon. He was accused of 34 felonies and convicted. His sentence just didn't happen to involve any prison time.
Okay. So a paperwork error, that's all you got?
No. If it was a paperwork error, he wouldn't have been convicted 34 times.
It was a paperwork error, and the reason why it was a fucking felony is because politically it was in their best agenda. They made it a fucking felony, which had never been a felony before that.
I'm sorry, you're moving the goalpost yet again. Your question was, has he ever been accused of a crime? And I think the fact that he was convicted of 34 of them is pretty good evidence that he was accused of 34 crimes.
Right now, has he been? Okay, you guys call him a pedo. Has he been accused of being a pedo?
Yeah.
Oh my God!
By Jane Doe number 4. Jane Doe number 4. Her name has not been released because she's one of the protected victims. She was able to successfully sue the Epstein estate because of what he did to her. So she was able to get a payout from a civil litigation because she was able to.
Disingenuous.
I'm sorry. No. I'm not done explaining to you the nature.
I don't give a fuck. You're lying.
You asked for an accusation.
You're lying.
Do you want to see the Epstein files? Do you want to look at?
Show it to me.
I'll do it right now.
Tell me where she mentioned him.
Okay. Now, before I show it on the screen, which I am going to do in just a moment, I am going to finish explaining to it, because the moment I had a good example of him doing exactly what you asked, or a good example of exactly what you asked for, which is an accusation against him, you started interrupting me. Listen, shut your fucking mouth. I'm not done talking, young man. You need to sit the fuck down and listen. I am not interested in you talking over me when I answer your questions. And the husband cop 89, it's also not your fucking turn. I don't use the mute button on my show. If you want to run away from the evidence about Jane Doe number 4, you can hit the run button, you small child. I don't respect you one fucking bit. I don't need to show you respect. You need to show me respect if you want respect from me. This is my show. You're behaving like an insolent child. You asked for an accusation. I started talking about Jane Doe number 4. I am telling you why when you fucking interrupted me. I will kick you in 10 seconds if you don't shut your fucking mouth. 5 seconds.
4, 3, 2, 1. I don't give a fuck, bro.
Steve ran because Steve's a little bitch. Jane Doe number 4. Dan Goldman on YouTube has a good video about it. He's one of our representatives who presented that evidence on the House floor. Steve, if you want to come back and try again later, you can show that you're not a fucking child. But if you want to be treated with respect on my show, you need to treat me with respect. And if you start yelling at me when I offer the information that you've asked for, I will start yelling at you too. Husband Cop 89, you are not invited to speak yet, you insolent man-child. It is not your turn yet. I know you're excited about being back on my show. I know it's been a long time, but you need to wait a little bit longer because I need to remind people that there's a link tree in the bio where if they want to support the show, they can do that for free by following me on any of the other platforms, including the backup account that's underneath this asshole right here. Like, there's this little asshole square. Below the little asshole square, there's another me square. Click that one. Make sure you're following that account. I appreciate that. It really does help out the show for free. Husband Cop 89, there's no reason you should be unmuted. I do not want to hear as much as your background noise until I invite you to speak. If you want to stay on my show, dude, quit unmuting the moment I mute you. You will be banned from the show forever. It's been months since I've listened to your insolent man-child approach to politics. I'm excited for it, but you need to fucking wait. You need to show that you have manners. Anyway, if you want to support the show materially, in the link tree in the bio, you can also find my Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon. If you are international, Buy Me a Coffee will work for you. Melanie chose to send me $5 on Venmo with the message, Steve is disingenuous and clearly projecting. He won't apologize because he's in a cult. Yeah, and he can't handle being called a child. That nukes otherwise interesting conversation because he's a child. Because he's like, it's self-evident. It's hilarious that if you want to prove that these chuds are bitches, all you have to do is call them a bitch and they throw a fucking temper tantrum. There you go. Quit being a bitch. Grow the fuck up. The president's a rapist. You should be able to handle some fucking soy boy on the internet calling you a name. Get the fuck over yourself. Not Taz sent me a buck to say, this the dip guest fails to understand Democrats voted to impeach Clinton where Republicans haven't done the same to Trump. They are afraid to go against him. Yeah, I was willing to get into that, but he just kept fucking digging the hole deeper on running away from it by moving on to the next thing before we even covered it, because that guy didn't like one bit that I had confident answers to the things he was bringing to me. Lucky Phil sent me $2 on Buy Me a Coffee to say, oh, brother, this guy stinks. And then he also sent me another $2 to say, condescending. That time Trump came down the golden escalator. It's late. You're getting bad puns. Oh, Lucky Phil, get a rest. And then over on YouTube Super Chat, Anacaniac sent me $2 to say, just popped in, absolutely loving this prompt. Yeah, it's a good one. And then Blaze has been a member for a month, so he used his monthly member tongue-tied. He used his monthly member message to say, everyone make sure to share Oscar's socials around. Your debate teach approach has really resonated with me. You are awesome. Thank you. I appreciate you. And I'm glad you're a member over on YouTube. That means you get to be in the members only stream, which is happening tonight after the evening show, which is on YouTube only at 7 p.m. Central Time. So make sure you're following me on YouTube, where you can also watch the show after the fact. Vito Blaze sent $5 to say it's wild that this guy's wasted before noon. Sad. I agree. That is sad. Anyway, get double tapping away on the screen to keep new viewership in here, and we're going to finally give the floor to the husband Cop 89, who I will remind still has to tell me how old he is, because it's been a while since he's been on the show. Now it is your turn to speak. And his ass is teacupped. He's not even here. There he is.
What's up, Oscar?
How old are you?
I'm 44.
Okay, what are we talking about today?
I was wondering if the Savannah Hernandez video is still your #1 viewed video.
It never was.
But it is on Instagram.
No, it isn't.
Now, why are we lying, Oscar?
It's my most
Did you care about her when you recorded your friends beating her up?
Hold on, what is my most...
Did you care about her?
I'm sorry, why are you saying this one video that was never my most viewed video was my most viewed video?
Did you care about her when you recorded your friends beating her up and not stopping them?
No, she's a Nazi. But I don't think the violence is good.
You're okay with...
No, you're gonna do the thing where you ask me...
Is that what you said?
No, shut your fucking mouth and listen. I'm not interested in you hearing an answer to my question and then concluding something else. It's probably good for the...
He stated he didn't care because she was a Nazi.
No, I don't care about her. Fuck her. No, not one bit.
So you're okay with her getting beat up because she differs in your views?
No, that's not what I said. I don't think
that's what you just said. You said I don't care.
I didn't say that. You can put those words in my.
Nazi.
Yeah, I don't care about her.
Said, Oscar.
I care.
Thanks, Oscar. If they don't believe in you, you're okay with them being violence against them. Got it. Thanks, Oscar. That's all I need.
Chat, did I say that? Yes or no? Just give me a yes or no in the chat.
Run to the chat.
I'm just farming engagement so more people see whatever's about to happen between us. I don't actually care about the answer.
I know you don't care.
Yeah.
Because, again, you're okay with people beating up other people that don't agree with your views.
I didn't say that. That's not what
you just said. No. I don't care that she got beat up because she's a Nazi.
Are you interested in hearing what I think about it, Savannah Hernandez? Or are you just going to yell things at me?
We're hoping that she sues you so we can all laugh and watch your little
I'm sorry. The question was, are you interested in my thoughts on Savannah Hernandez, or are you just here to yell? Because if you're just here to yell, you can go make a video of you yelling and put it on your own social media. You don't need to be here for that.
Well, we already got 2 videos of us dog walking you when you were starting.
Okay.
We got them posted there.
Okay.
Simple fact check is easy to defeat you.
Okay.
Hey, do you still think 340 million people can vote?
No, I just say there's 340. What, did I misspeak once and say 340 million voters instead of 340 million residents? Is that what you've got on me?
I actually asked you 3 times. You kept saying, well, Trump only got 20% of the votes over and over and over again.
Well, if we're going to judge how many... If we're going to judge how many people support Trump by how many people voted, I would say that that's unfair because there's lots of people who either support or don't support him who can't vote. So that would be reasonable, but that's like 20%.
So it's only 20% of the people, only 20% voted for him?
I mean, the question...
Do you still believe in that?
Roughly 25% of the people in the country voted for him. That's mathematically accurate.
How? Can you give us that math?
I'm going to divide 370 by, or 80 million, whatever it is, by 340 million. 80 divided by 340.
So 340 people can vote in this country?
I'm sorry. Are you bad enough at math that you don't realize that 80 divided...
340 people vote?
I'm sorry.
Yes or no?
No. I didn't say they could.
So why would you divide it by the whole population?
I'm answering. Can I explain that?
How can you vote
I'm
for
answering.
the whole population?
Can I explain? I'm trying to explain...
I guess a 1-year can vote now,
Excuse
guys.
me. I'm trying to explain. I never said that many people can vote.
Then why would you divide it by the total population?
Because the question was, of the people who live in this country, how many of them voted for Trump? And it's about 20 to 25%.
That's not what I said. I said, how did voters do 20%?
It was
how did only 20%
among people who did vote, it was closer to 50%, and among eligible voters, it was closer to a third.
Then how is it 2025?
20 to 25 of the total population.
But the total population can't vote.
Okay, that's why there's different answers if that's a different question.
But that's what I just asked. You said once again yes, and then you try to do the mathematics against total population.
Whichever question it is, I'm capable of doing that.
I know whatever question. It's just a simple question. See how I said simple research proves you wrong very easily? Oscar,
what have I said that's wrong? What have I said that's wrong?
Once again, you said 20% of the population.
What have I said that was wrong?
But it's voters, because
it is true. It is true that 20 to 20.
It is not true.
The statement, did 20 to 25% of the population vote for Trump?
Nobody said that.
Okay, but that's what you're telling me.
Only you said that because you're trying to prove a point that's wrong.
Okay, hold on. I'm just going to read some donations while you calm down. Thank you, Lisa, for the $5. MAGA are the biggest hypocrites on the planet.
Run, Oscar,
I'm not running anywhere, dude. It's like, what are you even talking to me about? This is why I don't have you up very often.
Easy. It's still so easy to dog walk you with simple...
About what? What even was the claim?
Oh my God.
Paul says for $2, Nazi ideology is inherently violent, so they can't complain about violence against themselves. It's what they support. I do think there's a halfway decent argument there. I bet that would upset husband Cop 89.
Anybody that disagrees with you, you're okay with them getting beat up.
That's
so
false.
You can record it.
I don't agree with that.
So you can record it.
I don't agree with that.
You did it against Savannah
in the video. I broke up the fight. I put my hands on...
Didn't.
Who did I put my hands on in the video?
No, you didn't.
Who did I put my hands on in the video?
Who did you, Oscar? Please tell us.
You only speak in basic direct facts. Who in the video did I put my hands on?
Please, Oscar, tell me.
I'm sorry. You seem to be an expert on what happened with me and Savannah Hernandez. Who in the video...
Did you record your friends beating her up and post it on your Instagram?
I did. That did happen 100%. My friends were beating her up, and I did film it. That did happen. That's not false.
And then you got on this little live saying it's okay.
Who in the video did I put my hands on?
Then you said it's okay.
Who in the video did I put my hands on?
Who did you, Oscar?
Who in the video did I put...
Was it the mother? Was it the daughter?
Both of them.
Which one?
Not the daughter. It was the father and the mother. I put my hands on both of them.
Well, why'd you not protect Savannah Hernandez?
I put my hands on the mother and the father to stop them from assaulting her.
That's not what we saw, but hey, go ahead, Oscar.
Republicans seem to have this thing where they watch a video and they say that something happened in it that didn't. So yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, we also don't promote violence, but hey, here we are.
I don't. That's why I stopped.
You just said you did
in the video.
You just said because she's a Nazi, it's okay for her to get beat up.
I never said that. I said that I don't care.
What you said, Oscar.
That's not what I said. What I said is I don't personally care. I don't grieve the fact that she got beat up. That doesn't hurt my feelings.
That she got beat up because of different views.
I'm sad that she got beat up from different views.
Oh, now you're sad.
Right.
But you didn't care. You didn't care about 3 seconds ago. Now you're sad.
Stop interrupting me. Do you think it makes you look good in the conversation?
I think it makes you look ignorant.
Allow me to explain.
Again,
There's
you
this
wanna
little
promote
disconnect
this
that we're having
nice
about how much I
serenity.
care about what happened to Savannah Hernandez.
This
Can
nice
you let me
serenity,
explain what the difference between
But it's
these?
okay for people that don't
Excuse
agree
me.
with Oscar to get
Are you
beat
at
up.
all interested in hearing what I have to say?
Yes, Oscar. We love posting videos.
I do not care about Savannah Hernandez. She is a shitty person. It does not hurt my feelings if anything bad befalls her because she sucks and she is making the country worse. She's supporting fascism. She's supporting the actions of Turning Point USA. She's a monster. She is a supervillain. She's somebody who's going to be reviewed by history textbooks as one of the propagandists that contributed to this thing. So I don't personally care what happens to her. But I think that political violence is really bad, and I don't want to live in a country where people are attacked for their views. That's really bad. So because of that belief, I think what happened to her is very, very bad.
That was a great pivot, Oscar.
That's just how I feel about it. And also,
That's not what you just
that's
said
why
literally 2 minutes
that's
ago.
why in the video I stopped Chris Ostrusko and Desiree Ostrusko from continuing to assault her. I don't think I put my hands on Paige though. I think my buddy Derek, who I was there filming with, did put his hands on Paige. He grabbed her and tried to stop her from punching Savannah Hernandez, but I was busy with the mother and the father. So again, people can go watch the video themselves. But like, why would I, like, if your perspective of me is an accurate one, why did I put my hands on them?
Because I don't believe you did. I think you welcomed it and you were too close to videotape it. That's all you cared about.
So after the first struggle, after the I can't listen. After the first,
you could be a
excuse me.
YouTuber
You're
instead of
saying
a
I can't show the
part-time-
footage because it's violent on TikTok, but in the
I
footage,
thought you don't care about that. I thought you don't care.
I care.
You're too big now, Oscar.
Well,
you're too big.
I still have to
You
obey.
can say and do whatever you want, Oscar. I thought that's how you live your life.
Keep or kick, chat. Like, he's not letting me talk.
Run, Oscar,
I don't use the mute button.
Run,
How
Oscar.
about, dude? You're not letting me answer the questions that you are asking me. He ran.
He was like a dog chasing his own tail while you were standing there holding the leash.
I can't believe we didn't have that account blocked. He's not serious. He's like, that's fundamentally what it is. The guy's not a serious caller. There's no, like, you know, the fact that he wants to drive traffic to that video is hilarious because go watch it. Like, I probably am going to get sued by Savannah Hernandez. Her lawyers have sent me some threatening letters about like maintaining evidence and stuff like that. Like we talk about it a lot on the show. But like, yeah, that's a guy who's going to call me violent and say that I didn't put my hands on those people, stopping them. Fucking Raven, you were there.
Yeah, I was standing right behind you when you put your hands on Chris.
You know, the only thing they have on me is that there's a couple moments in the video where I could have like stopped more violence than I did. But anybody who judges the way I behaved in that fight hasn't been in a fucking fight and doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. I used to have a job breaking up fights in like the mosh pit at shows. So like, it's something I have some professional experience doing. And like, if you think that I'm supposed to catch every punch in a parking lot scrap, that's fucking insane. I caught a bunch of them. Like, there were other people helping. Like it's like you and me and your wife Sam and Derek and like Ian was Ian wasn't in there? No, he was only involved earlier. There was like half a dozen of us that are responsible for the fact that she didn't get fucking dismembered by that crowd. But I guess that makes us violent.
I was also trying to de-escalate before it even went to fighting.
That was what really earned your respect with me, was when I was reviewing my own footage of that altercation, and I thought I had just met you, so I was like thinking, holy shit, like look at this girl Raven. Like 20 minutes before the fight, I could see in your body language that you sensed the escalation coming, and you were trying to stand between people. You were advising people to not get in her personal space. You were standing like this, like between her and some people who were yelling at her. Like, you really stood out to me as somebody who was like from very early on trying to avoid that violence. But yeah, now the FBI's after us, and the husband cop 89 thinks that that's fun because he's a fascist monster who like, he wants me to suffer. Like, he wants me to go to prison. He wants me to lose my rights. But I don't want him to lose his rights. Like, he's a piece of fucking garbage. But I don't want government men to come take him and come fuck with his life, because I'm not a piece of garbage. And I don't want that for the opposition, because I think people like him are just like mostly drinking the Kool-Aid. But caller yells run while running, according to Lucky Phil, or something like that. Let's see the rest of this message. Caller yells run while taking up the whole call, not letting Oskar say anything without constant verbal diarrhea. Dude, shut the fuck up. You look like a clown. And he ran because he was continuing to look like a clown. Anyway, over on YouTube Super Chat, we got Absolute AGR for $2. Caller would have a great Plaza Hotel employee. Would have been a great Plaza Hotel employee. I don't get the joke. Do you get the joke?
Plaza Hotel must be pop culture of some sort.
Sad that this is a 44-year-old, not the best of the millennials, says Tavi for $5. Yeah. Goblin bags for $5. Crying alt-right tantrums brought to you by the Bathroom Robes. Bathroom Robes. Oh, wait, hold on. I always forget that I have to do Goblin Bags' donations in like a 40s announcer voice. Crying alt-right tantrums brought to you by Bathroom Robes. Bathroom Robes. Keep your weenie from accidentally touching the cold sink. Bathroom Robes. I'm kind of loving the bit. Thank you, Goblin Bags. His donations are more fun to read than a lot of other people's. Learn a thing or two from Goblin Bags. I read the donations for the donors, of course, but we can have fun also. Mike sent $2 on Venmo to say, Enzo is in your chat. Can you ask him if there can be 2 lanes on a one-way road for me? Sure. Enzo, can there be 2 lanes on a one-lane road? Solving some beef in the chat, I suppose. Anyway, we're going to talk to If by Kipling and see what he has to say. We're going to see if he's capable of having a conversation like a big boy.
By the way, GFT was back in the queue. You can come back up, but we just, obviously, you gotta wait.
Yeah, no slurs. How old are you? Hello? Goodbye. Emmett, 15K0. Hello.
Yo.
How old are you?
Does that matter?
Yes.
Like, am I not allowed to join?
If you're not 18.
Alright, shoot. Have a good day, man. Kick me from the...
Yeah, not quite. When past your 18th birthday, you can get in the discourse space on TikTok, but it is against TOS. And personally, I think even without TOS, I probably would have an 18-year-old only policy. Maybe, I don't know. Like, I could almost imagine, it's so touchy, like talking about politics with kids.
I feel like talking about like rape and stuff with kids
I would leave that topic out of it, like, because that's the thing. It's like I could almost do a different version of the show that was for kids, and it'd be like only high school teacher mode. But even that's still just like touchy because we're talking about stuff. You can say like don't talk to children, but like I just got done being a high school teacher where it was my job to educate children, and I had to leave politics out of it, of course. Obviously, very important for the educational environment that it's like separate in that sense. But yeah, there is a question of like during such politically difficult times, like how do you talk to young people about what's going on? Right. I was always worried when I was being a bodyguard during Metro Surge, when I was doing security for students who were trying to get to school and to their after school programs and stuff. I was always worried they were going to ask me about what I was doing, why I was there, like ask me what I thought about Metro Surge, because it's like, how do you not talk about politics when what you're doing is being a bodyguard to protect kids from ICE agents during Metro Surge? Mm-hmm. Didn't come up. They were so strong, those kids. I'm really proud of my kids. They were like, I don't know. They faced it with a lot of grace. And I even though I knew sometimes it was alluded to that it was hard on them. God, Jaden is so impatient in the chat.
Why don't they just come up?
I don't know. Pixie P3. Lots of opposition in the chat. Lots of cowards. Lot of big feelings in the chat. No big interlocutors in the queue. Hello. Did you mean to join? Don't think they meant to join. Somebody's asking if I'm on YouTube too. I am. I'm live on both at the moment, and the show gets uploaded to YouTube after the fact. So if you want to listen to old episodes or some of the better episodes, I feel like we've got 112 episodes now. I feel like I should curate a list of like my 10 favorite. It's like got to throw the leftist episode in there, got to have the rape episode in there. Trigger warning on episode 15. That's the rape episode. We did catch that rapist though. We're gonna talk to.
We should have the protecting kids rant in there.
Oh yeah, the crash out. Yeah. The butt stuff episode is a good one. Everybody loves the butt stuff episode.
That's a fun one.
That one's titled Mom Skip This Episode. We're going to talk to Lysaul. Hello.
Hey, what's up, Oskar?
Doing all right. How old are you?
I'm 24.
Okay. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Why is that?
I support Trump so much that I was thinking about driving by your house and throwing cherry bombs at your window.
Oh, that sounds illegal. Why would you do that?
What do you mean?
Why would you do that?
Because it's fun.
What's fun about it?
Me disturbing your peace.
Oh. Aren't you concerned that like cherry bombs could break my window or like cause some harm or something?
Well, that depends. Do you have infants in the house?
I have pets.
Fuck them pets.
Yeah, fuck those pets. What do you think of Scout here?
Yeah, throw a cherry bomb at him.
Her.
Oh, sorry. Misgendered your cat.
Yeah, that's a big offense here.
Oscar, do you have BBC?
What?
You can be honest with me or not. Like, do you have BBC or no?
Are we talking about big black cock?
That's exactly what we're talking about, Oscar.
You asking me if I have a big black cock?
Yeah.
No.
Is it above 7 inches?
Thereabout.
Up there about? Okay.
A little more than 7, I think.
You look like a 7 kind of guy. You look like you're packing like a solid, like maybe a 6.8 at most.
Okay.
Maybe some girth on there.
Why do you care? Is that interesting to you? Or do you want to go on a date? I think this is informative for people. Like, this is pretty representative of what a Trump supporter is like these days. You want to harm animals. You're interested in my genitals. That about covers it, right?
I do think the call quality would improve if he stepped out of the closet a little bit.
Yeah. That would help.
Well, I already said that Oscar has a BBC, so...
I just don't know why that is a thing that you chose to spend your time saying. I don't really get the joke. Is it funny to you to suggest that?
I don't know.
What do you know? What are I wonder what people like you are like in real life. Because you don't...
Oh, I would say... No,
think you're like this in real life. I don't think that you talk to other people like this.
It depends on who I'm talking to.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm talking to you, for example... I'll just say whatever the fuck comes to my mind. I don't really care.
Yeah, you're definitely not going to turn your camera on for me, right?
What would that prove?
That you are the type of person who wants to associate the way that you behave with me with who you are in real life.
Oscar, that doesn't prove anything. All right? That doesn't prove anything.
I think it would prove lots. I mean, but you've already committed a crime. You've already said that you want to come to my house and harm me.
I didn't say that. I said I was going to throw cherry bombs at your house.
Is that a legal thing to do?
Yeah.
I don't think it is legal to throw cherry bombs at somebody's home.
No?
No, I don't think so.
You got to report me then.
Yeah, but you're not going to turn your camera on. So, I mean, we'll see. Well, I mean, the TikTok TOS is like the support team is actually really responsive when crimes have been committed. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, because a crime has been committed.
They're just... Yeah, they're like when you cross that line, you get a much faster response from TikTok support in terms of them elevating it. But
yeah, bro, I crossed that line. You're right, Oscar. You got to report me to TikTok violating their TOS.
Well, it's not like they actually like don't really do much about TOS violations other than ban people. It's the law breaking that they're really fucking strict on. Like that actually gives you human attention pretty quickly when you call in. I don't know if that's true for smaller channels. I'm not a small channel anymore. I have like a direct line to support these days, which is nice.
You could contact that direct line of support, and I don't think that they're going to take much decisive action on my BBC.
Okay.
Just doing it for you?
I don't know. Chat, let me know.
My name's Oscar, too. I'm black, though. I'm not like you.
I didn't think you expected to have the floor this long, and I think you're out of material.
Flounders and chat.
I'm not out of lotion.
Okay.
I'm stroking my shit right now, Oscar.
See, now I have to kick you for that. Discord, give me the username. We'll get that dealt with later. Tavi, thank you for the $2. Come on over to YouTube. It's okay. I can get the username. It's in the fucking. If somebody on Discord doesn't have it, I'll get it through the.
It's in the timestamps.
Cool. Anyway, Tommy Badier, thank you for the $2. Come on over to YouTube. It's fun over here. Yeah. And then Thurs became a member over on YouTube. They get to be the members only stream tonight. Hang out, answer questions, that sort of thing. That sounds fun. Lance sent $2 to say, dude's on Grindr. Yeah. He's in love with me. He wanted to know everything about my genitals. Tim Davidson sent $2 to say, or $5 to say, Lysaul is so far in the closet, he's finding Christmas presents in Narnia. Very funny. Celestial Darkness sent $2 to say, zip his pants when you're done, collar. What is the upset? Like, they just like come in and they think that I'm gonna be like, do they think they're gonna make me uncomfortable? Like, fucking come on, dude.
I feel like they think you look breedable and submissive, only to find out that you are actually not.
Paul sent $2 to say, how big, guest says, how big is it? Oscar, I don't know. I haven't measured in a while. Let me grab a yardstick. Funny. Small dick energy. Calling into someone's show and asking about their dick size. Real small dick energy, just for the record on that one. For $5, Joelle says, can I have a date? And then the heart eyes emoji. I'm sorry, I have a girlfriend. So no, you can't have a date, but I appreciate you very much. Like, I can't have a date either. But he probably also can't have a TikTok account either, because he threatened me and said that he was touching himself on live, which both of which are things that TikTok's really not about. Anyway, thanks for the gifts, everybody. Appreciate you. We're gonna talk to Wolf39 US. We're gonna see, was GRT, was he the guy who Slurn ran earlier?
GFT, yeah.
Yeah, I might go to him next. I'm curious for how he's gonna try again. Hey, Wolf, how old are you?
I'm 40.
Are you a Trump supporter?
I am not. I just have a question for you, if that's okay.
Yeah. I'll give you 10 seconds to get your question out before I move on.
Sure, not a problem. How do you go about navigating MAGA relationship with, or I should say, how do you go about navigating family members who are MAGA, who are very, very much so MAGA? Dealing with the things that they say or subjects that you might have to navigate. Like, do you have any family members like that?
I don't. Like, I get that question a lot, and I wish I could be the guy to like drop a bunch of wisdom on that, but it's so not something that I deal with. I grew up in a really progressive environment. Kind of why a lot of these more like ethical considerations got burned into me when I was super young, and why I was able to spend so much of my life getting educated about the world through that lens of empathy for other humans. So I have a very fucking hard time even imagining what it must be like to deal with that. I think that, like, in general, I can compartmentalize, or I can advise you to compartmentalize the relationship. There are people I interact with who are mad at me about my politics, who I'm very comfortable just saying, like, hey, you know how I feel about my politics. If we get into it, like, it is just going to be an argument. I don't think that's constructive right now. I think we should just sit at this table and have this beer. I'm thinking about
that's kind of what happens. Like I go to my mother's house and she's got, a Newsmax or Fox News, and be like, can we turn this off so we don't have to talk about stuff like that? Or and like even something as simple as like talking about, I don't know, gas prices or oil prices is going to trigger, oh, well, that's Biden, or, that's the Democrats or something like that. And then you have to try and like push your conversation away from that just to maintain some sort of relationship with your mother or your father or whoever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So with that, I'll let you go, but I wish I had better advice for you. I don't. I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
Appreciate your time anyway. All right. Let's see if GRT Looksee has calmed down. I triggered him earlier in the show.
All right. Yeah, man. I didn't know you can't say slurs.
Yeah, so no slurs. But just to remind everybody what happened, you said that you support Trump because you're a Republican. And I said that it's pretty, I forget exactly how I laid it up, but I think it's pretty reprehensible to support a candidate just because they're the candidate for your party. Because if my party put up a candidate who was like obviously a bad...
But you said you weren't Democrat, though.
Yeah, right. So, and that's why I don't consider myself a Democrat in the way that you consider yourself a Republican. When I say my party, it's like, yeah, I can admit that it's like the one I end up having to vote for. But I'm not sitting here being like, I'm a Democrat. We should all be Democrats. The Democrat Party's the way. No, that's not the way I feel.
Well, I didn't say that either. But if all Republican members agreed, this is the candidate that represents us, I think you as a Republican should support that member with anything, with any political party.
See, that's nonsense. That causes you to potentially become one of those sheep that the people in your party tend to be so concerned about. The idea
I don't think I'm sheep, man.
You just described that because your party put up a candidate, you should follow them regardless of who they are. How is that?
I didn't say that.
I
said that
don't think you know what a sheep is when people say that when people call each other sheep. I don't think you know what that means if you think
I do know what that means, man. Can I speak?
Sure.
Okay. So I support the Republican, the Republican Party winner because I'm a Republican. And can I explain that? I'll explain. I support him because I think that he best represents our views, and we're a democracy, right? So if we all democratically pick this guy, then I think that we should stick by with him.
Yeah, I think that's an un-American perspective on politics.
How's that un-American? How's that un-American?
Right. But the whole point of democracy is that you are supposed to speak out about your views. You're not supposed to look like democracy doesn't work by the majority changing the mind of all the people who disagree with them.
Democracy is literally using the majority. And I'm sorry, we're not a democracy, we're a republic technically. But
if everybody thought like you, then everybody would say, oh, we decided that Trump is the president or that the Republicans should be in control. Therefore, henceforth and forever, always, we're all just going to agree with the democracy. And then there'll be Republicans who support Trump forever. And that's fucking nonsense. We're supposed to have our own
But I'm not
views.
saying that you can't support Trump just because he's a Republican winner. I support him because he's a Republican winner and because I think he best represents our views and ideals.
That might be the case. It does seem to me that there are a lot of Republicans who want rapists and people who've done horrible things to children to not get caught. I think that a lot of people...
Wait, can I say rapists and pedophiles?
Yeah.
Okay, then how is he a rapist? If he was a rapist, why did ABC have to pay him for calling him a rapist?
Because ABC made the mistake of misspeaking about exactly what happened in the courts. Because
No, you said he was a rapist. They called him a rapist, and so he sued and he won.
That's not what they said. They didn't see.
They called him a rapist.
False.
You can. No, it's not false.
Are you going to let me talk? Every person who has been sued by Trump for calling him a rapist has had their case thrown out because he is a rapist. George Stephanopoulos, let me explain. George Stephanopoulos, who works for ABC, didn't say that he's a rapist. He said that he was found civilly liable of raping E. Jean Carroll. And according to the jury verdict form, according to that case, he was not found civilly liable of raping her. He was found civilly liable of sexually abusing her by doing a crime that at the time, the state of New York didn't define as rape. They have since updated that, and I think any reasonable person, including yourself, would want it to be called a rape. If somebody like me, for example, put my fingers inside you without your permission, I don't think you'd like it, and I don't think you'd like people saying that I wasn't a rapist for doing it. But you are wrong when you say that ABC was successfully sued for calling him a rapist. That is matter-of-factly not at all what happened.
That is what happened, though.
You're teacupped when you leave the app. I can't hear you. But that is.
Oh, sorry.
But everything I just said was right.
Can you look it up? Can you just look it up, like a ABC Trump rape case or whatever? Because
they settled, by the way.
It was a host or a guest. I think it was a host saying he raped
George Stephanopoulos. Yes, I'm aware of the case. He said that he was found civilly liable of raping her. That's technically legally false for the reason I just described. You know what, dude?
No. Let me. We can move on. I don't want to get kicked out. Let's talk about another thing. Earlier, you mentioned that you don't care about people, getting hurt because they're taking away freedom or they're ruining America.
That doesn't sound like anything I've ever said. What the fuck are you
just
talking
did that.
about?
I have a screen recording when you were arguing with the dad. You were saying, you were putting your hands on a lady.
Just to be clear, you never need a screen recording of my show. The entire thing is posted to YouTube in its entirety, unless people.
Okay, I just want a screen record, man.
It's all there.
I don't want.
I'm transparent.
Okay, but I
am often very wrong.
Dude,
just let me get a whole fucking sentence out so people don't think you're an insolent man-child. It'll help your case if you're trying.
How am I? You talk this whole time. It's your show.
I'm just letting you know that I'm transparent. I'm sometimes badly wrong on the show. I make mistakes. I'm only human. They're all there on my YouTube for people to find.
I'm not saying you can't make mistakes, man.
Okay. So what are we moving on? Because you wanted to run away from this litigation issue?
Run away. I'm saying
that I'm clearly more knowledgeable about the suits against Trump for calling him a rapist, and you didn't like that I knew more about the case.
You were gonna block me like a bitch for saying that someone called him a rapist. He successfully sued because he was
I'm not going to block you for that.
Not a rapist.
People bring that bullshit claim to me all the time. Why would I block you for that? I was sitting here facing it head on, and you ran away from it.
Okay, then fine. Okay, fine. Can we talk about E. Jean Carroll saying her favorite show was Survivor?
What does that have to do with fucking anything?
Why would her favorite show be by her rapist? If if you look, you can look at this up. Jean Carroll Facebook post. She says her favorite show is Survivor. Why would her favorite show be by the man that raped her? Why would she
did Trump work on
weekly
Survivor?
go to a show to her rapist?
Was Trump involved with the show Survivor?
Oh, I'm sorry. The Apprentice. I'm sorry. Get those confused.
Oh, okay. Did she say that?
Yeah, she said that. You can look it up. Jean Carroll Facebook.
That's new.
I love The Apprentice. Sorry.
Okay. I mean, I don't think that makes Trump not a rapist. That'd probably be peculiar if she thinks that. Like, if that is true, it doesn't. I'm Googling. Jean Carroll likes The Apprentice.
All right.
Trump's. Okay, here we go. We have an article about Trump's defense grills E. Jean Carroll about old social media posts in rape allegation trial. I'm just going to control. This is a NBC article. I'm just going to control F for Apprentice. Okay, let's see. Carroll's last day of scheduled testimony. Trump lawyer Joe something asked her about an old Facebook post in which she praised Donald Trump's reality show, The Apprentice. Okay. Donald Trump's defense attorney Monday wrapped up his cross-examination of writer E. Jean Carroll in the trial over her rape allegation against former president, asking her about an old Facebook post in which she said she was a massive fan of his reality show, The Apprentice. Carroll, okay. I was a big fan of the show, very impressed by it, Carroll said in Witness Stand on Money. I've never seen such a witty competition on TV, and it was about something worthwhile competing, she said, adding that while she enjoyed the contestants in the compilation, she didn't like the parts with Trump firing people. I didn't watch that part. Okay. Yeah, I find that a little peculiar. I wouldn't
Okay, so don't you think it should be, looked more into if she was saying?
Oh, they did. They had a whole trial.
What was revealed? Like, what evidence was there? Like, there was no DNA evidence.
There's DNA on the dress that she supplied, and Donald Trump refused. Donald Trump refused to supply his DNA in order to confirm.
No, he actually did. He offered DNA. They refused.
They did a very legally clever thing to allow you to be able to assert that by supplying it too late for it to affect the outcome of the case. So it never got examined. The case was over.
They could have still examined it.
No, but that's not how the legal system works. The
legal system before, the reason why she was able to sue was a New York law that lasted. Didn't exist.
Stop. He did a very clever thing, which allows you to say that he offered to supply his DNA, but he did it too late for it to affect the court case. So there's no reason for the court to process
and
that.
She sued during a law where didn't exist before.
I need you to address what I just said to you.
I addressed that. Okay, I don't even think that's true.
Answer this question for me. Why didn't he supply it during the case if he's innocent?
Because why would he? Why would he need to?
To prove his innocence to the public. He was running for president, and he says he didn't rape her. He said he never met her. He should be confident that his DNA isn't on the dress, regardless of whether or not.
That's why he gave DNA.
If it was a criminal trial, they could have subpoenaed for the DNA. It wasn't because the statute of limitations was expired. So because it was only a civil litigation, they couldn't subpoena for it. They were only able to ask for it. Given that it was optional, what possible reasoning could Donald Trump, the man, have to not supply that evidence? Because I'm not talking about convincing the jury.
What reasoning is there not to use the evidence now? Why can't they use the evidence now?
That's a very good question, actually. I don't really know, but I would love to see that.
See, you even don't know. Why didn't they use it now?
Okay, so what you're doing is called sea lioning, which is that you're
That's not sea lining. You yourself asked this question.
You said that's not sea lining. Define sea lining for my audience.
Okay, sea lining is, hold on, I have a dictionary.
No, you said that it wasn't sea lining. That suggests to me that you know what sea lining isn't.
I do know what sea lining is.
Then say what it is. Okay, no, you don't. You look like a fucking child having to Google it. Why would you assert confidently that what you're doing isn't sea lining when you don't even know what it is yourself?
Because I heard it before. I just don't know have it on me.
It's just asking a bunch of questions that are not necessarily relevant to the point. And what's happening
How is that not relevant? You yourself said that was relevant.
The question was, why did Donald Trump not supply the evidence when he was asked? And you sea-lioned on. It's a little bit gift-galloping, too.
He did send
evidence. Why did he not do it during the court case? He had to pay $5 million because he was unable to prove his innocence. And people like me think he's a rapist.
Why
the judges who've thrown out the cases of the people who said that
now? Why Why was Jean Carroll a fan
We are not
of her
going to move
rapist show?
on. I am declaring formally a stalemate. We will not move on this show until you answer the question.
I'm not moving on.
Why?
I don't know why he did.
Why?
I don't know why he didn't supply his
Invent a
DNA.
reason. Why possibly?
Why did the creator of dress came out and say that dress didn't exist?
No.
Yeah. Yes. This is relevant.
That's a different one that I will get to after you try to answer the question. Why didn't he supply his DNA? If he didn't rape her and his DNA is not on the dress, it could have convinced members of the public, like myself, that he is in fact innocent. It could have made it so that when people sued him for saying that he was a rapist, they wouldn't get the cases thrown out. Or when he sued people for calling him a rapist, that he wouldn't get his cases thrown out because the judges agree that it is substantially true that he's a rapist. Why do you think he wouldn't supply that DNA if it would clear his name?
I don't know. Just like how you said, you don't know why they didn't analyze.
Yeah, I don't know how that process works. It's a closed case. It's expensive to have a lab do that.
You literally said you didn't know why they didn't.
I'm speculating, but I don't know.
Gave the DNA.
But my question again is, make it make sense for me. He's running for president. Why on earth would somebody trying to clear their name who's running for public office not supply their DNA?
Because why give into it? Why do all this thing?
So that the public doesn't think you're a rapist when you're running for president.
Why would he go into a case he doesn't even believe is true? Like, he doesn't believe that
I think that if he believed himself to be innocent, he would supply the DNA. That seems sensible to me.
He did supply the DNA. You yourself said he supplied the DNA.
When the court asked for it. And I'm not interested in you. You are using the very clever thing that his legal team did by giving you this thing of saying, it's like saying, oh, he did release the Epstein files. He said to vote for the Epstein files Transparency Act. No, he didn't. He tried very hard.
Yes, he did. He literally tweeted that.
Yes, he literally said that, but he worked hard to try to prevent the law from being passed and only tweeted that after his hands were tied. And then it gives you the talking point.
Pass it by signing executive law.
You're falling for the fucking trap with that too. He said it so late that it didn't matter and then acted as though it did matter, and I'm asking why I am asking you why he didn't do it while it mattered. I am asking you why he did not do it when it mattered. He had to pay Eugene. He had to, but he had to pay $5 million to Eugene Carroll, and much of the public is now sure that he's a rapist.
ABC had to pay him $10 million, double that.
I already covered that. I already answered to it. You are not inventing a sufficient reason.
Let me talk.
Try.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You already covered that, but you're saying he had to pay $5 million. ABC had to pay $10 million. So does that mean he more innocent than right? I mean,
no, that's not how that works.
They had to pay him more money than he paid the alleged victim.
That's not how that works.
How does it work?
The thing that he had to, well, he didn't actually have to pay. They settled on that one. So who knows what they would have had to pay. But the reason they had to do that is because George Stephanopoulos misspoke. He just got the paperwork thing wrong. The matter of fact about what he did, he still did hide his evidence from the court when they wanted to use it to prove that his DNA was on the dress. We still don't know if it was his DNA on the dress. The dress is not accessible to the people who have his DNA now because the trial is over. I don't know exactly legally how it works. If Law of the Wild is here, maybe he could hop up and give us some expertise. I have some lawyers who pop up on the show sometimes to help out with that sort of stuff. But if you want to know about the dress, do you know the original source of the claim that the dress hadn't been manufactured yet, that the designer hadn't made the dress by the time that Eugene Carroll says the crime happened? Do you know the first place you can find that being uttered?
Trump's lawyer?
No, Trump's Truth Social.
His own truth.
Yeah, well, he tweeted it, and you're bringing it here as though it's evidence.
No, that was before. Like the Eugene Carroll stuff was before Truth Social.
You asked me about the existence of the dress and said that it hadn't been made yet when Eugene Carroll said that the claims that the crime happened. I am telling you that the source of that rumor is Donald Trump's mouth. Is that a good source for that sort of a piece of information?
Well, is it that the only source?
Yes or no? Is that?
I don't know if that's the only source.
That is the only source.
Okay, can you look it up?
No, you brought me the claim about the dress not being made by the time that the crime happened.
And you brought me the claim that only Donald Trump said that. So you have to back up your claim.
It's your claim originally. Tell me who told you that, and we can look at whether or not it's a reputable source.
I saw an article on it.
Yes, there's lots of articles on Fox News where they talk about the shit that he says on Truth Social.
It wasn't Fox.
I need whatever the fuck it was, show it to me. I'm asking you for your receipts, buddy. My receipts are the court documents you can find on newyorkcourts.gov. It's in the public record. What is your source?
Okay, hold on. So, hold on. Robert Kaplan. I'm just looking at it.
We'll take a moment while you look at that to thank some of the people who are supporting the show. Thank you, Brittany, for the $5. Brittany sent me $5. Excuse me, don't interrupt me reading the donations. You can wait a little longer. Like, it doesn't mean open your mouth the moment you're ready. You do realize that, like, it would just be nicer for you to let me do the little mid-roll thing I'm doing. Sure. Yeah, give yourself more time. Read a little more thoroughly. Don't be tongue-tied when I come back. If you're not prepared, I'll be embarrassed for you because you thought you were ready this early, but I'm going to give you another like 30 or 40 seconds because I'm going to read some of these donations. Brittany sent $5 on Venmo to say, I have the most success with my MAGA dad by starting the convo with something broad we can agree on. The government is corrupt, for example, and slowly moving in from there. I asked more questions than statements. What did you think of the blank thing Trump said today? Didn't he say the opposite the other day? I actually really agree with that approach. The Socratic method, just asking questions about general beliefs to be able to get to something like that can really help. I do offer that as general advice. And Kara sent $1 to say, please tell him never have his DNA offered after. Wait, please tell him he never had his DNA offered after discovery deadline. Also, the suit was a settlement outside of court and never won. Yeah, both. So the ABC suit was settled, and then again, like he just waited until after the deadline, and the whole reason he did that is so that you could call in and say that he offered it. But as a matter of fact, the court wasn't able to make the comparison that they would have been able to do in the lab, and that's a fucking shame. So like fucking W Trump for finding a loophole that makes it hard for me to prove to assholes that like, it's not even hard though. Like if you use your fucking brain, it's fucking obvious that his behavior aligns with a person who's trying to hide their guilt. But you're just unwilling to look at that because like for some reason the laws are supposed to matter when it comes to Trump, even though he's a fucking felon and regularly violates the Constitution, the laws and norms of the country. Anyway, Lucky Phil sent $2 on Buy Me a Coffee to say, how big is it? Yes. Thank you, Lucky Phil. I appreciate that. And then over on YouTube Super Chat, Tim Davidson sent $5 to say, hung like a can of tuna, 2 inches long, 4 inches wide, never touch bottom, but raise hell on the sides. Thank you, Tim. It's a very silly message. And Liaga sent $20. Thank you for the $20 YouTube Super Chat. Luxander of The Line posted asking for suggestions of debaters who could co-host their trans-themed shows, and I shouted out Raven's name because I'd love to see you two get involved with them. Please reach out to them, Raven. Luxander.
I'll write that down.
Yeah, good. Put that in the production Bible. Justin sent $5 to say, well said about not blindly voting by party. Josh Gottheimer is my Dem congressman, and he's essentially a conservative. We'll never vote for him. Yeah, not blue no matter who, no matter how many times people fucking tell me that. I used to use the phrase, but I didn't realize people thought that it was like some lifelong pledge of allegiance, when in reality it's just like, in November, probably blue. But anyway, Tavi sent 5 gift memberships. That means we got 5 more people over on YouTube Super Chat who are over on YouTube who are going to be in the members only stream. That's tonight after the 7 p.m. Central show that I do on YouTube only to escape the TikTok filter and talk about some real shit. Might just be me today. I think we might be doing the Oskar Quentin FAQ. So if you want to just like actually shoot the shit with me, we might do a semi-public version of that before doing the members only tonight. Anyway, caller, did you find that evidence?
Yeah.
What do I search to put it on the screen? I'm at Google.
I can't screen share, but I can give you
what do I search to put it on the screen?
Gatewaypundit.com, case you missed it, New York Magazine.
Okay, this one?
Yes.
What is the Gateway Pundit? Was that?
It was an article I saw.
No, I don't know what this source is. I've never heard of it before. What is the Gateway Pundit?
It's a news source.
Okay. Gateway Pundit is a far-right fake news website, according to Wikipedia.
Fake news.
That's what Wikipedia says it is. Wikipedia says that it's a far-right fake news.
Do you believe the Republican Party is far-right? The Republican Party, the American Republican Party. Do you think it's far-right?
It's moving farther and farther right by the day. This is a fake news website. The website is known for publishing
falsehoods. Do you think it's fascist?
I'm sorry. The website is known for publishing falsehoods, hoaxes, and conspiracy theories. Founded in 2004 by Jim Hoft, the Gateway Pundit expanded from a one-person enterprise into a multi-ploy operation, supported primarily by advertising revenue. During the 2016 U.S. presidential campaign, the site received over 1 million unique visitors per day. In September 2021, Google demonetized the site for publishing misinformation. In April of 2024, Hoft announced that the TGP parent company, TGP Communications, had filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, blaming multiple defamation lawsuits. The bankruptcy case was dismissed in July 2024, with the judge finding it had been filed in bad faith to avoid lawsuits against the site. I don't think I trust this source personally. Could you have another source?
It has sources for inside the article. I can link you them. I can say it to you. Do you trust the Daily Mail?
More than the Gateway Pundit.
All right. Okay, hold on. May 4th century. Clean that there. Okay, I have an article from the Daily Mail. Trump rape accuser handed over the Donna Karen dress she claimed she was wearing to New York Times for DNA analysis.
Slow down. Daily Mail. What's the headline start?
Trump rape accuser E. Jean Carroll handed over the Donna Karen dress she claimed she was wearing to New York Times for DNA analysis. But it's decided not to test the garment, reprising what happened with Monica Lewinsky.
I mean, okay, let's see. Okay, so I think we do have here. By the way, Daily Mail is not all that reliable. It is just like not entirely fake news, like it seems that website was. Is this? Have I found the right one? Let's take a look at this. Okay, am I looking at the right article? Yes. Hold on. Exclusive. Trump rape accuser E. Jean Carroll handed over the Donna Karen dress she claimed she was wearing to the New York Times for DNA analysis, but it's decided not to test the garment, reprising what happened with Monica Lewinsky's scalp. Okay, so here, looks like a kind of long article. Is there a Control F or something I can search that'll say in this article where it is shown?
Control F at dress. You can Control F dress.
There's 32 results.
All right, hold on.
My point is, which part of this article shows that your claim is true, that the dress didn't exist at the time of the crime? I will remind everybody that
she changed it. She changed the year the rape happened from 94 to 90.
Gish galloping and answer my question. Where in this article that the homework assignment was for you?
And I'm answering you. They changed it. She changed it.
Stop telling me what it says and tell me what to Control F search so I can show my audience what the article actually says.
95. Control search 95.
95. The number 95?
The 1995.
Okay. The incident allegedly occurred in the fall of 1995 or spring of 1996, with Carroll still has the Donna Karen coat that she claims to have worn that day. So that's this little section right here. I can blow it up a little bit bigger so everybody can see, even though this website doesn't scale very well. What a shitty website. And anyway, let's go back to Control F and let's see the next one. Okay, Carroll, Carroll, a former Miss Indiana University, said that Trump attacked her in a dressing room in Berghof Goodman's Manhattan store in either 1995 or 1996. At the same time, she was 52 and he was 50 and unmarried. What does this have to do with the dress existing or not existing?
Because she says that she originally claimed it was in 1994, but
so you're moving on to this other claim about her not remembering what year it was. But again, the claim was that the dress didn't exist at the time the crime was alleged to happen. Where does this article even mention that?
The dress is from 1994. And she, I'm sorry, 1995 or 6, and she claimed it was in 1994.
It says 1995 or 1996 right here on the screen.
Yes, in that article, she changed it. Okay, you can look it up. She originally claimed it was in 1994. The assignment
was for you to look it up.
No, I was supposed to look up the dress, and I looked up the dress.
Okay.
Random side note, I'd like to point out that even the Daily Mail, a right-wing leaning article or publisher...
Tabloid.
Yeah, says that she did not use the term rape, although her description of the attack is consistent with it. So even the Daily Mail can admit that what happened was rape.
Oh, you're telling me the Daily Mail even agrees? Your voice doesn't work.
How about this one?
No, Raven,
should I voice mod
What's your real name, Raven? That's not your real name.
Legally, my name is Raven, so I don't know what you're asking. Get voice mod,
Raven,
bitch.
what is your real name?
He's running from the fact that he can't find a source.
What is your real name,
you think you're going to offend me and my staff so much by being transphobic that you're going to get away from...
He came in. I assume he probably, but he came in. So I'm asking him his real name.
Yeah, that's adorable.
Okay, but what is your real name?
Don't you think that's an adorable way to run, Raven?
It's definitely the biggest bitch way to run.
Definitely bitch made.
It's a bitch way to run.
Yeah,
What's your real name, Raven?
I'm going to remind you that you are floundering using transphobia to get away from the question of whether or not this dress existed at the time that E. Jean Carroll claimed
it did not exist. She claimed it was in 1994.
Okay.
And the dress is from 1995 or 6, so she claimed it was from 1994.
We're 2 articles deep on trying to prove that. Do you have a third one for me?
No, I'm not going to look up anymore.
Oh, so you give up and you can't support that claim at all? You can't.
I do support the claim.
You can't even show me who told you that if you can't even find on the internet evidence of it being the case.
I can find evidence.
He's a private account, everybody. He showed up a coward. I know he can't turn on his camera unless he wants
I'm not a private account.
You don't have camera privileges. What'd you do?
Why would I need a camera?
It proves to people that you're the type of person who actually wants to walk through life being the transphobic piece of shit that you just were on my show.
I don't care if I'm transphobic, but like, why would I care? Wait, let's move on to trans people.
No, I think we're gonna. I don't think we're not gonna do that. I think I'm gonna grill you a little harder for why you.
Let's move on to trans people. I think we should move on to trans people.
So you are running away from your complete inability to defend any of your claims about E. Jean Carroll. That's what you'd like to do?
Are you running away from defending trans people, dude? I thought you were anti-transphobia.
I'm sorry. There's any topic you could have brought up to run away.
Why are you anti-trans?
I'm not anti-trans.
Why are you anti-trans?
How about this? Can we go to the trans issue if he admits he's a little bitch?
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm saying if you are going to be a little bitch and put your tail...
Your mom's my bitch. How about that?
No, my mom is a bitch, actually. But you're also a bitch.
Yeah, his mom. No, dude, that's not going to work on me. I just want you to admit that you're running away from being able to answer any of your claims. I'm not running away. Oh, great. Please then do in fact show me that you're right about anything you've said about E. Jean Carroll.
I did. I said
no. You didn't. We looked.
She claimed
your first source was fake news. Your second source was not.
My source was not fake news.
Your second source wasn't a very reliable source, but it also didn't claim what you're claiming. So I'm just still having a hard time understanding why you think this stuff about E. Jean Carroll. And I don't want you to be a little baby boy who runs away from your own inability.
I'm not running away.
Okay, then please show me the evidence that the dress didn't exist when E. Jean Carroll said that the crime happened in the 90s. I'm happy and ready to Google when you are. Do you want me to do another ad read so I can pay my bills a little bit better and you can maybe have a little more time to go find that source?
No, you don't need to do an ad read.
Okay. So do tell me what to Google to find that you're telling the truth about E. Jean Carroll not having a dress that apparently didn't exist when she said that the crime happened, because I just think that's bullshit, and your inability to show me evidence of that.
Okay, really Washington Examiner. Do you trust the Washington Examiner?
I don't know. I'd have to look that up. Let's see what the article is. Washington Examiner. What is it?
Washington Examiner. E. Jean Carroll couldn't remember the year, but she remembered to lie on oath.
Okay, once again, I need evidence. The claim is that the dress that she was wearing...
You asked for an article. I gave you the article.
I'm not asking for any old random article. Specifically, we're on this claim about how the dress didn't exist when she said that the crime happened. I'm not impressed that she didn't know if it was 1995 or 1996. I had my first kiss in... 2006 or 2007, maybe? I don't know. Does that mean I never kissed a girl? I'm not impressed by the fact.
Is the same as rape? Is a kiss the same as rape?
Well, I just think that it's not surprising to me that a person can't remember the exact calendar year. Like sometimes when I think about what year my father died,
if my father if my girlfriend.
Listen, when I think about what year my father died, it's hard for me to remember which calendar year it was, and I have to place it to what was going on in my life, which it was right after I moved to Minnesota, which is right after I broke up with that girl. So I have to do the math and remember that it was 2017. Okay, so I'm not impressed that she doesn't remember the calendar year. But the question is, show me your evidence that the dress didn't exist in 1995 or 1996, because the claim is that neither are possible.
So you can look it up. The dress.
I have asked you to look it up, and you have failed twice. I'm giving you a third chance. Washington Examiner. What's the article?
Okay. I gave you the article. You want the article now?
I'm ready to type it into. I'm ready to type it into Google.
Okay. Washington Examiner. E. Jean Carroll couldn't remember the year, but she remembered to lie under oath.
All right, so just to give everybody who maybe
you need to use archive. Do you know how to use archive.ph?
Do I need to get around it? Yeah, I might need to do that in a second.
Yeah, you need to get around it, man.
The Washington Examiner is an American conservative news magazine based in Washington, D.C., consisting of a website and weekly printed magazine. It is owned by billionaire businessman Phillips and Schutz. I'm going to open a tab for him, learn a little bit about him later. Through Media DC, a subsidiary of Clarity Media Group. From 2005 to 2013, the Examiner was published as a daily tabloid-sized newspaper distributed throughout the Washington, D.C. metro area. The newspaper focused primarily on local news and political commentary. The local newspaper ceased publication in June 2013, whereupon its content began to focus almost exclusively on national politics from a conservative point of view. The Examiner switched its print edition from a daily newspaper to an expanded print weekly magazine format. Okay, sounds pretty right-leaning, but it doesn't sound like it's entirely fake news. So what's this article called again? Couldn't remember the year, but she could. But you remembered to lie under oath. Okay, so here's the article, and we're gonna play the same game we played just a moment ago. I'm gonna hit Control F, and I'm gonna ask you what precisely do I?
No, you have to pay. You have to use archive.org. It's a paywall article. You have to.
Okay, so I'll copy the link, and I'll go to archive.org.
Archive.ph, technically, yeah, archive.ph.
Archive.ph. That didn't work for me. Isn't it archive.org? Yeah, Wayback Machine. Here, let's go there. Let's have a look. Not finding it. Do you want me to search by... Oh, that's a...
No, archive.ph.
If I go to archive.ph, I don't get a website, is my problem. Let's try that again.
Wait on. What is it? Okay.
I mean, again, like, it's not a good source. Like, it's not like a joke source like the first one.
I understand.
But
It's the best.
So, like we're finding tabloids. But again, what's help me to find this. Let's go. So, Washington Examiner.
You don't have to. Did you already copy the link to Washington Examiner?
I tried that and it didn't work. So I'm trying again. Washington Examiner.
Right, can you just search archive with PH, no dot, just archive PH.
Okay. Archive PH. Oh, yeah. Weird. Oh, it said because it says it's not secure.
Are you on Google? I'm on Google. Where are you on?
This is Google.
That's weird. It should be. I don't know.
It's showing me this is archived today, but it still just doesn't want it to load. I don't know. Why don't you? If I think it's a lot of bullshit, maybe I'll have to work harder to find this. But why don't you read out what it says about that dress?
Okay. E. Jean Carroll couldn't remember the year, but she remembered to lie under oath. Okay. Hold on. And
because I'll remind everybody watching that the claim is that the dress that E. Jean Carroll presented to the court that had male DNA on it that Donald Trump refused to supply his DNA to prove was not his.
No,
his
actually,
DNA.
E. Jean Carroll agreed to that.
Shut your fucking mouth.
Let me talk.
No, I'm gonna educate. No, I'm not gonna let you talk. It's not gonna work. I'm in charge of the show.
No, but you're lying on her name. You're lying on E. Jean Carroll's name.
Shut the fuck up and listen. I am trying to explain to the audience, which has turned over since this part of the conversation started, what is happening in the show right now. I need to do that periodically when we waste a lot of time looking at sources, or else people can't follow the show. It's one of the ways I'm able to keep the viewership up while we go down these rabbit holes of research. So can you let me do my fucking job and just remind everybody what we're looking at?
Sure.
Okay, what we're doing is we're trying to assess the claim that the dress that E. Jean Carroll presented to the court, which had male DNA on it, the court asked Trump for his DNA and he refused to supply it, which, if he was innocent, should have cleared his name because she claimed that that was his male DNA on the dress. The claim is that Donald Trump said on Truth Social that this dress didn't exist at the time that E. Jean Carroll said that the crime happened, and that came right from the dress's manufacturer. I think it's a rumor that Trump started with that Truth Social post. The guest is 3 articles deep on trying to bring me evidence that claim came from anywhere other than Trump. The first one was a literal...
Came from his lawyer.
I'm not done. The first source that he brought me was a literal fake news website. The second one was a right-leaning tabloid that didn't say anything about his claim, and we're trying to get the third one up. And again, whether or not it came from his lawyer would be an interesting thing for us to look at if you could find me an article that says that. Because I would say that it coming from his lawyer is probably still not reliable, but it's a little bit more reliable than it just coming from a Truth Social post that he posted one day, which is where I think that it came from. So that's where we are in the conversation, just so that everybody's up to speed. And I'll take a moment to remind everybody about that beautiful link tree in the bio, because I've got a pile of donations to read in a moment. We'll get to that. So thanks everybody for supporting the show and the way I handle these sorts of conversations. But again, read the article to me. You apparently have it open. I'm having a hard time getting it open because it's behind a paywall. Please just read to me the words in front of you that it says about this dress.
Okay. The question, the date has been something I'm constantly trying to pin down, she responded. Carroll would go on to say the assault occurred in 1994, or she later wondered maybe it was 1995. She finally landed in the year 1996, though she still can't recall which season it occurred. So she changed it 3 times. First it was 1994, then it was a dress thing. Did the dress exist then? So she changed it to 1995 to 1996.
Okay, what does this have to do with when the dress became available to the market?
You can look. It was available between 1995 and 1996.
According to whom? You just made that up. What does the article that you just found say about when the dress became available? We're trying to figure out if the claim that the dress...
We're trying to figure out what date she can claim it happened.
No. We've been on this for like 20 minutes, and we've very specifically been on this rumor that Donald Trump started about when the dress became available to the market. And now you were just changing the question to assert that 3 bullshit articles deep, you found something that backs up your claim. But the claim very specifically is that the dress had not been made yet by the time she said that the crime happened. Where is your evidence of that? Why the fuck do you think that?
Because a lawyer, his attorney said it.
Did the article that you just pulled up say in the article that
the article wasn't about the dress's date?
Okay, I asked you to find the article about the dress's date. That's the claim we're on. Also, I have responded to this concern about her not knowing what year it was. I offered a couple of examples. I don't remember the exact year of my first kiss. I know my dad died in 2017. When my father fucking died, that was a big one.
Maybe you didn't care about your father.
Dude, what's a big thing in your life? Like, tell me, how old are you? Remind me how old you are?
20.
Oh, dude, you're not even old enough to know. You're fucking only 20 and you're sitting here acting like somebody who's in their 40s or 50s or 60s or 70s can remember the exact year that something that happened decades ago. You just haven't experienced enough of the human condition to know that that's completely reasonable. Like here, could you imagine something big happening to you in your mid-20s and then in your
She was 50. She was 50 though.
Listen to me. Could you imagine something happening to you in your mid-20s that in your mid-50s you don't remember exactly what year it happened?
Okay, but you wanted to talk about the dress. I have the actual article.
What's a really cool vacation you went on with your family when you were younger?
The first I can remember is California. My trip to Disneyland in California.
What calendar year did you go to Disney World?
Calendar year? I was in the 2nd grade, so I was 8, and divide that by 12. It would be 2015. Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. Yeah, 2015.
You sure that you were only in 2nd grade in 2015? No other years?
I recently turned 20.
2nd grade in 2015. That makes me feel old. I'm very old compared to the caller. Okay, so was it 2015, or do you want to update that to maybe also 2016?
No, it definitely wasn't 2016.
Why not?
Because I remember my teacher was a liberal, and she was very upset about Trump. But I know it was before.
During how many calendar years were you in 2nd grade?
I was only in 2nd grade once.
Which would suggest to me that it was for 2 calendar years, right? The second half of a calendar year and then the first half of a calendar year?
Yeah.
So which was it? Did you go to Disney World in 2015 or 2016?
2015. It was the...
Are you sure? Would you bet your life on it?
I wouldn't bet my life on it, but yeah, I would say...
You know what? I don't think this guy went to Disney World. He can't remember
the exact... Disneyland.
No,
Disney World is in Orlando.
Dude, you can't even remember... No, you're making no sense, man. You're crazy. You're delusional. You can't even remember what year it was. You're not sure?
I do remember what year it was. It was 2015.
Why was that so hard to come up with? Why did you have to do math?
Because I'm a smart guy. I like to do math.
What's your favorite thing that your father taught you?
My favorite thing my father taught me?
For me, it's fishing, yeah.
I would guess how to drive.
In what calendar year did you first get into the driver's seat with your dad in the passenger seat?
Wait, are you asking the driver's seat?
Yeah, like your first driving lesson where your dad taught you how to drive the car.
I can't remember.
Oh, I don't think it happened then. You see the argument.
Driving is the same as rape?
What I'm saying is that when something important happened decades ago, it is hard to remember sometimes exactly what calendar year it is, and the burden you are expecting of Eugene Carroll isn't reasonable.
Okay, but okay,
here. I want to make it rape just so you can agree. Do you think that if somebody told you, yeah, I was raped in high school, I never did anything about it, I was really afraid of the consequences, he was a really popular guy on the football team, I can't quite remember if it was my sophomore or junior year of high school because I was going to lots of parties with them throughout that time and it was somewhere in there. Do you think that them not remembering exactly what calendar year it was is evidence that they're lying to you in that case?
Not lying, but they have an excuse. They were drunk. They were drunk.
I never said they were drunk. I never said they were drunk. You made that up.
What does partying mean? Partying means that they were wild. They were probably drinking.
No, that's what partying means to you, and you're inventing details to get out of this. But I think
what do you think a party is? Like, what do you think a partying is?
I have gone to many parties sober. I have been the designated driver
you have done sober, but was there alcohol? Were there drugs?
What the fuck is this? We were talking about a child getting raped, and you made sure she was drunk. That's a fucking red flag,
I'm not
buddy.
saying she deserved it because she was drunk. I'm saying that she has an excuse because she was abusing alcohol.
I didn't say that she deserved it because she was drunk.
You were implying that. You were implying
No. Chat, was I implying that, or did that shit just come from the guest? Can we get some red flags in the chat? Holy shit, dude.
You were implying that. I was going to say that, she deserved it.
No, that's not where I was going at all. All I was saying is that it's acceptable that a person doesn't remember what fucking calendar year something traumatic happened to them.
But she was 50.
Dude, my father was abusive. Like, I have really horrible memories of some terrible things that happened to me because of him. I can't remember what calendar year it was when I was
because you were a child. I'm not blaming you for being a child, not remembering.
But you're a child. You're 20 years old, and you think that you can assess what life is like.
Aging care was 50.
No. But
51.
Can you at least admit that you haven't lived long enough to know how good a human memory is decades after an experience that happened to you as an adult?
I would say the same about you. You're only 11 years older than me, but sure, yeah.
Right, but I can remember like decades ago, I was at least older than 10. I can say, this to me makes sense remembering something that happened about a decade ago. I can remember things and go, was I 19, 20, or 21? I don't quite remember. No. I lived in Minnesota. I must have been 21 by then. Like that sort of thing. I'm old enough to have that sort of perspective on my past where the memories that I'm looking at are as an adult. I have 1 decade of that. You have 0 because you're 20. And you're asserting that human memories don't work that way.
You
are asserting that human memories don't work in that way, even though I have been able to demonstrate that your own memories work that
I'm
way.
saying that if you have something traumatic to you that happened as traumatic as E. Jean Carroll described it, she should remember a year.
And I'm saying that that's wrong. That's not how human memories.
3 years.
Yeah, okay, just so you know, to get to 3 years, you need 12 months and 1 day. Do you understand what I'm saying when I say that?
I get what you're saying.
No, for example, if I can't remember, was it this Christmas thereabout, or was it that Christmas thereabout? Whether it's this year's Christmas or that year's Christmas.
Wait, did you say that to get the 3 years, you need 12 months and 1 day?
To cover 3 years, yeah. I could live in 3 different centuries by living to be 105 years old for the same reason. Because I'd live in the 1900s, the 2000s, and the 2100s if I make it to 105. You only need slightly more than 1 year to just barely straddle 3 calendar years. So if something happened round about Christmas time, you remember the Christmas decorations, you remember who you were dating. I dated that person for 2 Christmases, like for long enough for us to have 2 Christmases together. I don't remember which one it was, which means it could be any of 3 calendar years, because it could have been that Christmas, right after New Year's around about that Christmas, the following Christmas, or right after New Year's for that Christmas. So a memory that is locked down to either this holiday season or that holiday season could straddle 3 years. And to me, as somebody who's been on Earth for 31 years, I can look back at times when I was an adult a little bit more than a decade ago and be like, yeah, I can't fucking remember which was what. Like, there are jobs that I had when I was younger that I can't place which jobs I had at the same time because I had lots of jobs when I was younger. This is how memories work. And for some reason, you're so interested in not believing E. Jean Carroll that it's obvious that she's lying because she couldn't remember the exact calendar year when there's important things in your life that you can't remember the exact calendar year of. I'm sitting here telling you I can't remember the exact calendar year of certain important things that happened to me, and I'm having a conversation with you about how obviously that's how fucking memories work if we take into consideration the examples that you and I have both offered. Why is the burden different for E. Jean Carroll?
Because nothing you said is too important. Like
my father dying?
You said he was abusive, but
dude, it's complicated. But you're gonna tell me that I didn't.
But you said he was abusive, though. Of course, you'll probably hide the memory, and you probably won't.
No, don't tell me what my relationship with my father is. Do you think that because
you told me your relationship with your father, he was abusive?
Yes. Did I forgive him? Did he repent? Did he go to prison? Did he get sober? Like
your father went to prison? Why?
for financial crimes, dude. Because he was a fucking abusive drunk who was desperate to like be the breadwinner because my mom had
so he was abusive and drunk. So your father was abusive drunk.
Yeah, and he fucked up for a lot of years. And then he had a few years where I was able to forgive him and like rebuild my... Tina, thank you so much for the wolf. I was able to rebuild my relationship with him, and he got down on his fucking knees and clasped his hands together and begged me for forgiveness for the years that he spent fucking up in that way. And I forgave him so that we could enjoy a last few years together, remembering when he taught me how to fish and remembering all that time we spent in Puerto Rico together. And I got to have that with my father, so it was sad when he died. And you're telling me it wasn't? What the fuck is wrong with you?
I think you had a complication relationship with your father, and maybe that's why your memory's messed up. Would you sue?
I'm sorry. Do you think that E. Jean Carroll, as a rape victim, wouldn't have a complicated relationship with her rapist that would cause her to maybe have a hard time remembering things in the same way?
Apparently not, because she was watching his show, The Apprentice.
Dude, seriously. How is it? No, I'm not going to let you. No, we're not. No, we are not leaving. No. Stop talking. Yes. Stop talking and listen. We're not going to leave it behind. You want to run the fuck away from the fact that you just got all wishy-washy about how my memories about my father could have me so twisted up that I don't quite remember exactly what year it is. Explain to me clearly how that type of reasoning doesn't apply to E. Jean Carroll not remembering exactly what year what happened with her and Trump happened.
Because there was no evidence of trauma. She said herself she liked Trump in his show. What trauma is there?
That is not
rape.
That article
that
also said that
How is that not relevant?
Didn't watch Trump's part in that show because she
said she didn't watch the firing part. She didn't like him firing.
She didn't like the Trump parts of the show. Yeah,
the one part where Trump's in it.
Trump is just in it for firing. He's also in it for the interviews, like interviewing the contestants, and his face is very on the cover.
There's even evidence that sort of relationship with him is evidence of the trauma. You've heard of Stockholm syndrome, that sort of thing. Like I mean, I don't know. I'm not a fucking expert about this type of trauma, but you are just being an armchair psychologist. Even though you're so quick to say that my being twisted up about my father is good reason for me to not remember the exact calendar year that this or that happened, and I just cannot understand why you are so interested in making sure that this rape victim doesn't get her story heard. That you're willing to call her a liar.
Rape victim says rape is sexy, and
she didn't fucking say that. She said that other people said that, and she lamented that fact. Fuck you for propagating that nonsense. You want to watch the fucking tape? You think she fucking said that? You think that her saying, "Oh yeah, I think lots of people think that rape is sexy." You think that her being just
lots of people? Most people don't think
rape is sexy. Not her. Stop putting words in a victim's mouth, you fucking monster.
She is not a victim. Why are you mad?
Because you are saying that she said something that she didn't, which is reprehensible. It shows you're not interested in the truth. You don't give a fuck about what happens to rape victims.
You're not interested in
You don't think I'm interested in the truth?
You would probably
I'm sorry. How hard did I try to get you to prove that your claims about the dress were factual? How much opportunity did I give you?
Prove it.
Don't give me that shit. Don't give me that shit for another fucking second. I'm not interested in you telling me that I'm not interested in the truth when I give you every fucking opportunity, more airtime than you will ever deserve. You will never, so long as you live, have more attention than you have right now on your claims about this fucking dress, and you still couldn't provide me the fucking article.
I did.
How dare you suggest I'm not interested in the truth when you cannot apply reasoning that you're willing to apply to me, the white man sitting in front of you. You, who I suspect to be a white man, but not her, somebody who has good evidence against the man you support, because you don't fucking care about women.
What evidence? What evidence is there? You won't. Can I talk for give me 2 minutes? Just 2 minutes. First of all,
don't act like because I yelled for a second you aren't getting a fair shot here. Chat, yes or no? Am I giving the caller a fair shot to advocate for his own beliefs? Just let me know with a yes or a no in the chat if the host is giving the guest a fair shot to just tell us the evidence of the claims he's making about E. Jean Carroll.
Also, for a fact check on the conversation, GRT offered articles, but none of them actually gave any facts on the dress.
Wait, hold on. We got voter fraud. Itskins, voter fraud. You are getting muted for the day. Hold on, we have to mute. It's funny, the Trump supporters are so upset about muter fraud until there's a poll in my chat. So let's look at the no's. Let's see, we got this guy says no. I think he may have only said no once. Crosby said no. William Young said no. Let's see. Oh, yeah, not too much voter fraud. William voted twice, so he gets muted for the day for voter fraud. Actually, I should just mute them for I'm going to unmute and I'm going to mute for 5 minutes because I just want to make sure they don't commit any more voter fraud. So we don't support voter fraud. Oh, he ran. We don't support voter fraud here on the Oskar Quentin show. So I'm just going to find some of these no's and say, okay, now that we've gotten rid of some of the voter fraudsters, can we do another poll? Yes or no? Did I give him a good shot to advocate for his beliefs? And he didn't run. Justin Howard says he didn't run. What do you mean? He left. Is he in the queue? He ran.
He literally ran.
Why is it that people think it's okay to do voter fraud in the chat? Like, what the fuck? It's like such a fucking fun trap to lay. They always commit voter fraud as soon as they get an opportunity to. So they just spam no in the chat to make it look like people say no. Anyway, I will be catching the voter fraudsters. All right. Let's go back. I read Kara. Did I read Jason? Thank you, Jason, for the $2. Did you hear his voice cracked? He was desperate to want to run away to trans issues. Yeah, he really, really did want to get away from Eugene Carroll because he didn't like me cooking him on it. $20 from Eric to say, camera on, motherfucker, -Oscar. Yeah, hold on, Dionysus. We're going to hang out just a second while I read some donations, and I'll get right to you. Just stay muted until then, please. He wasn't going to have his camera on because he was pretty openly bigoted. For $1, Casey said, I don't remember the year I was raped. You blocked that stuff out. Yeah, just fucking wishy-washy all over the place. Does the trauma make your memory better or worse? Pick a fucking lane, buddy. For $5, Carlita sent the message, hey, wanted to let you know that trauma associated with rape can cause disassociation and memory loss. It is your brain's coping mechanism to avoid remembering. Yeah, I'm sure that the caller was not interested in any type of nuance like that. But thank you very much for the $5. Did I read Casey? Sorry, yes, I think I did. David, thank you for the $5. David said, I don't remember the exact year, month my dad told me he was diagnosed with dementia, but I remember standing on those stairs, hearing him say it and not knowing what to do. I was in my late 20s. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, it's so disingenuous to claim. I can throw him the bone of if he's 20, he's 20 years old. Maybe he doesn't know that by the time I'm 31. There are like memories I have in the first house that I moved to Minnesota in, where I live with my sister and like a bunch of friends, and I lived with an ex there for like years. Like I have all these memories about it. I don't remember what fucking year that party was in. I don't remember exactly when this or that happened. Like I don't remember the calendar year that I found Suki actually I did find Suki. I don't remember that calendar year. Scout and Merlin found them outside that house. These are my pets, by the way. I don't remember what year it is. I'd have to like piece it together. It was the birthday party of the girl I'd started dating the year after I moved here. So I'd like. Is it 2018, I think? I don't know. I'd have to like get out a pen and paper and fucking figure it out. The caller's not old enough to see that, but he's unwilling to even recognize that it's a possibility that human memories work that way because he's a piece of shit who will never admit that he believes Eugene Carroll. Even if I suspect he does probably believe her, because I don't think he was arguing honestly against any of that information. I think if he really believed that dress didn't get released until too late for her story to make sense, he would have kept looking for evidence of that, but he knew there was no good evidence of that. He just wanted to run away from it. He wanted to run away to trans issues. Jennifer, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Jennifer said, every time I hear this argument, the year Eugene Carroll was raped, I'm thrown into the thought exercise trying to remember the year I was raped. Back in 1995 or 1996 or 1997. That leads to more flashbacks. Sorry, Jennifer. Don't keep trying, but I do really appreciate you throwing your hat in the ring to say that you're somebody who fucking gets that that's how the mind works, and that's just not what we should expect of people after decades. For the record, Eugene Carroll was willing to lay it to bed. Trump is the one who went after her, and that's why she countersued. Or it wasn't a countersuit, but she had to... Was it a countersuit? Did he sue her initially?
Yes, he sued her for defamation.
Right, and then she had to countersue.
She wrote.
Right.
And then, she countersued and won.
Kelly, thank you for the $3. Kelly said, I miss being 20, that confident in my own stupidity. The older I get, the less I know. Yeah, man. That guy's too young and dumb to enjoy the ignorant bliss that he has while he has it. Carla Toga, welcome to the membership over on YouTube. Appreciate you. I'll see you tonight, 9 p.m. for the members only stream where I might crack a beer and answer some questions, some FAQ type stuff. It'll be fun. But we're also doing just an FAQ hour for the public evening show today. I wanted to give a more public opportunity for people to just speak to me directly and let me get long-winded about some of the stuff you care about. So if you want to come hop in the YouTube chat and get your questions answered, going to be doing that for the evening show tonight. No guest. Sir Dahl sent $10 to say, I'm relatively new here. Love the show, Oscar. Where do I join the Raven fan club? I love her.
This is the Raven fan club.
Your socials are in the description, are they not? They should be.
No, only my Venmo.
Oh, what is your Instagram?
I mean, technically, my TikTok is my main, and that
TikTok.
is the same as my Venmo. So, if you know one, you know both. I
Perfect.
guess.
Yeah, the ad tag for Raven in the description will get you her TikTok, and she does post, so you can go follow her there. Jazz Baron Crab sent $5 to say, Collar is insecure that he's less of a man than Raven, who is a woman. Also, trauma causes memory issues. Not surprising she couldn't remember the date. Once again, I feel like every fucking donation is going to read that. SEK 100, that's about $10. To prevent voter fraud, I suggest polls. Funny. Sir Dahl sent another $10 to say, I don't remember the year I was raped either. Winter of either 2007 or 2008, which if it was the winter of 2007 or 2008, that's actually 3 years. That could be spread across in the same way. But also, sorry that happened to you, and thank you for sharing your story in this way. I spent a lot of time talking to police and lawyers trying to prosecute the guy. Trauma causes memory gaps. Well, and because you talk to police and stuff, like, maybe there is a receipt somewhere, like some sort of documentation of exactly what year it is. And that's the case with E. Jean Carroll. It's her friend's stories corroborated, and the therapist's notes from the year pin the date down more accurately, which makes sense. Because we're sitting here, like even the caller was saying that remembering going to Disney World, he had to figure out what grade he was in and all that. And it's like, yeah, you're using your life as scaffolding to like make it make sense. And that's what we all do with memories. And if E. Jean Carroll didn't have, like, if you had a different job every year throughout the 90s, it should be pretty easy for you to pick a memory that at least ties you to one of those jobs and place the year. But if you have the same job for 10 years and every year is pretty much the same, it starts being a fucking blur. That guy's 20. I can give him the benefit of the doubt and say, if you're 20, every year your life has been different. But I've had some years where it's like, yeah, from when I was like 22 to when I was 25, I had the same job. Mostly the same stuff was going on. I can't fucking remember that shit. All over the place. All right, we're in the middle. Raven, you want to take the seat for a second? I need a bathroom break and a cup of coffee. I'll be right back, everybody. After I remind you to go to the link tree in the bio. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you follow this backup account right here. And Dionysus, I'm just going to let Raven take the air for just a moment. I'll be with you in just a second. Stay muted until I'm back. You ready, Raven?
Yes.
All right, you gotta get close. Because here I'm holding the airtime, so I gotta yap into the microphone until it's your turn to yap into the microphone.
Here, now it's my turn to yap. How's it going, chat? All right, so yeah, another thing about like all the rape stuff, and the trauma involved in that is like I had something happened to me at 17, and the guy was my friend prior, and I don't remember his name afterwards, so. Trauma affecting memory is a thing, and we shouldn't blame victims for not remembering those things because it's a big deal and we have to treat it with grace. But yeah, hi everybody, how's it going? But yeah, that one transphobic caller was pretty funny. I kind of wish we could have got into it a little bit. I wanted to cook him. That would have been fun. But yeah, also I get asked this a lot, but my pronouns are they, she. Trans feminine, technically not trans woman. But yeah, how's it going, chat? Thank you for all the donations and everything. I do have, like I said, my Venmo in the chat or channel description. So if you did want to donate to me, that's how you can do that. But otherwise, if you want to donate to the show, Linktree is in Oscar's bio, and it helps fund the show, helps pay for the staff like me and Jessie. Speaking of Jessie, she just released a song with her band, Sensing Agony, and the song is called Fall. She also just released an EP. I think it's Basement Sessions, but super awesome. She's a great vocalist. If you like the rah music, metalcore type stuff. Somebody saying I knew Oskar was trans. Lamau. Yeah, he transitioned really quick. I don't know if you heard about. The Royce guy who's going to try out for the WNBA, but yeah, Oskar decided he was going to do WNBA, so he transitioned real quick, and now he looks like me, so that's a thing, I guess. But yeah. Did you guys hear about I think it's Royce White, who was an underperforming man in the NBA? He had 0 stats, literally 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, everything, and now he wants to claim that he's trans, so he can go play in the WNBA. I find it absolutely hilarious that Republican men are so worried about an issue, men and women's sports, that they're willing to be the issue just to prove that the issue is an issue. But welcome to transphobia in 2026. But wild work. But I guess that is the type of people Mega likes to champion. Yes, I am trans, Kobe, if you're asking me. But Yeah, Oscar's back. So here's the host.
Thank you, Raven. Back in the chair for another 2 hours because I would really like to keep going. I got a couple more donations to read before we get to Dionysus, so we can have a nice long uninterrupted conversation. Hopefully, Oscar, you're doing amazing work. The last guest was so vile. Victims absolutely forget the details of their abuse all the time. I was essayed by 2 of my best friends in college, and I don't remember the exact month or year. Just know that it happened my sophomore year. Joshua, I'm sorry. Sorry to hear that. It's fucking heavy hearing from all these examples, but I think it's really great that we've got an audience of people brave enough to throw their hat in the ring and say, like, something like this happened to me. I feel a similar way. Again, it's just like you're just closing your eyes and covering your ears and screaming if you're going to tell me that that's not how victims' memories work. You're just ignoring all the work that's been done by the people who work with victims to understand them and figure out what to do in these difficult he said, she said types of cases, which so many of these essays are. That's why they don't get prosecuted generally. Anyway, Eugenio sent $5 on Buy Me a Coffee today. Neurological studies have shown that trauma severely alters your ability to recall exact dates. I can't remember off the top of my head when I was raped or when my friend died or when I was medically abused. Your brain actively represses remembering traumatic events. Sexual assault's really common. I think that people who walk through life without worrying about being sexually assaulted have an easy time ignoring that fact. I try not to be one of those people. Thurs and Roses sent $2 to say Raven podcast. When? A relaxing voice girly pop. You get to hosting, Raven. What are you doing? You got a TikTok
I'm
account.
editing all of your videos. That's what I'm doing.
Okay. Get caught up on clips, and then we can.
This is why I'm banished from the show.
You are a little bit banished from the show. Not today, because you're filling in for Jessie as producer. But yeah, you're a little bit banished from the show, so we can get the clips caught up. Lover of Life sent $2 to say disgusting asking for your dead name. Why ask? Yeah, because they just don't care.
They think it's going to hurt my feelings.
Well, yeah, that's the only reason. It is to hurt feelings, which is just utterly reprehensible. But he was also flailing to get out of the corner I put him in about E.G. Carroll. All right, Dionysus, you've been very patient. How old are you?
I got invited up. It's the dude from yesterday, but can my friend debate you?
I mean, if they want to debate me and they're 18 years of age and we're, I think, just looking for Trump supporters generally, yeah, then I'd be okay with that.
Is this the guy that showed his hair?
You guys blocked me, yeah.
Oh.
For no reason.
No, it was for good reason. Goodbye. We're going to talk to Omar 11773. We got through what we needed to in the call yesterday. You were disingenuous enough that I'm not interested in having you back on. So yesterday's your episode. Thank you, Sir Doll, for the $10 on YouTube Super Chat. I would pay to subscribe to a Sleepy Time podcast where Raven just reads transphobes to filth in her soothing voice. I'd sleep like a baby every night. £10 from Washerbear, or 10 euros rather. I think that's a German username. Dankeschön. Thank you very much for the 10 pounds, and then or 10 euros. Not pounds. Keep mixing it up. Good Citizen sent $2 to say trauma changes your your brain chemistry. Literally. Yeah, I appreciate all the donations, but I think we've made it clear that the rest of us know that victims' brains work in that way. Omar, how old are you?
Oh, hey, sorry, I didn't mean to come up. I was tapping away.
Oh, no worries. Appreciate you, Omar. We're gonna talk to Cosmic Drago. I think we've talked to Cosmic Drago before. I could be wrong.
Familiar.
Hello, how old are you?
I'm 19. You talked to me before. I just wanted to say, could he not see what you were doing by rapid firing, asking those questions? Because the exact same thing happened to E. Carroll, of just getting rapid fire and just trying to answer those questions, and then they put her in a corner.
Well, yeah, that's why I took the approach with interrogating him about dates. Is so many of the callers don't realize that I am just treating them in the way that they are treating the person that we're talking about. They see that it's unfair, and then they're not able to apply that to the way that they're treating the other person. So,
right.
Yeah. So, yeah, they no is the answer to the question. They can't see that I'm doing the same thing to them that they're doing because they lack perspective. They lack empathy to be able to apply things that are happening to other people to how it would feel if those things happened to them. And that's very, very bad. That's why they call in and do very mean things, like threaten my kitty Scout here, who loves being on the show. She would hate being on the show if she knew she was on the show. If she understood the internet, she would not be about it. She's not a very social creature. She just loves.
I think a lot of cats probably would.
Yeah, I actually have a different cat who would love the attention if he knew he was getting it. But Merlin is nowhere to be found on the show. He doesn't like sitting on this desk, so he doesn't come hang out. But if I'm not mistaken, you're not an oppositional caller. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I just wanted to say, like, just he was being so stupid. You're literally your first two sources. He just got disproven wrong. Like, dude, really?
Dude, I've never actually pulled the Wikipedia trick of just looking up the source and having it be like, oh, this one's fake news. Like that one went harder than I thought. I appreciate your comments on the matter, but we're gonna move on to justice for Jared, and he's gonna maybe tell us what happened to Jared. We'll see. I don't know. I can take that seriously. I don't want to joke. Maybe something terrible happened to Jared.
Hey, I was tapping. I didn't mean to come up, bud.
No worries. Scout is in a playful mood. What's going on, Scout? All right. Rhetorical morality. I can't tell if she wants to fight or if she wants to... I think she's play fighting. Where's Merlin? Go fight with your brother, silly. I'm busy. I'm making the money so I can buy you the treats. All right. We're going to talk to rhetorical morality. See if he has some rhetoric about morality for us. Hello, how old are you?
I'm 21.
Are you a Trump supporter?
I used to be a supporter. What does MAGA doesn't know what's coming mean?
I think
just sounds...
It's like rage bait. It's like meant to just get people to call in. I mean, for the most part, I just think that people who support Trump lack the historical perspective to see what's next in his plan, or have not read Project 2025, which talks about some of the stuff that's next in the plan. I think there are some assumptions we can make about things getting worse if the Republicans remain in control. So the reason for the sign is that I think that Republicans don't realize that if they get what they want, which is Republicans controlling the government and like fucking up the Constitution, that it will be bad for all of us in the end.
Okay. What do you believe is next in the plan?
I think that they're going to start jailing people en masse. I think that's the next step. I think that if the Republicans maintain control of the legislative branch in the midterms, that's going to give them more free warrant to start over-exercising the authority of the DOJ, going after people who are political opponents to Trump. That's the biggest thing I'm concerned about.
Okay. What was I gonna say?
What pulled you away from Trump? You said that you used to support him, but you don't anymore. What changed for you?
Oh, you're not gonna like that.
I'm okay with people telling me things I don't like on the show.
Okay. Well, he didn't actually deport anyone. I think.
Why do you want... I'm guessing that you really want the illegal immigrants to be deported.
Yeah, that's one thing. And then...
Why?
They're here illegally.
Yeah, but like I used to smoke the green stuff, and that was illegal, and I'm really glad it's not illegal anymore, and I'm really glad that there were no consequences for all the years that I did it illegally. Do you think that that's probably a good approach to the way the government has handled the fact that I used to smoke the green stuff illegally?
I would say that's a false equivalency.
Well, hold on. I don't think it is a false equivalency. Thank you, Emily, for the galaxy. Because I think that your reason is that because it was illegal, it was a misdemeanor to own or use the green stuff, and it is a misdemeanor to be in the country illegally. So if the reason is just that it's illegal, this was illegal in very much the same way. So I actually think it's a very good equivalency.
Listen, so do you believe that borders should exist?
I'm sorry, I need you to answer to my analogy. Do you think that I should do you think that they shouldn't have forgiven me for doing that? Do you think I should go to jail? Stop getting help from your buddy. I want to talk to you.
Okay. Well, yeah, one, it's based on where you live, but second of all...
Okay, so that's a different reason than it being illegal. Are we going to throw away this nonsense about it being illegal? Because I get that it's illegal to be an illegal immigrant. That's fucking obvious. My point is that the laws are set up in such a way that's harmful to society, and I don't think it's sensible to deport them. I think it would be more sensible to... Like, you could say when the green stuff was illegal everywhere, it's still illegal.
I mean, I subscribe.
You could say that you want to, arrest everybody who uses it, lock them all up because they all broke the law. Whatever the worst consequences that the law can possibly give them, let's do that for them. And then somebody might say, how about we make it legal and we forgive those people? That would be better for society. I'd agree with that. That is what happened here in Minnesota, which is why I get to sit here looking forward to what I'm going to do on that couch behind me as soon as I'm done recording for the day, and which is actually going to be pretty late tonight because we have the members only stream. But anyway. My point is, it being illegal is not a good enough answer in this conversation where we disagree about what the laws should be. Is that fair to say? It's the same kid, right? Are we talking to this motherfucker again?
I mean, I don't think being illegal.
They all sound the same. It's so fucking hard. It's AJ's friend, and AJ's the friend off screen trying to talk to me through you. Is that what's happening?
Who is AJ?
Let's see what the Discord has to say. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, well, hold on. We can solve this because we saw both of you. Turn your camera on. Prove that you're not AJ and his buddy. They're scheming. They're muted. They're like, oh no. Yeah, that's definitely AJ's buddy. We saw you yesterday.
He tried to throw you under the bus for his absolutely reprehensible views instead of just taking it himself.
Yeah, but what even were we talking about with AJ? What was the topic? I remember he was an asshole, but what even was it? I can't remember. The look at fucking the timestamps from yesterday. They're all the fucking same. I'm sorry. I hate being generalizing in that way, but it's just like the same set of like bullshit talking points that don't add up to a good argument. Like, look, I'll let you try to answer.
Between the two of them, do you think they can figure out that they're muted?
I think he knows he's muted. I'll give you just one more fucking shot. Whichever of you it comes from, it doesn't really matter to me because it's just about the truth versus what the truth isn't, and it doesn't really matter who delivers that message. Whether it's me as the vessel or something from the Discord, doesn't matter. Why would it be good to deport the illegal immigrants? That just doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know who benefits from that.
Well, let me ask you a baseline question. Like, do you believe that borders should exist?
Sure.
Okay, so then what good is the border if we have things like amnesty and then we're incentivizing people to come back here and we're just going to keep passing amnesty bills?
Well, it's not. Well, there's two
like, what's your long-term solution?
Well, because if we just accepted all of them with amnesty and didn't change the border laws, you'd be right. In like 10 years, we would just have to fucking do it again. You're completely right. Which is why I think that we have to do two different things. We have to change the immigration system so that it is an easier system to participate in. Even if you get told no at the border, you at least need to be told no sooner instead of just waiting.
Are you proposing that we make the border like the border laws stricter or the border
less strict? We need immigrants right now.
So then
they're good for the labor force. They're good for replacing our aging population as our birth rate declines because we're becoming quite prosperous in this country. We're one of those developed nations that should have free healthcare but doesn't for some fucking reason. But among the things that we have to deal with is a declining birth rate, which is fixed with immigration. So the amount of immigration that I want to see in this country should increase in the coming years, even with the number of immigrants that came in during Biden's term. I still think that in the coming decades we need that. So like, I just don't see who benefits from deporting them. I think that the borders are important, but the ways that we've been enforcing it have been so bad. We should fix that mistake from the past by giving amnesty to like 10 million people, and then really radically overhaul the way that we handle people applying for residency in the country. I think that'd be less expensive than deporting them, and we wouldn't lose a bunch of our labor force.
Do you not? Oh, that's gonna press him. That's gonna press. But okay, so less strict, but that's essentially why. So you just want unfettered immigration. What's the point of even having a border or an immigration
I didn't
process?
Say unfettered.
But where's the line?
Yeah, where's the line? You said that you want the number to go up.
Yeah, I think that when you apply for
how much?
A lot. We're talking like 1 million people a year or something. Like I'm okay with I'm okay with a large amount of immigration to replace the birth rate. We need young people who are working hard to feed their families. It's good for the economy, and we're not creating enough of those people. We're not making people who want to start families and have kids and work hard to feed them and give them prosperous lives. But immigrants are coming here with families, and they are offering that work. And if you look at other countries, we can see that this birth rate problem is solved by doing exactly that. And I just don't know what for anybody would
perhaps the birth rate problem is ideological because what happens when they immigrate here and they assimilate into our culture and then they also just stop having children.
Yes, and then in the decades to come, their birth rate declines as well. Their children and grandchildren will have lower birth rates than them, and that's why in the future we will still want immigration, and that's probably going to happen. That's probably going to happen for a couple hundred more years until the economic conditions the world over are more equalized. The reason there's immigration is because there's a lot of places in this country or on the planet that are shittier to live than the United States. So one of the ways that it actually self-equalizes, it's very nice about sociology that it works this way about society, is that when you have these countries that are so prosperous that their birth rate goes down, it allows room in those countries for people who are moving from less prosperous countries to move and become more developed. And even if people send money home, or even if people like move back, or like whatever they do to support their, like some people are going to be so excited about the country they moved from, they're still going to want to carry that flag. They might go and benefit that country later in their lives, but that doesn't mean that they're not going to be a net benefit to the tax system along the way. And people going back and making their home countries better with better technology, spreading out some of that global prosperity that we're all seeing, that's still just better to prevent immigration in the future. So instead of having the world be this place that's like marked by strife and difficulty, where it sucks over here and it's good over there, and people say, I'm in the cool kids club, I get to have prosperity, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and you don't. I think we should just be a little bit more cooperative on a global scale as we go into this next century of trying to equalize some of the poverty that exists on Earth. I think that's better for everybody.
So do you just want everybody to move to America? Like,
I don't think you're listening.
No. I was listening. You were saying
most people, yeah. I think that most people who want to come here should be allowed to.
No, and you don't think that there's going to be any contention between cultures? You don't think that cultures are very different?
I grew up in a world where there didn't exist that sort of contention between cultures, which is why it wasn't very difficult for me to not be xenophobic and racist as I got older.
Ideological and theological differences has nothing to do with race.
Most illegal immigrants in this country are Christians.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about if you're just saying that's just how we're going to fix our replacement rate rather than deal with the virulent ideological disease of liberalism. Did
the Irish culture destroy New York during the Industrial Revolution? That's what people were concerned about then.
I didn't want them there.
That's a very similar culture to Anglo-Saxon Christians.
You can say now, because we're not so racist against Irish people as we used to be, that they're just people and that they're the same. That's true of people with brown skin. You just feel
objectively, they come from a Christian country.
I just mentioned that the illegal immigrants with brown skin from the southern border are across the board like 90% Christian, like 70% of them are Catholic.
And if anything, they're a lot more assimilatable into our culture.
Why is that?
Let's say.
Why? What about them?
Even though that's probably not a word. Because they're Christian, specifically.
Right.
If they were Islamic, they would be very different.
There aren't very many Muslim illegal immigrants. That's not really at issue here.
No, I'm not talking about illegal. I'm talking about immigration in general. Because
I'm trying to understand why I'm trying to understand why the Irish Catholics are assimilable, but the Mexican Catholics aren't. I think I can play. I'm capable of playing spot the difference here.
No, I was literally just saying that they are. No, that's not the argument I was making.
So what's the difference between the Irish immigrants 100 years ago?
No, I am saying that Mexicans are a lot more assimilable than Islamic people, for example.
Okay, and most of the illegal immigrants are from Latin America, Mexico, or further south of that. So, what's your concern?
Well, one, again, just being just like, yeah. So you see no limit. I mean, also Mexican culture is also different from ours. Absolutely.
Their food fucking slaps. Yeah.
That's it.
That's the only difference.
Their music's pretty good.
You don't think coming from vastly different socioeconomic backgrounds?
That's true of like most immigrants. That was also true of the Irish. They were coming from an area that was experiencing like
what year?
In 100 years ago during the Industrial Revolution, the Irish were escaping a famine where they were coming from, the Irish potato famine. In fact,
100 years.
I'm saying that 100 years ago it was the Irish people that people were racist against. I'm trying to understand what's different now about the brown people coming from the southern border, and I'm just not seeing any differences other than that their skin is brown.
The world changes.
One, the world changes. Second of all, they're living
the world
as
changes.
if
What does
the
that claim?
Irish people
Sorry.
that
I don't understand one, so I'm not willing to move on to two. The world changes. What does that mean in this context? What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
I mean, and we've developed so much more as a nation.
What does that have to do with the
around
differences
us.
between the Irish immigrants 100 years ago and the Hispanic immigrants now?
Well, they literally live as the Irish people lived 100 years ago now.
We were more open to immigration.
But
We were more open to immigration. We had way less people.
I'm bringing them up as an analog because people on the East Coast were very racist towards Italians and Irish people who were coming and taking our jobs. Like all the concerns about illegal immigrants we have now, people had those about Irish and Italian immigrants on the East Coast, particularly in the city that I grew up and learned the history of. I think I do actually have a correction, which is that here we go. Tavi sent $5 to say Ireland was not a Christian country. Ireland was heavily pagan. England forced conversion on Ireland. That's why the Irish were second-class citizens. Actually, yeah. So I guess I was wrong about that, but that actually makes the Irish better evidence of my claim because you don't take issue with the Irish, even though that the religious concerns that you have are more true of the Irish than of the Hispanic immigrants at the southern border.
That is just completely and utterly not true. They were definitely not more pagan than Christian at that time. I guarantee you.
It says heavily pagan. I think that the argument is that they were. I think that the argument is compared to Hispanic immigrants at the southern border, they were less Christian than the current Irish immigrants. I do have to skip ahead because Blonder just sent me $150, so I should probably fucking read that message. Thank you. That's like a big fucking chunk of what the show needs to make every day in order for this thing I'm doing with my life right now to work. So seriously, fucking thank you for blonde. What is it? Blonde
roast espresso.
Blonde roast espresso. Thank you for the $150 YouTube super chat. Newish sub, but terrible at commenting in real time before the convo changes. I admire how you handle the horrific takes while also showing empathy when the situation calls. This is for you and your amazing team. Thank you for your work on educating the public. Holy shit. Thank you. I just wanted to get that in right away. There are some people who are behind you who I will get to in a moment. Thank you. Really, that's huge. So just again, given that the Irish were even less religiously compatible with the zeitgeist of the United States at the time that they immigrated 100 years ago, what is your argument against the immigrants today? I'm still not hearing it.
Again, I mean, regardless, they just come from a vastly different culture from ours. I mean, it's readily observable.
And that was the argument against the Irish and the Italians 100 years ago. So what's different now? Because we were wrong about the Irish and the Italians. They didn't destroy New York. They built it.
And also,
and Mexico's not a family.
low skilled labor jobs.
What about
them?
Stop whispering. Like if this is a 2v1, that's fine. I can take it. Stretch me wide. I don't care. The whispering thing where like he whispers in your ear and then you say it to me, it's not as fun for everybody. So just both of you fucking.
I guarantee you the vast majority of this is 100% just me. Yeah. But
then I shouldn't hear him muttering in your ear. But it's also just like bad for the show. Like it's like people don't like hearing it, and I want people to hear your perspectives on this. So again, like people were weary of the Irish and the Italian immigrant on the East Coast 100 years ago in the same way that you right now are weary of the immigrant at the southern border. I'm just not understanding.
He's more worried about the immigrant in the Middle East.
Right, who we're not even talking about.
Right. He's mad at immigration not being stronger, but he's also not mad at southern immigrants. Yeah. I don't understand your point.
Yeah, somebody in the chat said there's very few Mexicans. I do keep trying to clarify we're talking about Hispanic immigrants from the southern border because it's not.
I mean, it's really not few. I went to Texas and it was practically impossible for me to get a job because every single one of those low skilled.
There we go.
What?
That's you.
No, it's not.
You going through your life seeing brown people and blaming them for not getting a job is racism. Did you count the number of Hispanic people you saw? Did you do some analysis that would suggest that they're in some way responsible?
I'm
for you?
saying the absolute vast majority of the people that were holding employment there were Mexican. I'm not like concerned that they're brown.
I live in a black neighborhood. I live in a black neighborhood. Most of the stores are like operated by people with dark skin.
It's like you guys are so obsessed with race.
To me.
It can't be
listen to the words I'm saying. I live in a black neighborhood. There was a time where I used to go for walks around this neighborhood and try to find a job because I was broke and I didn't have enough hours at my existing jobs. So I was walking into stores looking for any old job operating a fucking cash register. Like I just needed work. Would it be sensible for me to blame the black people in my neighborhood for not giving me a job because I live in a neighborhood that's mostly black and most of the people who operate the cash registers are black? That would be racism, right?
They're also the foundation of
yes
our
or
culture
no?
as well.
Yes or no? That would be racism.
Because
yes
they're black.
or no
then
are your
yes.
options in answering that question. Yes
because
or
they're black.
yes,
then yes
or no.
I think I said yes.
That's
Oscar.
more words than
I
yes or
gotta
no.
play
Just
tough
yes or
with you.
no. Give me a clean yes or no. Would that be racist for me to do?
Take a breather, bub.
No.
No, it wouldn't be. Yeah, it would be racist if it had if it was solely because of their skin color and it didn't have anything
so
to do
why
with
is it not racist for you
nationality.
to why is it not racist for you to go to the southern border where there is a large Hispanic population and do the same fucking thing?
It's nationality, and the majority of them there are probably legal.
I'm sorry. When you went to Texas and you reported what you saw, did you ask these people their nationality or did you see their skin color and assume it?
I'm just saying there's most certainly, given that there's at least 10 million illegal immigrants in our country, and I'm going to have to assume that there's a decent population of them in Texas.
There is.
All right, yeah,
that's
also
correct.
A decent
But again,
population of
I'm
legal
sorry.
immigrants
Stop
in Texas.
talking. I'm going to talk over you until you listen to my question again. The question was, did you ask these people their nationality when you glanced at them and assessed that because of where they're from or something like that, they were taking your job? Okay, again, do you think you're doing a good job getting away from my claim that your assertion about what happened to your job opportunities in Texas was racism?
And not racism. It's just, again, we're taking a large demographic of people from another country.
For the record, the other racist thing that you said to try to get out of this, which is that like the African Americans like built our country and they're like part of our culture and like that makes it okay. Not true in my neighborhood. I live in a neighborhood where a lot of the African Americans are actually recent expats from fucking Africa. I live in a neighborhood that has a really large Somali population. So no, that also happens not to be true of my neighbors, who I love, by the way. They also make good food.
Yeah, I mean, generally, I don't know about you. It's frustrating to see people immigrate here and be more successful here than people that were born here. And I think that just like Israel, maybe we should provide our own native-born citizens stipends, regardless of what race they are, Oscar. Maybe it has everything to do with nationality to me.
Poor white man can't compete in the job market and blames everybody else.
So I'll ask my original question again. Did you excuse me?
In our racist
excuse me.
society,
I will
in our
ask
racist
my original
culture,
question
right?
again.
Systemic.
Excuse me. I will ask my original question again. Then the people in Texas that you're upset caused you not to get a job, who you say are Mexican or Hispanic or whatever. Did you ask them their nationality to make sure that they weren't born here with their brown skin and are thus entitled to the same thing that you think the rest of us should be for having been born here?
Hey, I already made it clear. Certainly,
yes
there's a
or
lot of
no?
legal immigrants.
Yes or no?
And there's
yes
natively born
or no? I'm not interested in all this bullshit. Yes or no? Did you check if the people you were talking about in Texas are subject to the sort of consideration as citizens?
Hey, I already told you no. I'm not going to walk up to somebody and ask them their nationality.
So you think that people who are born here should get some special treatment by the government, but you saw people who didn't have white skin, assumed they weren't deserving of that treatment, even though I'm sure you're aware it is possible for people to be born here with non-white skin. You actually suggested that that's what's going on in my neighborhood, but in your case, it's perfectly safe for you to assume that they weren't born here, therefore not give them the consideration that you think is due of a citizen, which is me. Well, the way I look at it is that you're not giving somebody fair consideration for what they're due based on the color of their skin, which is racism. Oh, sorry, Scout. I forgot you were sitting here.
Has nothing to do with racism. You're conflating that.
I think that's a really good example of racism.
That would be a good example of racism, yes. But if I'm talking about
that you are saying and doing,
what y'all don't know how to make a distinction.
No, we can say that it was nationalistic, which I would also take issue with, by the way. But your claim is that it's nationalism, not racism, and I'm just throwing that out because you assumed their nationality because of their race, which just makes it racism instead of nationalism. It would still be nationalism if you went around asking them what their nationality was to learn whether or not you should be upset about whether or not they took your job.
To assume that if you see see somebody of a certain race, they're most likely to have derived from this place or this country because that's just reality.
But the line in the sand that
Maybe
you just
not the specific
line in the
country.
sand that you just drew is when they got here. When the exact sort of people that I'm talking about is people who were born here without white skin, whose family history might be deeper here than mine. My family history isn't very deep here. I'm a first-generation child of an immigrant on my mom's side, and my dad was a first-generation child of an immigrant under both his parents, who were World War II refugees. So somebody who has history here as like a descendant of slaves or something like that is in that sense like more of a true American than me. In the grand scheme of things, I just got here. I have older siblings who weren't born in America. I barely made the cut.
I mean, what's primarily important to me is assimilation into the culture, but a lot of the time,
see how we're playing racist talking point whack-a-mole, where it was nationality until that was bullshit, and now it's assimilation. What do you mean by assimilation? What does assimilation
it's all
mean
of those
to you?
things, because nationality will generally.
Here, actually, the donations are piling up.
Instill you with a different culture.
Excuse me, the donations are piling up. So I want you to define the word assimilation when I get back. So maybe you can cheat and look it up, or you can just think about what it means to you. But I am going to read some donations before we do that. Thank you very much, Logan, for the $10 on Venmo. Logan said, fellow musician and teacher down in KC, enjoyed tuning in this summer. Unfortunately, back to the grind tomorrow, so I'll only be a weekend listener, but keep up the good work, all three of you. Shouting out Jessie and Raven, who also work on the show. Thank you very much, Logan. And hey, you can always listen to me after the fact on YouTube, but I'm sad to see you go. But hey, teacher to teacher, keep up the good work, buddy. David sent $5 to say, does AJJ shove his hand up your ass when he puppets you? I think that one was meant for the caller, not for me. Thank you for the $5. Lucky Fell sent $1 to say, sent this around an hour ago for more than $1. What? Caller, respecting someone's pronoun costs you nothing. Choosing not to just shows you're a piece of shit. Sincerely, go fuck yourself. W. Raven. Did he? Oh, he did. I'm so sorry. Thank you for the $2 prior to that. Lucky Phil is always on my ass for not keeping up very well on Buy Me a Coffee. I am genuinely terrible at it, so I'm sorry.
W. Lucky Phil.
W. Lucky
Phil.
Ross sent $5 to say, Whitey can't get a job. Sounds like a skills issue. I agree. And then if I hop over to YouTube Super Chat, we've got $5 from Amaranthia, who said, Raven, you're gorgeous and you're loved.
Thank you.
Wash Bear sent 10 more euros to say, Scout's so cute. She is. She's so... Oh, here, wait. Oh, we do have the Scout cam open.
I got you.
Thank you, Raven. Yeah, Scout is very cute. And I do love that her favorite little nap spot has been right here on my mouse pad during the show. Al sent $5 to say it's National Book Lovers Day. Maybe maggots can go buy a history book. I recommend it. Scary shit in there if you support Trump. The Taffy Bot, well, scary shit if you live in a world with Trump, and that's all of us. Taffy Bot sent $5 to say a large majority of Muslims believe in Jesus Christ, so why can't they assimilate? Also, nobody cares about religion. Some people care about religion. I don't personally. The Kenny Boy 92 sent 10 euros to say, as an Irishman around the time of the famine, British-backed genocide, we were mainly Catholic, but yeah, originally we were pagan. Okay, I think I was on the right track there with my history. I am just pulling up history I learned in like elementary school, so like yay general knowledge. I think I'm doing okay
also,
on this.
Wasn't there some sort of civil war with like the Protestants and the Catholics?
I don't recall. That sounds plausible, but I mean, hey, that's the American dream, isn't it? Escaping religious persecution in your home country to come here to live with life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Sounds like they're assimilating nicely if they're concerned about religious prosecution in their home country. Every SEEO sent $2 to say, how does he know which illegals in asylum process? Yeah, once again, just looking at brown people on the street, saying shit about them on my show, calling it not racist. Fucking clown show over here. Tavi Badir sent $5 to say, caller, do you know that what Texas was before it was part of the U.S.? Good question. Maybe he'll answer that in just a moment, because it is very funny what Texas was before it became Texas. Maybe he can put it together from context on that one. Jay sent $2. I think that's is that proletariat? That is for $2. My favorite question on this talking point: name a uniquely American cultural value besides guns that exists in no other country. Yeah, once again, we're just kind of we're like champions at cultural appropriation, and yet you preach assimilation, buddy. Come on. Tylenia sent $2 to say, can I talk about pagans? And then I can talk about pagans. Well, maybe if we get back there. I do see you in the queue, so hang out if the topic swings back there. But for now, AJ and friend, can you define assimilation for me?
Yeah, buddy. In the context of immigration, the process where newcomers blend into a new country's society, sometimes losing parts of their original identity, and or the process of taking in and fully absorbing something or of becoming similar to a larger group.
Okay, that's fair. here's my take on assimilation. There are ways in which it is important for anybody coming from any country to assimilate if they move to a new country. We can use our country as an example. If you move from a country where it's like totally normal and part of the culture to like take your beer and walk to the next bar with it, you're not allowed to do that in most places here. Personally, I think that's silly. I think we should be allowed. But that aside, you got to follow the fucking rules, right? There's like, these norms and things like that are important to the functioning of society. So I people need to make sure that they assimilate to our road laws. People need to make sure that they assimilate. It's probably advisable to tell people to assimilate to norms like shaking hands. If you come from a place where handshaking isn't really the way that you do it, maybe you should shake hands. If I move to Japan, I'm supposed to bow, right? Yeah, so I shouldn't be the asshole that's like, I want to shake your hand. This is
Hold on, Oscar, not to cut you off, because I agree with a lot of what you're saying. Did you ask me to define assimilation because I said assimilate? They need to assimilate into our culture. I'm just asking you that.
A lot of people disagree about what assimilation means, so I wanted to make sure we had a definition between the two of us that we could both agree on. It's just important for the conversation.
Your audience can't follow the conversation because they're like amoeba brains, so they're like, did he just use ChatGPT to read that? Like, yeah, buddy, he asked me to pull it up.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
Can't track a simple conversation, but
there's such an easy way to look up a word that isn't ChatGPT. Do you know what it is?
I didn't use ChatGPT. I used Google. But
okay, then here, another piece of advice
still
for
gets
you.
you an AI
Eyes up here, buddy. Focus on the fucking conversation. My point is, there are lots of ways in which it is important to assimilate, legal and otherwise. Because like I said, there's nothing illegal about a person refusing to shake a hand because they moved here from Japan and they expect to bow. But you could agree it's inadvisable to not assimilate in that way, right? You should shake hands with somebody in a job interview instead of bowing to them because you don't want them to like think like, why does this person not know the norms of our society? That I can understand. Do you think that people who move from any other country are under any obligation to listen to our music and eat our food, though, is my question.
Is there not a lot of social enclaves like within our society? You wouldn't say compared to other countries?
The question again is, when somebody moves here from another country, do you think it's important that they listen to our music and eat our style of food?
So you're gonna argue that all of that is
yes or no?
Derivative from other cultures anyways?
Yes or no? Do you think it is important for a person who moves here to
not necessarily that, more so shares our principles, our values, our philosophies, Western philosophy?
Values I struggle with. Western philosophy I struggle with because I think that some of those things are right. Some of those things are wrong. There are ways in which a person can value something that doesn't harm any other members of society around them. So if you come to our country with a value that I don't have, but you exercising that value, you living your life in consideration of that value doesn't influence my life, doesn't interrupt my ability to live by my values, that's fine. Speak whatever language you want at the dinner table. Listen to whatever music you want.
We're talking about Sharia law.
Oh, yeah. That would be in pretty serious conflict. I'm very much against Sharia law. I'm glad we agree on that. But if you want to open a store and sell books that are written in a language I don't understand, that's your business. I don't have to go in there.
Yeah, reasonable.
Okay.
I mean, I agree with you there.
Okay. So when you talk about assimilation, it sounds like you and I agree about the ways in which people should assimilate. I would actually like to help people assimilate. I think that, like, for example, a lot of immigrants don't speak English very well, and being able to speak the local language is definitely important in that, like, advisable way that I was discussing earlier. I don't think that we should legally mandate people learning English. We actually don't require learning English for driver's licenses in most, if not all places, if I'm not mistaken. There might be exceptions, but I know most places don't require it. And we have a system for helping people who don't speak English very well, which is that all of our road signs are designed with a shape and color. That means you can tell what type of sign it is and what important safety information is on it without reading. If it's a brown sign with a white border, that's talking about a historical location. Doesn't matter for safety what it says on it. Very sorry if you can't read English, you're not going to know what state park this is. But if it's a yellow sign that's a triangle with a red border, that's a yield sign. It will never say anything but yield. If it's a red octagon, that's a stop sign. If it's a yellow triangle with arrows on it, the arrows on the yellow triangle tell you what's about to happen to the lanes on the road that you're driving on. You can learn those rules without learning English. We have a system that's designed for road safety that doesn't require a person to speak English. So legally, I don't see any reason why a person should need to learn English, but I think it's very advisable to learn English if you immigrate here. That's one form of assimilation where it's not a legal consideration, it's just a functional consideration. Logistically, it's definitely important to speak English. It's the global lingua franca these days. It's a good language to be able to speak regardless of where you live. So I have considerations about assimilation that are nuanced based on what I think is important to people's value system, but You're talking about people coming here and not assimilating. And when it comes to the ways in which it's important for a person to assimilate, I would argue that the people who aren't going to do as good a job assimilating are the people who are being rejected by our society by not being given legal status. If there are things about the 12 million illegal immigrants not assimilating that are a problem for society in some of the ways that I've mentioned, don't you think it would be easier for them to assimilate and get up to speed on those things if we made them legal residents of the country and didn't have them hiding from the authorities?
I think that you should be prepared to assimilate nearly immediately upon entry. I think that the tests need to be a little, if any, American history and all of these, they need to be harder for everyone, including people attempting to immigrate and including for our.
But what's an assimilation test going to ask about?
But when was it? I mean, it should be general. It should be our, historical facts, historical dates.
What sort of historical facts?
Early presidents, huh?
Name the first five. Name the first 5 U.S. presidents.
All right, Washington, Jefferson, Adams.
Is it supposed to be in order?
No, I mean, I'm not saying in order.
All right.
Actually, I've been reading a lot of history. I'm getting to that point right now, so I don't have that perfectly memorized.
Okay,
I do know
so you don't have the early presidents memorized, but the immigrants are supposed to.
I just said that it needs to be harder on everyone. I did just make that argument.
But why? But if we're talking about,
I am reading a lot.
I'm
of
sorry.
history right
Have
now.
you not assimilated to the United States yet? You live here.
I mean, I'm very familiar with the philosophies that are the foundation of this country. I'm familiar with
why are the immigrants expected to know
the Roman Empire?
Why are the immigrants expected? Dude, shut up. Why are the immigrants expected to know the early presidents when you don't know them? You didn't continually. There's 5.
I'm learning them right now.
5. So what are the first 5 early presidents? First 5 presidents of the United States. Who are they? If you take any longer, I'm going to think you're cheating.
You can hear him.
Bro, but come on. Like, Jimmy Carter, Reagan. I can literally list the past,
why did you tell me that the immigrants are supposed to know the early presidents if you don't know the early presidents?
I'm learning them right now. I'm literally learning
why.
Right now.
The question again isn't whether you are learning them right now or not. The question is why do you expect the immigrants to know them if you don't fucking know them?
So I expect you to come in ready to assimilate. It takes a few minutes to learn that. I mean, I could literally learn
ready
that
to
today
assimilate,
and
brother. You failed your own fucking test
tomorrow and list 20 of them in a row. If I learn that right now, because I've been learning 1,500 years of history.
But the expectation.
So if I learn all
stop
of history,
talking and
I
listen.
expect them to
If the
start with
expectation
presidents.
is that they have that background,
What are you confused about?
I'm confused about why you expect illegal immigrants to pass, or immigrants generally, to pass a test that you yourself can't pass.
I don't expect people to learn all of history, but that's what I'm doing right now.
You
I'm
mentioned early presidents.
So if I can do that, and I'm going to get to the presidents
Stop
and
talking over me.
memorize them,
Stop talking
then I
over me.
expect
Stop
them to do
talking
the
over
same.
me. Stop talking over me. Why are you expecting the immigrants to pass a test that you yourself just failed? I
But
don't
denying
think
the
it's
context that I'm providing you here. You're just not gonna.
The idea is that you want them to assimilate. You want them to be like you. You fail the test. Why do they need to pass this test?
Does the teacher do the test? Does the
You know that I know a lot about the majority of those presidents as well. Just because I don't know
I want
the exact succession.
I want to answer the gym
Like
teacher
what?
quip. I want to answer the gym teacher quip because you guys are talking over each other. The gym teacher thing doesn't apply because fitness has to do with. The reason it doesn't apply is because your fitness changes greatly over the course of your life. So no, the physical fitness of the gym teacher, who's an adult, usually in their middle ages, is
But they
not.
know what's good for you. We know what's good for them.
Listen, is an adult supposed to be able to pass the same physical tests as a child? No, we're talking about their bodies.
What?
Our bodies change throughout our lives, and an adult might not.
But the coach would give an equivalent test.
Right,
for the child.
But if
it would be the equivalent hardness.
And I would hope that if the gym teacher was like 22 years old, they should be able to pass the test. I agree with you. If they
But
were
would they be doing it?
Stop
would they,
talking
do they do
over me. If they were in their 60s and nearing retirement, I wouldn't expect them to run the pacer test very well. That doesn't have to do with their ability to make sure that the young people who are in an earlier chapter of their life are able to do that for their fitness. The same thing doesn't apply to knowing the things a person at any age would need to know to assimilate in the sorts of ways that I'm asking for. And I'm asking you to make sense for me the hypocrisy of saying that they need to know the early presidents and then not being able to list the early presidents.
Do you not think it matters that they know the most important ones? How about the ones on Mount Rushmore?
I'm sorry, you're moving the goalpost. You're moving the goalpost.
I'm sorry that I said it in a way that you interpreted to
pick a new category.
Because I said early
pick
presidents.
A new category. Pick a new category. Let's try again.
When was the Constitution ratified?
1789.
It was 88.
Or yeah, and then it was. And
what about World War I was 14 to 18, or World War II?
Okay, you're listing
39 to 45.
You're listing things that you stop talking. I will kick you both from my show if you cannot have a functional conversation of any kind, because I don't use the mute button. It's the thing I really think is bad for the flow of conversation. If I'm saying something to you and I don't think you're listening, the mute button isn't going to help me think that you're listening. I want this conversation to work. I want people to be able to engage with the fact that you're a bunch of racist hypocrites. I really want to get to the bottom of that. But if you just yell things over me, I can just name shit at you that you don't understand. I can list fucking factoids about that. I know lots about a bunch of stuff that probably people don't. But my question is, why do you expect illegal immigrants to be able to, or I keep saying illegal immigrants, why do you expect immigrants to the country to be able to answer these questions when you yourself, with the first category that you brought up,
get them up to speed on American culture? And once again,
who's your least favorite politician? Who do you hate most who's a politician in this country?
Donald Trump.
Okay, that's actually fair. But pick somebody else.
Yeah, it's got to be Mamdani, AOC.
What branch of the government? What branch of government does AOC work at?
Even though he's not a politician. She's on Congress, isn't she?
Which branch of government is that?
Legislative.
Okay, you didn't know. We all heard him whisper
legislative, judicial, and executive, buddy. Be quiet.
Yeah, I know you watch Dean Withers, so stop yelling over me. I will fucking kick you if you keep doing it, for fuck's sake. Dean Withers uses the question, what are the three branches of the government? And he's done it so much that people like you have it memorized, which you just were happy to regurgitate. Legislative and executive, blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah, I heard you. But we also heard him whisper legislative in your ear because you hate AOC and you don't even know which of those three branches she works at.
I just said it faster, buddy.
We all heard him choke.
Don't cope through that.
Oh, and where did I choke when I said the other three?
Okay, you can.
So I know what the Senate is.
The reason. Stop talking over my attempt. Sorry, I keep forgetting Scout's on this desk. I keep scaring her away. Look, you know the three, but the reason I ask the way I do, which is to pick a politician you hate and then ask them which branch they work at, is because it demonstrates that you don't even know what her fucking job is and you hate her. That's the type of shit a person should know.
I've heard her say plenty of ignorant things to make me dislike her.
Sure, that's
that I've
fair.
Seen come out of her own
okay,
mouth.
You hate a politician. That's fair. I can say that. You can just see a person speak and say, wow, I hate them for saying that. What's their job? What do they do? But you don't actually give enough of a shit about understanding the influence that she has over the country to know what her fucking job is, to know where she fits into that thing. You said legislative, judicial, and executive, buddy, like you understood it, but you hate AOC. You know that she works at Congress. Is she a senator or a representative?
Representative.
Okay. Now, but you got that one right. But the fact that you don't connect that to the legislative branch immediately shows me that you don't understand what the legislative, executive, and judicial branches are. You just know the quiz from Dean Withers having asked everybody name the three branches.
No, dude. We learned this in school when we were children in American school because it matters.
2 senators, they each state, like, we're not fucking...
Because it matters to be assimilated into American culture.
But what good is that list for you to regurgitate if you don't understand what branch somebody is based on their job in the government?
You're just making that assumption. Like, what do you?
You just failed the test. We heard you cheat. He had to whisper the answer in your ear, and everybody heard it.
But okay, so I know every other one, but I made that up, and I know she's a representative, and I know she's in Congress.
Which branch? One I made Mamdani. You listed Mamdani. Which branch does he work in?
He's a mayor.
Which branch is that?
Judicial.
No. In fact, actually, like if somebody said legislative instead of executive is the correct answer, I'd throw them a little bit of a bone because that's not the most obvious one, but it's obviously not judicial if you understand how the branches work. Bruh. Yeah, dude, it's important. You fail your civics test. No citizenship for you. Goodbye. Right to jail.
Yeah.
Right back to where you came from. Oh, I don't know where you came from. El Salvador. You go to El Salvador.
Whatever. This is what I'm studying history for.
Shave your head. Get on your knees.
This is what I'm studying.
You're a fucking prisoner now. Dude, if you're studying history, you should see the last...
That's ignorant. Okay, come back and redo the test and do it right this time. That's fine.
Because, yes,
So we'll
history is
deport you
American
further
history
until
first.
you get it right.
Yeah,
Because when you study history, you do American history first, right? Yeah.
We'll deport you until you can list all 50 presidents.
Yeah.
Okay.
40, however, 42 or
Yeah,
40,
whatever
44.
I don't even expect Americans to know that, but yeah, you should absolutely know the Hallmark presidents. There should definitely be some general...
How does that help you interact with society?
Hey, do you know the Pledge of Allegiance by heart?
Yes.
Do it.
I pledge allegiance to which it stands, to one nation under God.
Nope.
Pledge allegiance to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag to which it stands. One nation under God, indivisible, with justice for all.
Dude, slow. Hey, how about you respect that flag and do the fucking pledge in a way that
I'm
can
not
be heard?
trying to fucking sit here with my hand on my heart, dude.
Yeah,
I don't respect America right now.
I don't respect America right now, and I've never respected the Pledge of Allegiance because it features the line "under God." But I still know it because I know my fucking
what's so
civics.
bad about that?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation
Should
under
we
God,
pledge
indivisible.
allegiance?
Fucking,
Sorry,
you won't even let me do it. Like, what's?
Let
I
him
got it
do
right,
it.
didn't I? Dude,
Stand up.
what?
You
Hand
gotta
on
stand
heart.
up.
I'm a veteran and I sit for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yeah, dude. Like I said, I don't respect it, but I know it because I understand its value. And you're sitting here telling me that that immigrants need
Then
to
what's
assimilate
its value if you don't respect it? What do you mean?
because it's the pledge that gets said at fucking sports games because people rally around it. It's important to our civics and to our history. And you're saying that immigrants should know that sort of thing, and you fucking don't.
We
As a
do know
student
the
of
fucking Pledge
history,
of Allegiance. Yes, we do.
you failed to prove that just now.
I just said it.
No, you didn't. You mumbled it and got it wrong.
I didn't say flag because I'm high.
Now I have to kick you.
Oh,
Like, look, I know you're probably still listening. It's a fucking shame that you don't take this seriously. People are fucking dying. Like, take it seriously. It's despicable that you think this is a fucking joke. That you're talking about how these people shouldn't get life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. They shouldn't be available. They shouldn't have available to them the system of government that we've built after reading the Constitution for 200 years, reading the preamble that says that we're supposed to protect the life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness of people in this country and promote the public welfare and the general defense. Like these things, like we're talking about denying people the privilege that you got born into, and you think it's a fucking joke. You don't realize that that it's fucked up that you expect these people to know the answers to these questions because that's important to being an American, but you don't know the answers to these questions. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the actual fuck? TV bias, I'll get to you in just a moment. Yeah, god dang. Thanks if you enjoy the way that I handle these conversations, if the way I, deal with some young people. Some young people are receptive, and I go into teacher mode. Sometimes they're pretty combative, and we have calls like that one, and I really do appreciate people sticking around for both of them. And if you like the way I handle it, you should go to the link tree in the bio and follow me on all the other platforms for free. You can also follow the backup account, Oskar Quentin 2. Everybody watching this on TikTok. There's almost 1,000 people watching on TikTok alone, and they should all be following that backup account if they want to be able to watch the show. If this account gets banned for some reason, you can also go to the link tree in the bio and find the Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon. In addition to sending gifts on the platforms of the YouTube super chats that I'm about to read, you can just send me money directly. That goes into Raven's paycheck, that goes into Jesse's paycheck, that goes into my paycheck, and that buys gear and whatnot needed for the show, including some plane tickets and hotel rooms because we are doing 2 trips for the show next month. One of them is just for me because I got some dental work getting done for free by some dentist that wanted to donate some teeth to the show instead of some money. Thanks. That's going to be fun for me.
Wasn't Jessie going with you on that?
Jessie is going with me on that one. And then Jessie's also going with me to Las Vegas mid-month next month to record with Sean Kelly so I can debate with Dinesh D'Souza as one of the 10 in a 1v10. Not Jubilee, different program. But anyway, that sort of stuff's getting planned and shit's expensive. So the continued donations are very much appreciated because it means we can keep doing more things like that. and hopefully get the phone number on the screen very soon. Just need to get fucking set up on that. Anyway, all that sort of stuff is happening, so I very much appreciate everybody who's made that happen by going to the link tree and helping in those ways, or just with the YouTube super chats, which also help immensely. Tavi sent $2 to say most Americans don't even know American history. Correct. Serdal sent $10 to say assimilation in the U.S. is mostly about class. It is always the poor immigrants who are accused of not assimilating enough. Yeah, come here with a boatload of money and you can do whatever the fuck you want, right? Owl for $10 said, my guy, you have lived here all your life. If you can't even pass the test you're proposing with an American education, why would immigrants need to pass it? That's just a concise way of saying pretty much what my whole point of that entire section of the call was. The Shadow Nose sent $5 to say, reminds me of that Simpsons episode where Apu is going to be deported and learns tons of American history to take his sit test, and Homer knows nothing. Yeah, we're holding these people to a higher standard than we hold ourselves, which is Republicans in a nutshell. Unfortunately. For $1. No, that one already got read. Thank you very much, everybody who went to that link tree in the bio. Follow me on all the other platforms. If you're interested in getting in the Discord, so you can shout things in the chat at me, or help me get sources live on the air, that sort of stuff, or just send some memes and goof off in the general chatter. I do pop into the Discord every day and say hello to people and participate in what conversations I can. It has definitely grown bigger than me, though, so don't expect me to see everything in there. But there's also a link to apply to be in the Discord in the link tree in the bio. So go convince the mods that you're not going to be a problem. Send me some money or follow me on all the other platforms. Whichever you choose to do, I definitely appreciate people clicking on that link tree. Oh, somebody just sent me $50 fucking on Cash App. Holy fucking shit. Live for my babies. Is it live for my babies or live for my babies? I think my brain wants to read it live because I'm a live host, but I think it's supposed to be live for my babies. Seriously. Thank you for the $50. Love you all. Raven, you are stunning.
Thank you.
How nice. Yeah, that's right into the budget of the show. Thanks. Oh, wait, and now, see, I gave a longer ad read. Now they're all coming in. Bomba Cloud sent $10 to say, when you come into Vegas, I'll get you a beer. Dude, fucking message me on Instagram. We'll make a plan, because I'm going to Vegas. I'm recording on the 16th. So I believe I'm arriving the day before and leaving the day after. So I think the evening of the 16th is going to be my fun night in Vegas. After I've set it up so the fun night is going to be after I record my debate with Dinesh D'Souza. So maybe if I'm a little tired when I do the show from a hotel room on the 17th, that's okay, because I will have spent a night in Vegas. Cosmic Travesty just made 5 more people members on YouTube. Those gift memberships really do help because they're kind of a chunky donation because they're paying for 5 people to become members for a month. But they also get more people into the members only stream, which is happening later tonight after we do the YouTube only show at 7 p.m. Central Time. No guests today. We're doing an FAQ. So if you want to just get like a semi-public version of the members only stream, we're going to do that. And then maybe the public will get to see me smoke a J or something, because we can do that. We can do that in public. The public side's seen that I smoked a J with Andrew Mercado when he was on the show, but we should stop talking about it because the TikTok gods are watching. We love the TikTok shop. Never heard of that stuff. Never heard of that green stuff. No chance that Oscar would do that on the air. Come follow me on YouTube. I do it on the air sometimes. Thank you, One Tall Queer, for the $2. Most can't even name when Gettysburg happened. Yeah, I wouldn't get the year right. But anyway, TV Bias C is back, and we've got 40 minutes in the scheduled show for the day. What are we talking about today?
Shoot, bro, I didn't know my camera's open. My bad.
Yeah, I don't know why your camera shot up right away, but...
my bad. But, okay, so usually...
Hold on, yeah, you get the music turned off, because the conversation is going to get struck if we don't. Yeah, what's up?
Right. Hold on. Let me turn my camera off, because I don't like that. But, so... Usually I agree with your views, like they're very partial and fair, I believe. But one thing you said earlier, but the last guest is on, you and Raven both said that y'all don't stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And I think that's part of the problem that we have in America, and y'all are contributing to that by not standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I wish I could stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I actually think that pledging allegiance to the country that's given us the life and prosperity that we have, even as broken as it is, I think that'd be really valuable. I object specifically to the 2 words, under God. As an atheist, I can't stand for it, literally.
All right, I guess I understand that, but I think as an American, you should be standing for that, regardless if you're an atheist or not, just to show respect for your country. But that's just a difference in opinions that we can't really argue on, because we're never going to get anywhere on that. All right, so
sounds like you respect my First Amendment right to have that objection to it.
Yeah, of course.
I really appreciate that, and I think that we're mostly on the same page. I'm sad that I don't stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, because I'd like to think that I'm a true patriot and I should stand for it, but it's that little piece of religious language that just doesn't do it for me.
All right.
I don't stand because I'm a patriot.
So you don't. Wait, you said you don't stand because you're a patriot?
Yeah, this country has a lot of things we need to work on.
So you love America. You love America.
I do. I want it to be better.
All right. I can sit with you on that. I love America, and I also want it to be better. So we both agree on that. But I disagree with you not standing for the pledge because it's just like.
Why I don't?
No. Why don't you?
Because I do think that's an important part before you should disagree with someone is knowing why they're doing it.
I still disagree regardless. But
okay, I think you're getting the chicken before the egg. But my point was, during my time in the military, I got exposed to the American imperialism, and during the time that I was waking up to all of that, I also started noticing the way that police treat black people in this country, and that was.
You go deeper into American imperialism, please, that you noticed in the military, because I'm sure you remember me. Like we're both veterans. So what do you mean by imperialism?
Well, the clearest example that didn't happen while I was in, but is actively happening now, is our adventures in Venezuela. We went there purely to steal their oil. We didn't do anything significant politically there. All we did was steal their oil and kidnap their president. Iran, you can arguably say the same thing. We're trying to enforce our will on their country, despite it being a sovereign nation.
Okay, that's respectable, but I still disagree with you not saying. But
the problem with it is that our imperialism comes with dead babies.
Yeah,
dead babies. We can talk about an act of genocide that is dealing with dead babies right now.
Right, but we're the ones that caused this one when we bombed a girls' school.
Oh yeah, I do remember that, and I disagree with that.
And our president lied about it and denied it.
Yep, he did. And that's why
just a quick interjection, because some people are confused in the chat. The God voice you're hearing is Raven, who's one of the employees of this show, and she is sitting right over there, which is why you're not hearing her through another TikTok account. She's mic'd up in the same studio as I am.
All right, so Oscar, do you agree with capitalism? That's a question I have with you. Do you agree with the current system of capitalism that we have today?
No.
Why not?
It rewards bad behavior.
How does it reward bad behavior?
The sort of things that you need to do to win at capitalism allow one individual who is winning at capitalism to accrue more power and wealth that they deserve at the expense of the rights and liberties of lesser people in that economy. And I can't stand for that. That's a problem.
Okay, so I can see where you're coming from, the first part, but how does it connect to the rights and liberties of others?
Because you have people like Jeff Bezos who own companies that ensure that he'll never want for anything. He's never going to want a meal he can't afford. He's never going to want a house he can't buy. He's going to have the quality of life. He's really maxed out his quality of life. You can buy more yachts. You can only be on one of them at one time. You know what I mean? Like it's just a pissing contest at this point. And he's doing that at the expense of the people who work for his company. I think it's despicable that the working conditions.
He pays his workers good.
No, he doesn't.
My brother works for Amazon. That's what he says.
And the things that you need to subject yourself to in order to be paid well working at a company like Amazon are bad. Their delivery drivers pee in bottles, dude.
Okay, I can get that argument with the living conditions for people in the lower class. I can get with that. I can get with that. Working conditions, I can get with that. But again, what alternate solution is there? Because in capitalism, like there's a whole lot of
I think that one of the policies that I support is that at large companies like Amazon, there should be a set gap between the lowest pay for a worker and the highest pay for the CEO that limits the disparity. So if you want to make that much money as a CEO, I need you to uplift all the people who work in lower level positions at your company instead of giving them slave wages so that they continue being caught in some cycle of poverty. Companies like Walmart do really horrible things, like ensure that they only give enough hours to people that they don't technically qualify for full time, so that they don't have to give them full benefits or employment rights of a full-time employed person. When they could afford to do it, they're just doing it to increase their profit margins. Whereas if we had policies that protected the people at the top in these companies from winning in such a way as they are, it would make life better for people for working people in the country, which would make the world a better place. So for that reason, I don't like capitalism, because it allows the people who use bad ethics, who are willing to be such assholes to get such a high score that it makes it so that many people in the system can't eat or afford to pay their bills or get out of poverty. And that's fucking evil.
Yeah, well, I mean, I understand what you're saying with like the salary and stuff like that, but Jeff Bezos is only salaried $81,000 a year. So he's not really.
That sort of counter argument is a little bit like when people say that we could increase the taxes on the wealthy, but they would just find a way to get around them. I'm not interested in that. I'm not because those are important questions to ask in terms of what exactly the policies are to stop them from getting around them. But you're kind of avoiding the question of, is it fair, the type of life that somebody like Jeff Bezos gets to live?
Yes, I think it is fair. It's fair because of the system that we're in.
Okay, we disagree. Okay, I'm saying that the system is unfair, though. We disagree about that. So from my perspective, I'm not impressed by you like wishy-washing away by saying, oh, his salary is only $81,000. In good faith, do you genuinely think that's a good counter argument to my concerns about what his economic circumstances are?
Yes, because the other part of the money that he owns is based off the value of the company.
Why does he live in such Why does he live in such a nice house if his salary is only $81,000?
Because he owns the company.
Yes, and he's able to. That would be his salary. What's actually going on?
It's not his salary. That's because he owns the company. His salary is a yearly paid wage.
Right. So what he's doing, instead of taking a large salary, is borrowing money from a bank against the value in the company, and he's borrowing so much money that he can live like that. And when he dies, that debt will be erased because we don't have debts that follow people past the grave. So he'll just be able to borrow the money, buy nice shit with it, and then die, having gotten away with the fact that millions of employees didn't have the sort of working conditions that they should have, or thousands. I don't know how many employees they have.
What's a better system than what we have right now? Because I know every system has its flaws. Can you tell me what you think would be better?
I don't think that you should be able to leverage ownership of companies to get bank loans that you use for personal gain. I don't think that money should go into your bank account. I don't think you should own properties based on that. I think we need to really regulate the things that people can do with large amounts of money. Because when you have large amounts of money, it's really easy to get around regulations. It's a drop in the bucket. It's not expensive for Jeff Bezos to pay $1 million for a team of lawyers to figure out ways that he can leverage that net worth to make his life better in a way that continues to be harmful to the people who work for his company and the rest of us who have had all of the products in our life enshittified by Amazon. Because the reason you can't walk into a store and buy a halfway decent spatula that isn't going to break if you whack it on the fucking counter is because every year Amazon makes one that's $1 cheaper, and every other company has to keep up with the shitty fucking crap they're pumping out of these factories in China. So the world is just being made a worse place by this guy's success. And what I'm saying is that we really need
to disagree 100%, but keep going.
Do you not think that we're using shittier spatulas because of people like Jeff Bezos?
Do you think that Amazon, the company that he owns, is... All right, let me answer your question first because I know you don't like redirection. Can you ask that question again?
Do you really think that we're not using a shittier spatula that you buy at Target because of the shitty ones that Amazon is selling on Amazon.com?
Me personally...
I mean, Target's contributed to the problem too, but we're just using Jeffrey Bezos as an example.
I don't care about the quality of my spatula as long as it works and doesn't break.
In the example, I described it breaking, and I genuinely use this example because I keep buying spatulas and they keep fucking breaking. I can't find a fucking decent spatula. I need to spend like $50 on like a decent one, which isn't the way it should be.
Hold on, bro. Just get one of these, bro. How is this supposed to break right here? How is this spatula? I got this from Target, like $5. How is this supposed to break?
Well, I can't use that on my Teflon pans, dude. It'll fuck them up.
A stainless steel? Well, I use stainless steel pans, so I don't know how that shit works.
Yeah, I mean, again, my point is that there's a race to the bottom in terms of the quality of product that they're offering, and that has been really, really harmful for people who use products in the economy, just because we all just have like shittier stuff that we have to throw out and buy another one, so we end up paying more money year over year instead of just fucking having a spatula that lasts forever. My grandma's 90, and she's been using the same fucking spatula from World War II, best I can tell.
So your issue with capitalism, from a broad understanding, is since there's so much competition in these companies, that means that like the quality of products is going to become lower.
That's one complaint I have. Right. That was kind of a side point from the fact that Jeffrey Bezos' wealth is undue. No person can work that hard to deserve that much money and power.
I disagree. I think capitalism is perfect. But what do you think? I'm trying to ask you, what do you think is a better solution to that?
I think for now, the best we can do is regulation. The people farther left than me think that we need to burn it down and become communists or socialists or something. I don't think that that's practical. I don't think that's the best way to get to a better situation. I think that we just need to keep eroding the way that capitalism's fucking with things. I like the idea, like the grocery store has been getting in shitified, where the quality of goods we get at the grocery store for the same dollar is getting worse and worse and worse, both because they're increasing the prices and because the products themselves are getting worse. So I'm really excited to see something like Mayor Mamdani in New York doing a pilot program where they're going to be 5 state-run or city-run grocery stores that offer prices that are 30% below market rate for residents of New York. I am very excited to see how they do that.
Me too. Me too, because while that is like a more socialist value, I also believe that testing things out isn't a bad thing.
Here's why I brought it up. I'm very, very curious to see what type of spatula they sell at that grocery store, if they sell spatulas, because they're not going to be trying to make Jeff Bezos rich with the spatula. I'm pretty sure that Mamdani just wants New Yorkers to have nice spatulas. So I think that
would be funded by, though. Who is that? Who are those stores funded by? The government. So it's our taxes.
I'm just going to make an announcement. Raven kind of put this as a side note on the screen. This caller, to everybody else, I'm not talking to you right now, caller. This caller definitely has some backwards reprehensible beliefs that I disagree with, but he's good faith. He's polite. He follows the rules of the show. He's even mentioned a couple times he doesn't like us getting all over the place. He's trying to stick to the through line. So I'm actually just going to ask for everybody to be nicer to this guest. He's open-minded, and if you don't think that, like, we should be nice to a person who we disagree with who's being open-minded, you're the fucking problem, not them.
Exactly. You are a bigot. You are a bigot, not me.
No, you're still the bigot. But to be clear,
no, I'm not a bigot, because you know what a bigot is by definition. By definition, a bigot is a closed-minded individual who will never. It's not by definition, but I'm paraphrasing it. A closed-minded individual who will not change their opinion.
That's not it.
It has extremely far-sighted, either left or right opinion.
That's not what a bigot. No, that's not what a bigot is. A bigot is somebody who stubbornly believes things about a person based on who they are, and you do that. And we have talked about that in the past. But I consider you. Your beliefs about African Americans were a little stubborn. We talked about their crime rate and stuff like that in another call. I will accuse you of some bigotry, but I believe genuinely that you are an open-minded bigot, which is why I have this much more polite way of talking to you than I normally do when people espouse those sorts of beliefs, because you've shown to me that you are genuinely willing to listen and understand the ways in which you're misguided about some of these things. And for that reason, I'm asking both my chats, YouTube and TikTok, to be nicer to you, because I think you deserve a chance.
This caller is only going to learn if we give him space and time to process these conversations. So if we just bite his head off, he will never have that space to mull this.
I don't look at the comments, because every time I try to look at the comments, they're always saying some bullshit where it's just like, all right.
Well, we're sticking up for you.
Yeah, I think you deserve to have me stick my neck out for you, because you are just trying to engage with this in a way. Also, I've learned enough about you, and it does seem to me that you had one of those childhoods that manufactures people that are bigoted in the way that I'm accusing you of being, and I think that that's something that happened to you. I don't think that that's really your fault, and the fact that you as an adult are like big enough a person to open your mind and have a conversation like this and really try to understand my perspective on it, that's huge, and that should be rewarded with kindness in this country, because if we're trying to get rid of this polarization we have between the left and the right, where the bigots become more and more bigoted with each passing day, and we're meaner and meaner to them, some of them deserve our ire, some of them deserve hatred, some of them really deserve to be yelled at. See me on the streets of Minneapolis on August 22nd if you know what that's about. But this caller, I think, is the wrong person, because
thing is though, my childhood, like you said earlier, my childhood kind of can make me more. I feel like my childhood actually opened my lens and my view of how the world really works, because like I said, I've lived in the highest of highest incomes, and I've lived in one of the lowest income areas. You know what I mean? So
I think this guy's a victim of red pill propaganda.
Potentially, but I also, for me, it's not that you've lived in this place and you lived in that place, where I think maybe just I'm coming from a place of 10 more years of wisdom because I'm about a decade older than you. My issue is that you shouldn't say I've seen a rich neighborhood, I've seen a poor neighborhood, therefore I understand both.
I've lived in, I've experienced.
Listen, you've experienced a rich neighborhood and a poor neighborhood. That doesn't mean you understand rich neighborhoods and poor neighborhoods. That means you understand two neighborhoods, and there's a lot more than two neighborhoods.
Yes.
So that's I think where the disconnect is here. I think you've got a little
of the spectrum. I know more than the average person, or I know not more, but I've experienced more than the average person has in that at this age of my life.
I'm not even sure that's true.
All right.
That doesn't scream off of you. I mean, I grew up in a place that had. I grew up in New York. I grew up in a place that gave me a very worldly perspective by the time I was your age, and I grew up trying to live in consideration of that and not take it for granted. And I left that city knowing that it was an incredible gift that I got to grow up there because of the perspective on the world that it gave me. I've taken that with me, and I think that perspective has served me well in my life and in the endeavors that I've embarked on, including running this show. And it is that.
Where in New York? Were you in one of the
Lower Manhattan, like New York City proper?
All right.
Yeah. I went to high school in Harlem, dude. I've seen New York City. It was my world growing up. It was that metropolis. I rode the subway when I was a kid. So that to me gives me, I think, a broader perspective than you growing up in two different neighborhoods does. But I'm not going to sit here and pretend that it gives me a perspective that makes me an expert on every walk of life. I very much recognize that I learned new things about what life can be for an American when I moved to Minnesota, and I started connecting with some urbanites and some suburbanites and some people out in the rural areas, because we have a lot of farmland here in Minnesota. So again, I think that if anything, your greatest sin, caller, is thinking that you know more than you do because you're a kid and you I don't care. You could have lived in a dozen neighborhoods by this age, and you just haven't lived enough life to speak so confidently about what other people's lives are like.
No, I don't. I try not to speak about how other people's lives are because I've never been in their shoes. That's what I'm saying. From as a 20-year-old, and compared to other 20-year-olds, I have more life experience. I'm not saying compared to you. I'm saying to other 20-year-olds. You're 30 years old. You're of course you have 33% more time than me on the planet. You have had more time to think and more time to see other people's experiences.
Well, I mean, we could compare it that way. And like, again, I'm not really trying to preach about myself. It's just more the perspective of somebody like your age that I want you to have. It's not just that I've lived like you lived 20 years and I lived 30. So that's like 50% more. That's like 1/3 more. It's not that. Like you've only been an 18-year-old, or you've only been an adult for like a year. I've been an adult for 13 years. I've been an adult 13 times longer than you. Your brain's not fully developed. Mine was fully developed, I don't know, 3 to 5 years ago. I've spent time with a fully developed brain. You haven't spent any at all. That's infinity times more.
That's a fact. That's
right.
a fact.
Now I think I don't actually care about the dick measuring competition between the two of us. Like that doesn't matter to me. It's just that I try to really understand like what my perspective on the world is, and be open to information that shows me that my perspective has made me wrong about something. And I do feel like you're reasonably open to that. You're just a little overconfident on some of the things that your life has taught you about the world.
Okay. All right. What were we talking about before this whole little...
What were we talking about? Raven, bring us back.
Please.
I'm not exactly sure, but can I just make one more comment
Sure.
about this? I think TV biasy that you're a very potentially...
Y'all can from now on, call me Tobias, both of y'all.
Tobias?
Tobias.
Okay.
Tobias. Gotcha.
Nice to meet you, Tobias. I am just Raven.
Yeah, I know, Raven.
But I think that you have a lot of experience and potential intelligence, but you were exposed to this red pill ideology where they provide you facts that sound reasonable, but they're presented to you in a way that doesn't give you the full picture, or it twists the facts. And if you don't dig deeper into it, or you don't know how to discern these things, you'll never realize that you're being fed propaganda made to cause emotional reactions. And so I think with more conversation and exposure to these things, I do think that you're going to come around a little bit more onto our side eventually.
Chat is... Sorry. I gotta jump in and defend you further. Chat is freaking out. He's not a veteran. He's actively serving, and we've seen his uniform.
Which also means you're a veteran. That counts as a veteran.
That counts. Great. Okay, yeah. Just don't doubt him. This is a repeat caller. We vetted that. He's currently serving.
I was just saying we're both veterans to make the wording easier instead of saying
You're right. So we're both veterans.
Just chill out, chat.
All right. So what I will say to you, Raven, is you are correct. Like I grew up in a very red household, but I also lived in California. So a lot of my friends, you know what I'm saying, were left leaning. So we got to have a lot of conversations about stuff like this. But then again, they're not the most. They're just telling them what their parents told them or their friends told them. I'm just telling them what my parents told me. type of thing. So it's like we're just kind of, it's more of an opinion based than a fact based arguments that we were having. I'm just now starting to like talk to people like you guys, which is more fact based and like let's get the evidence on the table.
And you're doing great. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So that's all I'm saying. Like I'm already telling y'all, I'm already like a left leaning Trump supporter, if that makes sense, or not Trump support from your definition. I'm already a left leaning type of person. Like I don't know.
I mean, you know, I'm not going to throw you out for no longer being a Trump supporter, because I do really think that in terms of the mission statement of my show, what I really want to influence, particularly about young people's approach to politics and approach to all these social issues, like you're exactly who I want to be talking to. Like you're I think at your core quite reasonable. I just do believe you've lived a life that's made you somebody who my chat can call a bigot. And I think they're right. It's just
okay, but you know what's crazy?
I think it's one of those things where he's exuding
is that they're bigots
bigotry.
too. But like, why are other bigots trying to call a bigot a bigot? Because I guarantee a lot of these same people that are throwing that bigot word around, it's the same as the bitch word, right? Most of the people that call somebody a bitch is a bitch. That's why they're calling you a bitch.
You think? Wait, I'm curious. I'm genuinely curious. You think I'm a bitch because I call people a bitch all the time on this show?
I mean, you do it for entertainment, so there's like.
I mean it though. I mean,
if you mean it, then yeah, dude. Like, because listen, you wouldn't be saying that to their face. Like, imagine.
I would though.
You don't know Oscar.
Yeah, you don't know me, man.
Yeah, all right. Maybe I don't know you, but the thing is, where I'm from, for when I grew up after elementary school, this is the low income area I'm talking about. For where I'm from, that's where I say I'm from. It's from like the lower income because I grew up majority there.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't gonna lie, like that's a schoolyard stuff though. Maybe as adults it's different, but you call someone a bitch, it's automatic. You're throwing hands and like.
Well, and the reason I'm willing to do it is because the right spends a lot of time saying that the left will attack them for what they say. So if I said to somebody on the right that they a bitch and they threw a punch for it, I consider that a W. That demonstrates that the problem is the other way. So they should be able to handle.
Oscar, let me say something real quick.
Yeah.
I think in 4 dimensions, you know that, right?
I think we all do.
So I see, like, you're talking to people crazy. You know what I'm saying? Right before me. So I gotta in the back of my mind, before I start the show, I gotta be like, I gotta talk to this person with some type of mannerism so he don't start making personal attacks on me. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I could, you know, there's certain things I could attack you for. I just don't think that would be constructive.
Yeah, but you wouldn't go so far as calling me a bitch because you'd actually try to educate me, and that's why it's because I'm open.
I weigh. If I think the caller's a bitch, I still have to weigh the pros and cons of what it'll do to the show and what it'll do to the conversation if I call them a bitch. But I don't actually think you're a bitch, not at all.
I appreciate you, bro. Yeah. I don't think you're. I mean, I gotta think.
You said I'd be a bitch if I wouldn't say it in person, and I promise you, I have said I've pointed in the face of an ICE agent and called him a bitch. I've done it many times.
All right. Here's the thing. I can't call you a bitch. You know why? It's because I would never call you a bitch to your face. So I'm not gonna say you're a bitch. So no.
I wouldn't call you a bitch to your face, but that's just because I don't think you're a bitch.
Yeah. So that's my reasoning to why I don't think you're a bitch, because I wouldn't call you a bitch to your face.
Fair.
And there's some annoying ass people that can be getting on my nerves. I'll call them a bitch to their face. I don't care. Yeah. If you want to fight me, fight me. If you a bitch, then you a bitch.
Yeah, that's the. I mean, my line is that, like, look, I'll call you a bitch if I think you're a bitch.
No.
If you're such a, not you.
I just thought about something.
Okay, what?
You are kind of a bitch for calling that ICE officer a bitch to his face because you know he can't do nothing in his job. He can't do nothing.
No, dude. I was still pointing my finger in their faces and calling them bitches after they shot a guy 10 times for fucking nothing in my neighborhood.
Wait,
absolutely.
Black dude, you're white. You're usually
no. Alex Preddy was a white dude, man. Alex Preddy lives in my neighborhood. The signal chats in Minneapolis were divided up into like neighborhood blocks. They still are. And I was in his signal chat. Like, he's a direct analog for what I was spending my time doing at the time. And when I saw him get shot 10 times, I thought, holy cow, they might just shoot me 10 times for fucking nothing. And if that's how I die, I'll die a fucking patriot, just like he did.
Is there a clip of this?
Alex Preddy's also a veteran and a nurse.
There is
Bro, you
footage.
should have been live streaming.
There is footage of Alex Preddy. Are you talking? Is there footage of me calling ICE agents a bitch?
Yes.
Loads of footage. Yeah.
Dude, I love that. I'm looking that up after this.
Scroll all the way back on my TikTok. Some of it's not live on TikTok because it violated TOS. But I did give it all to the state prosecutors who are going after Gregory Bovino and his men for committing crimes here. Woo!
All right. Anyways, let's talk about something we disagree with, so we get the viewership up.
I'm not that worried about it, man. We got 14 minutes left in the show.
I have a video on my page of me calling ICE agents bitches while standing in a cloud of tear gas.
Hold on. I should spend if we're gonna transition. Tobias, I might just let you go for the day so we can get one more call in for the day, and you can call back at another time.
All right, bro. I'll catch you later, man.
I'll catch you later.
Bro. Hey, don't keep me in that queue for so long, bro.
Hey, you know what? You get that I'm running a show. I got to make executive decisions that are based on more than just how badly you want to be on the show.
I know, bro. I know, but I'll do something I disagree with you on, like for real.
All right. I do.
Next time.
Let me know.
I'm gonna do some research.
Let me know in the chat if you got a hot take, and I'll bring you up quicker next time.
All right, bro. I'll see you.
All right. When we talk about reaching across the aisle, like that's how you do it, right? Like that guy knows that I have some real serious issues with some of his positions, but like seriously, he's a kid. I can give a little leniency and forgiveness to somebody who's so young, who's grown up in such a biased environment, who lost so much of their foundational educational years to COVID. Like, and he's somebody who's going to call into my show and talk to me if he's got a hot take, because I think he likes the way that I handle him more than the way other hosts might. And he's somebody who's highly oppositional in a lot of ways because he does have some reprehensible beliefs. So I stand by the fact that I'm friendly with a caller like that or some of the other regular callers that this show has, because I think I'm teaching people how to engage with racism in a way that's effective at quelling it. And if you're only interested in your own catharsis and not quelling racism, I can forgive you. You deserve that catharsis. But as a matter of fact, you're not helping. I'm trying to help. Mara sent $5 to say, as someone that worked without pay during the government shutdown, they say they worked for TSA. They do work for TSA. I cannot understand why people support this administration. They watch millions of workers and EBT-controlled enrolled families suffer. Thank you for debating these losers. Raven and Oscar, you are amazing. Don't forget Jessie just because it's her day off. But yes, I do very much appreciate that. And I know Raven does as well. Mm-hmm. And Crow sent another $1 to say, I'd like to extend an offer to my DMs to this dude if he wants to talk vet to vet outside the noise of a panel. That's a Crowletariat on TikTok. If you're still listening to Bias, Crowletariat's happy to talk to you. And then Shauna sent me $20 on Venmo to say, W. Oscar for calling the ICE agent a biatch. They don't like it, man. They really don't like that we aren't. They came here having been told that we're a bunch of bitches, and they was wrong. Minnesotans are not bitches. We stand the fuck up for our communities. So yeah, that's why, like, at the end of the day, Operation Metro Surge was like a pretty serious PRL for ICE agents, and it was because we're not bitches, plain and simple. Michael sent $2 to say, pledge is brainwashing, nationalism is bad. Yeah, I don't like it in schools, personally. Bezos manipulates his salary and keeps it under $86,000 a year in order to claim the earned income tax credit. What a scumbag. Precisely. Like, I'm not interested in hearing how good at the loopholes he is. I also want the loopholes closed. Tylenia sent $5 to say, when someone says the Irish weren't pagans, ask them, what does it mean to drive snakes into the sea when Ireland has no native snake species? I will. The Taffybot sent $5 to say, kindness is a lost art form these days. Thank you for spreading it. W's to you, Oscar and Raven. Yeah. Well, and you know, I think I've shown on this show that kindness isn't always the tool, you know? Those previous callers who were like jumping around accounts to get back on, which I let it work, whatever. You know, I don't think that a kind extended hand is what they need to shape up. Whereas I think that Tobias is more receptive to that. And I just make that judgment call, having spent my life making judgment calls about how to address students who are maybe being difficult or really are misguided on something. Maybe I have some professional experience in that makes me good at running this show. Perhaps. Nurse Elliot sent $1 to say, all right, I waited until the end of the show. Lean check? No, not going to lean. I got too much important work to do today. But anyway, we got a full queue. So we got 10 minutes. Let's see if we can get an interesting conversation. And we've got Ange too. And we'll see if they're going to debate about something. How old are you?
I'm 18.
We're going to talk to William Samuelson. The bathwater thing is a running gag, everybody. I'm not just skipping him for some random reason. Hello, how old are you?
I'm 18, born 2008, March 4th.
I believe you. You support Trump?
Yes, but I have family that is very far left, so I have a really good understanding of kind of both sides. I'm not, like super far right, but I do lean a bit right. I'm just trying to be honest.
Just before I move on to that, I just wanted to read this from Lucky Phil because it was about the previous caller. $2 on YouTube not YouTube Super Chat, on Buy Me a Coffee. He said, W. Tobias, he's learning to live out there on his own and starting to critically think about all the ideas that have been drilled into him. Keep an open mind and heart. Yeah, seriously. That's the attitude that we need for somebody like Tobias who's willing to listen and learn. Anyway, so sounds like you're a little wary of Trump. Am I remembering what you just said correctly?
Yeah, so I lean a bit right, but I also, there's like one specific topic I wanted to talk about is ICE. I know, your flag says fuck ICE, and I'm not going to, say, because I support ICE, but there is one thing I think ICE should have done better before they shot and killed Renee Good is before they shot her, Renee said, I'm not doing anything, dude. I'm not mad at you. They just shot her right away. They didn't really give her a chance. So I think, in my opinion, ICE has a probable cause to shoot and kill somebody if they're actually going to do something, but Renee didn't really have a weapon and she wasn't being violent, but the only thing she really did was drive away when they told her to get out of the car, and I don't think that's really violent because she wasn't really targeting anybody. So I'm just kind of confused on that, and I just wanted your thoughts on that.
Well, so the issue with a situation like the shooting of Renee Good, like you can say that Jonathan Ross, sounds like you think that Jonathan Ross, the man who shot her, is a murderer. Is that fair to say?
I think so, yes, but I think when somebody, because look, I talk to my dad about this all the time. Like, look, my dad has guns, but there's a, like a different, way of, like, if you kill somebody for self-defense versus if you do it, just, for fun, like there's a difference. So I think in the time that was a murder, but I don't think he's a murderer until he's like proven guilty or not guilty.
Sure. Legally speaking, he's not even being charged. So we can't even say he's an alleged murderer. But just in terms of what you and I think is right and wrong, he shouldn't have killed her, and he did, is what the question was meant to ask.
Yes, but what do you think?
Well, hold on. I want to, because we agree he shouldn't have killed her, but he did. Can we just make sure that we have that common ground before we proceed at all?
Yeah, but she, was told, get out the car, and she, was, driving away really, really quickly, and the officer had already drawn the gun.
Okay, so by the time the orders had been given, the gun wasn't drawn, and she was given conflicting orders. One person told her to get out of the car, another person told her to speed away, or to go away, to move. I think move was the order. Move, like gesturing down the road.
Right.
I'm just trying to, like, we can talk about the exact details of that, but it sounds to me like you recognize that Jonathan Ross didn't behave reasonably, and he probably shouldn't have pulled the trigger.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, do you think Renee Good should have listened to the ICE officer or the person who told to speed away?
Both of them were ICE officers.
But which one do you think she should have listened to? Just speed away?
I think any reasonable person giving two conflicting orders from law enforcement of any kind listens to the preferable order, which would be to leave rather than to get out of her car. So I think it was reasonable what she did.
Right. So let me ask you this. If she had a gun, do you think Jonathan Ross still should have shot her if she had a gun?
Unless she was holding it up, then no.
Oh, so what do you think?
Alex Preddy had a gun, but it never left his waistband until an ICE officer took it from him. He didn't reach for it or anything, and I also think that that's one of the reasons it's really terrible that they murdered him.
So what do you think should happen to Jonathan Ross?
I think he should go to prison for murder. But what I'm trying to get to is that, like, even if maybe we disagree a little bit about some of the details of this case, it just doesn't sound to me like you're very happy about this shooting, which is good.
No, first of all, I didn't.
About that, are you happy that she's dead?
I mean, she was given a lawful command to step out, and she didn't. So the ICE officer shot her.
I'm sorry.
And she was in a car.
I'm sorry.
A car is a deadly force.
Please listen. Like, we're gonna. You're kind of jumping onto the next thing really, really fast. So fast.
Do you think a car is a deadly force? Yes or no?
See, you're still doing it because we're trying. I asked you a couple of questions ago.
How do I turn on my camera?
Why are you asking that?
Well, because I want to turn on my camera.
Why? I'm getting a little suspicious.
You know what? I have a fucking right, dude.
Well, TikTok says you don't. The option's grayed out. It's either because it's a new account that doesn't have live privileges yet, but you're following enough people that suggest that's probably not the case.
No, it's something else. Because you don't think...
Could be that your account is private. So
you think the gun shouldn't be allowed. You don't like guns.
That's not my position on guns at all. Here's the problem. I'm in the market for one. I get a lot of death threats, so I'm looking forward to buying a gun to protect myself.
Oh, really? Well, guess what? I have one right here.
Watch the TikTok TOS. You're not allowed to acknowledge that. But again,
I have a right.
Excuse me.
I have a right. Okay, you understand that?
Slow down. I'm trying to have a conversation and understand what you think about this, and I genuinely don't even understand what you think about the killing of Renee Good, because every single time any piece of information gets said, you ask a different question. Do you think that you're advocating for your own beliefs in this conversation in a way that's at all?
Do you think I should have a right to have a gun in this life? Yes, I do. I'm not going to harm anybody, but I have a right to, show off my rights. I have a right.
Not on TikTok. TikTok has the First Amendment right to deplatform you for that, and I warned you that if you continue to do it, I will have to disconnect you to protect myself from being deplatformed from TikTok. So no, you don't have the First Amendment right here on TikTok. Neither do I.
Yes, I do. I actually have a right.
No,
so
you don't.
I'm going to keep it.
That's not how the First Amendment works. TikTok has
I have a license.
You are allowed to do that. That's fine. You're allowed to talk about gun ownership. But when you said that you had it right here and then you made some noise with it, it was already kind of risky for me to leave you up after you did that. I'm just telling you that.
Look at this.
All right, dude, I have to disconnect you. Like, I'm trying. I really am trying with idiots like that. Like,
that sounded like a Nerf gun.
Whether he was fucking around or not doesn't matter, but I can't have a conversation with somebody who just won't even engage with any of the things I'm saying. Like I'm worried for that kid if he thinks that his First Amendment right protects him in that way. It doesn't. There's probably going to be consequences that he thinks that the First Amendment protects him from that it doesn't, and that's going to make his life difficult because he's going to do something unhinged, as the chat is. He was behaving kind of unhinged. He sounded like he lacked some of the self-control that I think you should have if you're going to be a gun owner. That's concerning to me. I'd love to have a conversation with him about that. But no. Anyway, if you want to be able to afford some guns, go to the link tree in my bio and send me some money on Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon. Buy me a coffee if you're international. Realistically, I spend that money on things for the show, but I am in the market for a gun due to the amount of death threats that I get. That guy wanted to tell me what my beliefs on guns were, or all that stuff. William says y'all won't do shit. William, try again a different day. Like, you're exactly the type of caller I really like trying to engage with. Like, I'm interested in trying to have a meaningful conversation with you. So please, we're wrapping the show for today, but do call back tomorrow or something. 10 o'clock Central Time every single day. 2, or usually these days, 4 hours, which is very, very exciting that I get to run the show that long. I'm enjoying it. I really am enjoying. I really am enjoying that I get to sit here and do this 4 hours a day. That's great. Dude, William, you're going to get banned from TikTok for, like, putting gun shit in the chat. Like, fucking stop it if you don't want to be deplatformed. I would really be interested in, like, trying to understand how your brain works, but, like, you're just not going to, like, it's not going to work. Anyway, Lucky Phil sent me another Buy Me a Coffee, so let me pull that up so I can thank him for that, and then we'll get on with a raid. He said, pew pew, for $2 on YouTube Super Chat. Thanks for that. Watch it, Lucky Phil, though. You're going to get me in trouble. No, we're allowed to say pew pew. Over on Venmo, I don't think I had new Venmos. Am I tripping? Nope, not tripping. And then over on YouTube Super Chat, we just had the Taffy Bot who became a membership. Oh, they sent a gift membership, actually. Thank you for doing that. Anyway, without further ado, it's 7 p.m. tonight, Central Time. That's 5 hours from right now. I'm going to be doing the evening show. That is on YouTube only. So you should go to the link tree in the bio and follow me on YouTube. If you're not, that's the place where you can find every episode of this show as a back catalog to go listen through it, binge me, or figure out what the previous, figure out why I think that caller is reachable. Maybe you can see some of the other conversations I've had with him. And we are in this future going to be working on things like getting like all of the Iowa golfer calls put into a playlist, all of the Tobias calls put into a playlist, all of the Kenzie calls put into a playlist. So you can just listen through my time with one caller as like one continuous piece of work. So excited about all that stuff. Excited about doing the show tonight at 7 p.m. Central Time. Excited about the members only stream that'll happen on TikTok, YouTube, and Facebook after the evening show. So that'll be 9 p.m. about 7 hours from now in the Central Time Zone. So 7 p.m. Central for the evening show, 9 p.m. for the members only stream, which if you pay monthly in any way, you're welcome in. Then we just do kind of an FAQ sort of thing. But that's the plan for the evening show today anyway. We're just going to get to know Oskar a little bit. Come ask me some of those questions that the Discord has put up together. And we should probably pull the Discord to get some fresh ones before then. Anyway, that's all. Raven, do you have anything to add before we wrap for the day?
I think that's about it. Just make sure you go stream Jessie's music.
Yeah, and we're going to raid. Let's pick a raid. Hold on.
Oh yeah, I meant to chime in when that one teacher donated earlier about the not being able to catch the episodes. Hopefully, if they're still listening, every episode is going to be posted to YouTube daily, so you can watch it on your own time and at your own pace.
All right, I just put it in the TikTok chat. We're going to raid Conversation Corey. That's Corey Peterson. He's live right now. He's a friend of the show, so get over there and tell him I said hi. I'll catch you guys tomorrow, 10 o'clock Central Time, as I do every day. Goodbye, TikTok. And goodbye, YouTube.